I clearly understand that name, for my sister's death made it uncontrollable. A master swordsman trapped in his own darkness, ultimately turning into a madman. People easily mistake him for a mental patient, but no, that's the prodigal, useless son of Count Perdium, Ghislain, the one despised by the entire world. Yet, the tall young man, looking like he was cosplaying a polar bear, was utterly thrashed by Ghislain, left broken and battered. Facing the approaching figure, the man burned with bitterness as if he'd bitten into a chili, his heart seething with hatred. But when the other spoke, his blood boiled even more. Pretty warm, isn't it? Ghislain smirked, his voice cold as ice. I spent quite a bit to set up this trap. With that, he slowly advanced, each step seeming to crush the very air around them. From above, Ghislain looked down, his gaze as sharp and cold as if he were observing garbage at the bottom of society. His voice dripped with contempt. Do you like it? The man bit his lip, unable to hide his rage, and roared. You're that trash Ghislain, aren't you? Are you saying you knew my plan all along? Ghislain gave a faint, chilling laugh, like a winter night's breeze. You're a decent person, so I'll answer your question before you die. He stared straight into the man's eyes, his voice calm, but laced with deadly menace. Of course, that's not all. I know much more. Like how many of them there are, who the spies are, and who helped you gather your forces. In my eyes, they're just a bunch of meaningless clowns. The man was like the monkey king trapped in the Buddha's palm, with no way out. Hearing these words, he froze, his eyes wide with horror, unable to believe it. Impossible. I always kept my trump card hidden, he screamed, his voice breaking with unwillingness. How could you? How dare a useless bastard like you? Before he could finish, Ghislain delivered a brutal kick, smashing the man's face like a crushed pastry underfoot. With a cold sneer, Ghislain said, Shut up. Then, he removed the mask hiding his true face, revealing a chilling expression, his eyes blazing with determination. Invade as many times as you like, Ghislain declared coldly. I'll win this battle, the next one, and every single fight. I'll win them all. His smile widened, manic yet commanding. He smirked. Do you know why? Because I know all your plans. To create this moment, I had to go back a year. In the kingdom of Latania, near the Perdium estate, inside a small tent, a young man jolted awake, gasping as if he'd just escaped a terrifying nightmare. Ghislain was still alive, though just a minute ago, he was on a battlefield, drenched in blood and despair. He bit his lip hard, muttering, Damn it. In that final battle, he had been forced to kneel before his enemy, the red-haired man standing before him. Aiden smirked with glee at Ghislain's pathetic state. So this is how it ends, he said, his tone dripping with mockery. Ghislain Perdium, king of mercenaries, one of the continent's strongest, had lost. That arrogant-faced man was one of the 7 strongest on the continent. The esteemed knight raised an eyebrow, asking mockingly, Any last words? Ghislain lifted his head, his gaze icy, and snorted, No. It's a pity I couldn't finish my revenge. Die, you sick bastard. Aiden clicked his tongue, sneering, arrogant as ever. He hadn't expected Ghislain to be the eldest son of the fallen Perdium family. As it turned out, Ghislain had abandoned his family after his sister's death. Hearing this, Ghislain was stunned. How do you know? You're from another kingdom. Aiden replied casually, Of course I know. I went to great lengths to learn about you, because I was one of those who worked with the Delphine family to bring down your house. Those words hit Ghislain like a hammer. There were others behind this besides the ducal Delphine family. Seeing the unwillingness in Ghislain's eyes, Aiden smiled. You're about to die anyway, so explaining further is pointless. Accept reality. Ghislain struggled, roaring in despair. You bastard, I'll never forgive you. But his broken body could do nothing. Aiden scoffed dismissively, Fine. Then he swung his sword, blood spraying out, staining the air red. Back in the present, Ghislain couldn't help but look in a mirror, touching his neck. Back then, Aiden had beheaded him, but now, his head was still firmly attached. Was it all an illusion? He muttered, noticing he looked younger, his body brimming with vitality. Or am I still drunk? A lab rat in some arrogant mage's experiment. He gritted his teeth, swearing to make them regret letting him survive. At that moment, a scream like a pig being slaughtered rang out from outside. Ghislain whipped his head around, and saw Ricardo, a familiar face, rushing in. Hesitantly, Ricardo said, "Sir, come outside. I know you're awake." But before he could finish, a cold blade pressed against his neck, making Ricardo tremble in fear. Gislin's voice was dark and menacing. "I'll let you live if you answer my question. If not," his eyes flared with murderous intent, as if ready to devour Ricardo. Sweating coldly, Ricardo stammered, "Young master, don't you think this is a bit much?" "No means no." Gislin froze, dumbfounded, nearly falling over. What was this reaction? The guy was being threatened. He pursed his lips and asked, "What are you talking about?" Ricardo pushed Gislin's hand away, looking annoyed. "You were so mad earlier, then you passed out." Gislin grew even more confused. "What? I did that?" Ricardo snorted. "You slept and forgot everything? You were pissed about leading a team to hunt orcs." "Orcs?" Gislin frowned, irritation rising. "I was pissed? What nonsense are you spouting?" Ricardo sighed, too lazy to argue. "Pack your things. Everyone's waiting." Gislin blinked, bewildered. "Pack what? Where are we going?" Ricardo rolled his eyes. "Where? To the Perdium estate, obviously." Those words jolted Gislin. He grabbed Ricardo's shoulders, growling, "Say that again." Ricardo looked puzzled. "Why are you overreacting?" Gislin pressed. "You mean the fallen Perdium estate?" Moments later, he stepped outside, observing closely. "Well, damn. It really is the Perdium estate. Why was it still intact?" He'd seen it reduced to ashes. A pre-death illusion? Just then, Ricardo leaned close, whispering, "Had a nightmare? Calling your own family fallen. If the Count hears, you'll be kicked out." Gislin froze, pinching his cheek. It hurt. He nearly yelped. "So it's real?" His younger face, the intact estate. Gislin had gone back in time. As a child, he'd hated his family, letting childish emotions drive him to cause trouble. Gradually, everyone shunned him. Gislin left home, became a mercenary, survived countless battles, and built a reputation. When he returned to Perdium to make amends, the family was in ruins. But now, everything was still here. The people he loved were still alive. The more he thought, the more ecstatic Gislin became, covering his mouth with a crazed grin. But he couldn't celebrate yet. He glanced at Ricardo, recalling his mention of hunting orcs. That day, most of the team died because of Gislin's stubbornness. In his past life, he thought there were only 3 orcs, an easy kill. In reality, over 20 appeared, and the team collapsed due to his inexperience as a commander. Lost in thought, something whizzed past his head. Gislin flinched as a pile of shattered wood crashed to the ground. Soldiers shouted, "Orcs! The orcs are here!" The monsters charged, slaughtering mercilessly. The camp's defenses crumbled. At that moment, a yell rang out. "Form up! Don't panic! Get into defensive formation!" Scoven, the expedition's commander, dove into battle. But the enemy outnumbered their reports, and they weren't prepared. If this continued, the whole team would die. As Scoven faltered, a shout came. "Commander, behind you!" He turned to see an orc swinging at him. At the critical moment, Gislin rushed forward, grabbed Scoven's shoulder, and threw him back. The action stunned Scoven, but what followed was even more shocking. Gislin charged alone, thrusting his sword into the orc's wrist, twisting the blade, and severing its hand. The massive orc roared in pain, collapsing. Scoven and the soldiers stood frozen, awestruck by the scene. Gislin sheathed his sword, sighing regretfully. "Guess I can't use mana anymore. Wish I'd come back earlier." He turned to Scoven, asking coldly, "You're the commander, right?" Scoven, trembling, didn't understand. Gislin extended his hand, voice firm. "Hand it over." Scoven stammered, "What?" Gislin narrowed his eyes. "Command." Seeing Scoven's silence, Gislin repeated himself, "Hand over command." Only then did Scoven snap out of it. Inwardly, he cursed, knowing Gislin was a fool, but demanding command while the soldiers' lives were at stake? That was hard to stomach. After a moment's thought, he refused outright, leaving Gislin stunned on the spot. Scoven stood up from the ground, calmly saying, "Do you think this is a game? Even if you're the young master, I can't just hand over command so easily." Gislin stared at his retreating figure, a flicker of frustration in his heart. How annoying. Though, I'd probably do the same if some idiot showed up out of nowhere demanding control. As they spoke, an orc charged toward them. Scoven immediately pushed Gislin back, suggesting, "I'll handle things here. You're still too inexperienced to lead the troops." Ghislain sighed helplessly. "Guess there's no other choice." With that, he abruptly threw his sword, startling Skovin so much he nearly tripped, dodging to the side. When the sword flew off, Skovin grabbed Ghislain's collar, demanding, "What do you think you're doing?" Ghislain's nonsense only infuriated him further. But moments later, Skovin realized something. Ghislain's sword had pierced straight through the orc's head. Its eyes bulged in pain before it collapsed, dead. Skovin stared, dumbfounded. How had he hit its weak point so precisely? Ghislain spoke up. "Skovin, right? Do you know what's most important in battle? If our troops are scared, there's no way we'll win. They need motivation." At that moment, Skovin saw a change in Ghislain. Before he could process it, Ghislain charged forward again. With no wasted movements, he leapt high, driving his sword into another orc's head, shocking the soldiers nearby. Even Skovin stood frozen. Ghislain ignored their reactions, his eyes blazing with ferocity as he roared at the orcs. "Come on, you beasts. I'll kill every last one of you." With that, he dove into the remaining orcs, cutting them down one by one with precise strikes. Skovin watched, utterly baffled. Was he dreaming? Even as someone who could wield mana, he couldn't do this. How could a frail young master manage it? Ghislain was clearly exhausted, yet he used minimal movements to dodge attacks and struck the orcs' weak points with his swordsmanship. It was like watching a master swordsman without aura, or perhaps even greater. Skovin's face paled, then flushed. While the others stood dazed, Ghislain taunted the remaining orcs. "Is that all you've got? You're not worthy of being called warriors." Enraged, the orcs chased after him. Ricardo, watching, couldn't help but shout in panic. They're all chasing the young master. Is he running away? At that moment, Skovin stepped forward, startling the soldiers behind him. Ignoring their calls, he was lost in thought. What was Ghislain thinking? Drawing the orcs' attention was fine, but running toward a cliff? A spark of realization hit Skovin, and his face filled with alarm. He quickly turned, ordering, "Form a shield wall. Follow Ghislain." Meanwhile, Ghislain had reached the cliff's edge. He was certain Skovin had figured out his plan if he was a seasoned commander. Though he'd prefer to slaughter the orcs, his current pathetic stamina couldn't keep up. Still, this was within his control. With that thought, he let himself fall off the cliff. The orcs halted, their eyes filled with confusion. What kind of game was this? At the same time, Skovin's men were ready behind them. Ghislain flashed a smug grin, letting his body plummet. He shouted, "Do it!" Instantly, Skovin gave the order. The soldiers formed a shield wall and, without hesitation, pushed the orcs back. Their eyes burned with resolve, and their efforts paid off. The orcs were forced off the cliff, plummeting to become a gruesome pile of flesh and blood below. Seeing this, the soldiers sighed in relief, cheering, "We did it! We killed all the orcs." Skovin stood at the cliff's edge, shouting, "Young master." Ghislain, just before falling, had driven his sword into the cliff to stop his descent, but his strength was spent. Seeing he was safe, Skovin grinned with satisfaction and reached down to help. But Ghislain's arm gave out, and he let go of the sword, falling. Skovin and the others' faces darkened, and frantic shouts echoed through the mountains. Hours later, in a daze, Ghislain heard someone calling his name. A young, tender voice etched into his memory. Elena, his sister. Fragmented memories pieced together, pulling him in. He stared blankly at the swirling memories, sighing. These were his memories of Elena. Suddenly, someone grabbed him, pulling him forward. Turning, he saw Elena's panicked face. "Brother, let's go together." Snapping out of the dream, Ghislain slowly opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling, then at his trembling hand. He exhaled, "I'm alive. Looks like they saved me." Ghislain sat up quickly, still groggy, half convinced it was a dream. But a sharp, needle-like pain jolted him awake. He muttered, "This is definitely the price of pushing myself too far. At least I'm alive." A voice interrupted, "Young master, you're awake." Startled, he looked over and saw a maid approaching, Belinda. She set a basin of water on the table, her tone full of frustration. "Do you know how worried I was? I told you to let the soldiers handle the orcs." Before she could finish, Ghislain lunged forward, hugging her tightly. Startled, Belinda stammered, "What are you doing? Did I do something wrong?" Ghislain grinned brightly. "No, I'm just happy to see you again. Belinda had been his tutor since childhood, always by his side despite his foolish actions. But after the Purdium family fell and she vanished, he never saw her again. He hadn't expected to meet her like this. Belinda let him hold her for a moment before saying, "We see each other every day. Why are you so happy?" Ghislaine didn't answer, debating whether to tell her the truth. After a long hesitation, he said seriously, "Listen carefully. Aiden will face a great disaster." Belinda blinked, confused. "What are you talking about?" Ghislaine took a deep breath and said slowly, "The truth is, I died and came back." Belinda sighed, exasperated. "Yeah, sure, those orcs almost killed you." Seeing her reaction, Ghislaine hurriedly explained, "That's not what I mean." But Belinda wouldn't listen, scolding him relentlessly. "Do you know how much danger you put yourself in? Purdium has faced so many threats." She went on like a machine, leaving Ghislaine unable to get a word in, listening helplessly. She clearly didn't believe him. Then Belinda paused, saying softly, "If you got hurt before the festival, what would we do?" Ghislaine froze. Seeing his reaction, she raised an eyebrow. "Did you forget? Lady Elena is so excited for the festival to spend time with you. It's a great chance for you two to bond." He'd forgotten that this time of year always brought a festival. In his past life, he hadn't enjoyed it due to horrific experiences. Thinking it over, he asked quietly, "How long until the festival?" Belinda thought for a moment. "Let's see. It's next week, so you have about half a week." Ghislaine fell silent. 1 week from now, the day his life had changed. As he pondered, a childish voice rang out. "Brother, are you in there?" Ghislaine whipped around toward the door. The memory that had haunted him for years surfaced. The day Elena vanished from this world. Yet now, she was alive, standing safely before him. Emotions surged within Ghislaine, and he rushed to embrace Elena tightly, leaving the little girl stunned and bewildered. Even Belinda, standing nearby, was no less shocked. Elena cried out in panic. "What's going on? What kind of surprise is this?" Ghislaine whispered softly, "I missed you." Elena, genuinely frightened, pushed him away with both hands, exclaiming, "Let me go. You're scaring me." The heartfelt moment turned cold in an instant. Ghislaine stumbled back, rubbing his chest, marveling. What kind of strength is this? Has she always been this strong? Elena glared at him, her voice icy. "Belinda, I told you I was coming here. What game is he playing? Does he think this fixes everything?" Ghislaine, confused, asked, "Fix what?" Elena, exasperated, repeated the harsh words he'd once said, then added, "Have you forgotten everything?" After hearing her, Ghislaine's face twisted as if he'd stepped in something foul. He questioned, "I said that." He hadn't been close to Elena in the past, truly despicable of him. With that thought, he apologized, but both women present froze in shock. Elena exclaimed, incredulous, "I heard you were attacked by orcs. Did they hit your head? You brought this on yourself." Ghislaine tried to explain, "No, I'm really fine. Why do you both think I was attacked?" But as soon as he spoke, a wave of pain hit him. Retribution, perhaps. Seeing his state, Elena couldn't help but smile. "Right, you're totally fine," she said, as he passed out again. Then, she and Belinda burst into giggles. Ghislaine looked up at them, a warmth rising in his heart. They were just as he remembered. Why had he wasted so much time on useless things in the past? At the festival the following week, Ghislaine had refused to go with Elena, too busy taking the blame for the expedition team's failures, which had enraged him. That was the last time he saw her. Elena's body was later found torn to pieces alongside her guards. Ghislaine was consumed by regret. He should have gone with her. Just then, a knock came at the door. "May we come in?" Elena's guards, Jama and Philip, entered. Elena looked at them, puzzled, and asked, "What's this about?" "I told you to wait outside," Jama awkwardly explained. "Sorry, the servants asked the young lady to check on the festival preparations." Ghislaine frowned, suspicious. Why ask Elena? Belinda found his question utterly shameless. She snapped, "Don't you know, young master? You're always out carousing. I don't know how short-staffed Purdium must be to make a young lady handle such tasks." With that, Elena left with her 2 guards. Ghislaine's brow furrowed. Are they really that short on help? He hadn't paid attention back then, so he wouldn't know. Thinking it over, he offered to help. Elena's steps halted, and she glanced back at him. Belinda stared at him like he was an idiot, muttering, "He wants to help?" Elena, voice trembling, asked, "Did he really get hit in the head?" Moments later, at the festival preparations, the townsfolk trembled in fear at the sight of Ghislain, as if he were the plague itself. The siblings were arguing loudly outside. Ghislain wanted to help, but Elena kept shooing him away. Their bickering stirred up the entire market. As they argued, Ghislain thought to himself. Elena's body was found near the slums, far from the festival grounds. Someone had lured or taken her there. To prevent this, he needed to know who was entering and leaving the city. Just then, a shout came from behind. Ghislain snapped out of his thoughts, turning to see an old man in armor, sweating profusely, Fergus. Seeing Ghislain, Fergus rushed over, frantically shaking his shoulders, asking, "Are you all right? Your lowly servant came running as soon as I heard about the orcs." Ghislain felt utterly helpless. Elena, on the other hand, was thrilled at the chance to get rid of this nuisance. She quickly said, "He's been acting strange since he woke up. Please take him back to his room." Fergus eagerly complied. "As you wish." Ghislain's frustration grew. This old man was getting in his way again, but there was no helping it. He'd figure out what happened next week. With that, he gave up resisting. Glancing at Fergus, he asked, "Old man, isn't there an abandoned training ground in the city? Take me there." Fergus, startled, asked why. "To train," Ghislain replied nonchalantly. Fergus grew even more confused, unable to believe his ears. What did he just say? Moments later, at a castle outside the market, Fergus led Ghislain to the place. Looking at the spacious training ground, Ghislain was stunned. He remarked, "This is better than I expected. Perfect for training. I never saw anything like this as a mercenary. As you say, the weapons here are all fully equipped and brand new." Fergus explained as they walked. "We kept it ready in case you needed it. I was sure you'd come here someday." Hearing this, Ghislain recalled something. So, in his past life, Fergus had done the same? The more he thought, the more he realized how awful he'd been. Patting Fergus's shoulder, Ghislain sighed. "I need to live long, old man. Dying feels like crap." Fergus, puzzled, said, "You're acting like you've already died once." Ghislain winked, grinning, sharp as ever. "I died and came back." He spoke lightly, but Fergus didn't believe him. Ghislain sighed helplessly. "Anyway, you can go back now, old man. I'm starting training." Fergus bowed, saying, "I'll stand guard outside." Watching him leave, Ghislain's heart filled with regret. He'd always treated everyone like enemies, but he'd been so shallow. They'd all been so good to him. Now that he was back, he'd make sure history didn't repeat itself. A week later, Elena's death had implicated a neighboring lord, sparking a war that led to Perdium's downfall. Her death was the catalyst for the family's collapse. Ghislain had to stop it from the start. First, he needed to get stronger. Unfortunately, time was short. At the very least, he had to master mana. Mana was an extraordinary energy that could push humans beyond their limits. People said sensing mana was the hardest part, but Ghislain had done it even on the battlefield. He needed to connect with the mana particles in the air and swirl them into a core. For someone like him, who'd fought thousands of battles to form a mana core, it was as easy as eating pie. But that alone wouldn't make him one of the 7 strongest. Using a method from a magic book he'd acquired, combined with the natural mana core in humans, he could create 2, even 3 cores, linking them to generate explosive energy. But when he formed a 3rd core, his body hit its limit, and blood began to seep from his orifices. He sighed helplessly. "3's the limit now, though I managed 5 in the past." Spitting out a mouthful of blood, he reflected. This method allowed for a burst of energy in a short time, but it demanded a massive amount of mana. That's why he lost to Iden in his past life. His mana ran dry during the Night Brigade's attack. If it had been a fair fight, he would have won. The technique was unstable, but for now, it sufficed. Ghislain was young and had time. This time, he'd defeat that bastard Iden and the one behind the Delphine family who destroyed Perdium. He'd kill them all. His eyes burned red, teeth grinding in rage. A week later, on the day of the festival, after training, Ghislain strapped on his belt, fully armed for the battle tonight. He headed to the fair alone. Seeing him, Elena couldn't believe her eyes. "You actually came? What's going on? You never do this kind of thing." Ghislain shrugged casually. "As a citizen of Perdium, I should at least show up to the festival." Elena scrunched her face. "You're acting really weird." I heard you've been training all week. Ghislain smirked. What's wrong with the air of a nightly family training? Elena chuckled mockingly. You never cared before. You're the one who said father was a hassle and wished to be lord right away. But she was genuinely happy to see him change. The little girl skipped along, laughing. Anyway, I like this. It was like the old Ghislain was back. He glanced at her, realizing after a week that his actions had begun to shift his reputation and the future. Major events seemed unchanged, but it was hard to gauge his impact on smaller ones. Using his knowledge of the future was his task. He had to handle every situation efficiently. Preparations complete, he vowed not to make mistakes. Ghislain strolled through the festival with Elena. While she eagerly joined the bustling crowd, his mind remained heavy, unable to enjoy it. After a while, Elena found a quiet corner of the castle and sat down, stretching and muttering. It's fun, but kind of boring since it's the same as every year. Nothing new this time. Ghislain, too vigilant to share her sentiment, scanned their surroundings. The festival was nearing its end, and nothing had happened. Is it because I'm with Elena? Just then, a voice interrupted his thoughts. Would you like to see something else? One of Elena's guards approached, suggesting, Our friend said there's a new event out there. How about it? Elena's eyes lit up. Really? That sounds fun. She followed them eagerly. Ghislain watched their retreating figures, muttering under his breath. So it's you. Traitors to the family. Elena's escort knights, Jama and Philip, were her most trusted protectors, having guarded her since she was a child. In their past lives, they died defending her. Yet, the truth was far uglier. Those who seemed loyal had betrayed her. These treacherous snakes deserved death. A moment later, they led the siblings, Ghislain and Elena, to an empty lot. Jama, brimming with excitement, shouted, Here we are. Though, there's not a damn thing around. Not even a ghost. Elena's disappointment was immediate. Are you guys sure there's a performance in this filthy place? She asked skeptically. Jama quickly backpedaled. They're probably still setting up. People will show up soon. Elena wasn't buying it. She snorted, Don't give me that nonsense. Who'd perform in a dump like this? Meanwhile, Ghislain scanned their surroundings. At first glance, it was just a deserted street, but a closer look revealed obstacles blocking every escape route. They'd clearly planned this. As Ghislain pieced it together, Elena suddenly yanked his arm, dragging him like a rag doll. Jama, seeing this, hurriedly stepped in. Miss, since we're already here, don't you want to see the show? Elena didn't even turn around, snapping, No, thanks. I'm not watching anything in a place like this. Ghislain, wincing as his arm ached from her grip, muttered irritably. Have you been training or something? Why are you so strong? Elena ignored him, still pulling him along, but someone blocked their path. Philip, his face twisted with malicious anger, said, Miss, just wait a little longer. His expression made Elena recoil in fear. Trembling, she stammered, You're acting so weird. What's wrong with you guys? Realizing the ruse was up, Jama sighed. Oh, man, I didn't mean to scare you. His tone shifted to something darker. It's just that someone made a reasonable request. Elena shivered, whispering, What request? At that moment, footsteps approached. A man in a green cloak, flanked by two others, stepped forward. The leader, Frank, chuckled with satisfaction. Nice work. You guys are clean as always. Jama smirked smugly. Of course. We brought the lady as promised, so let's wrap up the deal. But then Frank's eyes caught something. Frowning, he asked, Isn't that the eldest Perdian's son? I don't recall asking for him to be brought here. Ghislain narrowed his eyes, staying silent for now. Jama shrugged carelessly. I'll toss him in for free. The idiot followed us without realizing this is his grave. Ghislain finally spoke, cutting in sharply. So, Jama, you sold us out? You really think you'll get away with this? With a mocking chuckle, Jama sneered. Worry about yourself first. We'll just disappear to some far-off place. He complained about being sick of this backwater region, tired of being pushed around by barbarians. He was sure plenty of others wanted out of Perdian too. But before he could finish, Ghislain lunged, slashing him down in one strike. Jama dropped dead on the spot. The sudden violence stunned the onlookers. No one expected Ghislain to act so decisively. Sheathing his sword, Ghislain sneered. At least they'd never sell us out. He glanced at the remaining traitor. Right. Philip, sensing danger, grabbed Elena, his lips tight. That idiot Jama, a knight losing to an amateur like that, he muttered. But before he could finish, a sword pierced his forehead. As he collapsed, he could only gasp, impossible. In an instant, Ghislain had taken out both betrayers. Frank's two lackeys gaped in shock. Is that really the Perdian heir? I thought he had no combat experience or training. Frank, his voice low, agreed. Looks can be deceiving. Though they'd let their guard down, Ghislain had swiftly killed two knights with mana-infused strikes. His skill was undeniable. Elena clung to Ghislain, her voice trembling. Big brother, what's going on? Ghislain didn't answer. After a moment's hesitation, he knocked her out. Keeping her conscious would only complicate things while he dealt with the rest. Frank, misreading the situation, grinned. Thanks for doing my job for me, Perdian heir. He and his men approached, his tone darkening. You're not what I was told. Were you hiding your real skills all along? Ghislain drew his sword calmly, replying, What's it to you? In his mind, he was already calculating how to take down the three remaining enemies. The two lackeys weren't a concern, but Frank radiated a mana level in a league of its own. This needed to end quickly. Ghislain spoke again, his voice cold. Let me ask you something. Who ordered this? Frank smirked. Why would a dead man need to know? Ghislain glared, unfazed. You won't talk easily, but you'll spill soon enough. His sword surged with mana. One of Frank's men spoke up. Should we take his head? Frank shook his head. No, take him alive. Break his limbs so he can't do anything but scream. He'll suffer for that pretty face. Yes, boss. They replied, charging forward like a gust of wind. Ghislain pulled something from his pocket and hurled it without hesitation. The lackeys froze, confused. Was that a firecracker? As they hesitated, it smashed into one's head. Before he could react, Ghislain struck, knocking him to the ground. The other lackey didn't panic, sneering as he swung his sword. But Ghislain was faster, parrying with ease. His eyes burned with killing intent as he deftly disarmed the man, snatching his sword. Without pause, Ghislain's blade severed the lackey's head. A sudden surge of killing intent hit him. Frank had seized the moment to launch a sneak attack. Ghislain barely raised his sword in time to block it, surprising Frank with his reflexes. Perfect ambush, and you still blocked it, Frank muttered. Ghislain countered, his sword slicing a deep gash across Frank's neck. The pipe in Frank's mouth fell, but he swung back, forcing Ghislain to dodge in a panic. Frank laughed coldly. Not bad. Without mana, I'd be headless. Ghislain couldn't believe it. How was Frank alive after a neck wound? Had he concentrated mana there to reduce the damage? Frank's voice grew icy. I don't know where a kid your age learned that weird swordplay, but you're dying here. As soon as he finished speaking, Frank flashed a malicious grin. He charged at Ghislain, trading blows while taunting. You can't beat me with that pathetic mana. Confident in his victory, his face brimmed with smugness, but Ghislain was smiling too. This unnerved Frank, who couldn't help but unleash more power. In that moment of distraction, Ghislain struck, slashing down and landing a kick square in Frank's face. The blow sent him sprawling. Frank looked up, sneering. Didn't I tell you? That amount of mana won't cut it. But as the words left his mouth, he coughed up a spray of blood. His body collapsed to its knees, panic seizing him. What just happened? That attack's power was different. There was no way Ghislain could pierce his reinforced defenses with that level of skill. Ghislain approached slowly, his voice icy. I never imagined there'd be a real mastermind behind Elena's death. So it's you, huh? As he spoke, he began channeling his mana core's energy. Within 3 seconds, he unleashed his third mana core. Seeing the surge of power, Frank shouted in panic. How can you amplify your mana like that? Ghislain ignored him, charging with wind-tearing force. His speed was so blinding that Frank's face paled in terror. Not daring to hesitate, Frank raised his sword to block. Their blades clashed fiercely, sparks flying. But Ghislain pressed forward relentlessly, slashing down with brutal force. Though Frank blocked, his arm went numb, and his sword showed cracks. He couldn't believe it. No matter how much mana someone drew, there was a limit. He'd never heard of a technique to boost mana to such extremes. Ghislain seemed like a different person now. In a fight like this, distraction was a death sentence. With a single strike, Ghislain shattered Frank's sword, the force cleaving through his body. Blood poured like rain, but Ghislain didn't stop. He charged again, driving his sword straight into Frank's abdomen. The pain tore a scream from Frank, like a butchered animal. Seizing the moment, Ghislain pinned Frank's throat against the wall, his eyes blazing with killing intent. "Time to finish our earlier talk," Ghislain said coldly. "Who ordered this?" Frank bit his lip, snarling. "He won't die easily, but he'll drag the Perdian lady down with him." Acting on instinct, Frank pulled a dagger, aiming to throw it at the unconscious Elena. But his hand was suddenly bound by thin threads. Caught off guard, Frank froze. Before he could process it, Ghislain's cold voice cut through. "Let's make a deal," he warned. "Answer, and I'll pull the sword out." Frank glanced at the threads binding his hand, suspicion creeping in. Were they made of mana? When did Ghislain create these? It was a skill from his past life, less powerful now, but sufficient. Ghislain tightened his grip on the sword lodged in Frank's gut, his voice like ice. "Someone of your caliber should know how to heal a wound like this. But what if I destroy your mana core?" Frank's face twisted in horror. He realized Ghislain's sword, whether by chance or design, was piercing his mana core. Screaming in agony, he felt his mana scattering. "Are you insane?" he cried. "One mistake, and a mana backflow could blow this whole place sky high." "You trying to kill yourself too?" Frank gasped. Ghislain smirked. "Only amateurs would mess that up. I can handle it." Fear flashed across Frank's face. He knew Ghislain meant it. If he didn't talk, he was dead. Facing death, Frank's resolve crumbled. "It was Count Desmond," he blurted. "He ordered it. Said he needed a pretext to start a war with Perdian and DeLeo." Ghislain's brow furrowed reflexively. "Desmond, huh?" In his past life, dirty jobs like this were handed to the Duke's allied houses. Did Duke Delphine dare orchestrate this absurdity without backing? Ghislain pressed further. "So that's why you targeted Elena?" Frank, too scared to lie, nodded quickly. But as he did, Ghislain drove the sword deeper. Frank screamed, "What are you doing? That's not what you promised." Ghislain chuckled coldly. "So what? You've killed countless people, and now you're scared of dying." But then Frank burst into manic laughter, startling Ghislain. Leaning close, Frank sneered, "Killing me changes nothing. I've already settled things with DeLeo. You think anyone will believe a nobody like you? Perdian's doomed to war." Before he could finish, Ghislain slammed Frank's face into the wall. "Let me tell you something," he said icily. "I was reborn after death. This time, things will be different." His eyes burned with murderous intent. Without hesitation, he shattered Frank's mana core, drawing a blood-curdling scream. A surge of mana shot into the night sky, exploding like fireworks in the dark alley. The bloody scene below only amplified the spectacle. A perfect night for killing, the alley now a river of blood. The traitors from his past life had paid their price. Ghislain glanced back, relief washing over his face. He'd finally saved Elena. His sword clattered to the ground, his exhausted body swaying. Pain seared his chest, and he coughed up blood. Kneeling, he gasped for air, wiping the blood from his mouth. "Damn it," he muttered. "Back when I was the Mercenary King, bursting 3 cores was nothing. I'm not collapsing over this." But now wasn't the time for reflection. Ghislain had work to do in the room ahead. Rushing inside, he found chaos, debris and blood everywhere. Seeing the body amid the wreckage, Ghislain sighed. In his past life, they'd found another corpse beside Elena here. From what Frank said, DeLeo's son was killed alongside the escort knight. This was how they silenced them, framing them for Elena's death to spark a war. Ghislain decided to erase the evidence. Acting fast, he set off a firecracker to ignite the small house. Flames roared to life in the dark alley. Carrying Elena, Ghislain walked away. The first step in preventing the tragedy of his past life had succeeded. He wouldn't let their plans come to fruition. At that moment, perched on a nearby ancient tree, a figure silently observed the entire scene. Once Ghislain and Elena left the alley, he vanished just as quickly. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit basement, a group had gathered to discuss matters. A man in a black cloak spoke in a hushed tone. "We failed. We sent our best people." Hearing this, another figure responded sharply. "You couldn't even handle a little girl?" The cloaked man trembled, hesitating before gritting his teeth. It was all because of Ghislain Perdian. At the mention of the name, the room buzzed with chatter. Everyone knew the eldest Perdian son as a useless failure. One person scoffed. "You're telling me that good-for-nothing Ghislain is your excuse?" The cloaked man shook his head frantically, denying it. He's nothing like the rumors or intel we had. He recounted everything he'd witnessed, how Ghislain wielded mana with precision, how he struck down enemies with ruthless efficiency, the way he killed Frank and erased the evidence. It was as if he'd become someone else entirely. But, he added, their work with the DeLeo family was already done, so the territorial war could still proceed. Pleading, he begged the group for another chance. Instead, they cursed him like a dog, some even threatening to kill him on the spot, calling him worse than a colonial failure. Just then, an authoritative voice cut through the noise. Enough with the racket. The room fell silent instantly. The voice continued, low and commanding. What kind of chance are you asking for? The cloaked man shouted boldly. I'll take out Ghislain Perdian. How? The voice asked coldly. He explained slowly. I'll arrange a natural duel. I've got someone in mind. Before the figure above could respond, the others interrupted. Who? The man quickly named Cain Loges, a young swordsman renowned for his brute strength, a symbol of raw power despite his age. He claimed confidently that no one in the north could match Cain's strength. Plus, Cain was a relative of Ghislain's, making it easy to arrange a meeting without force. It was a perfect advantage. The group fell into thoughtful silence. The figure above considered it briefly before issuing a warning. Fail again, and there won't be a next time. Terrified, the man replied, I won't let you down. Days later, at the Perdian training grounds, Fergus, as usual, came to fetch Ghislain for lunch. But as he stepped inside, something sharp flew toward him. Upon closer inspection, he saw a thin thread of mana wrapped around a sword outside the door. In an instant, the sword whipped back inside. Ghislain caught it effortlessly, performing a few sword techniques before stopping. Only then did he notice Fergus at the door. Fergus hurried over, bowing respectfully. My apologies, you were so focused on training, he trailed off, hesitating before asking. How did you do that just now? Ghislain frowned, puzzled, but quickly realized what he meant and demonstrated. He explained calmly, it's mana threads. You use mana like a string. In my past life, I relied on this all the time. At my current skill level, I need to overload a core to use it like before due to low mana. But by creating a single thread with minimal mana, I can still make it work. Fergus listened, still baffled. He muttered in awe. I've trained with mana for years, but I've never seen this. Just days ago, you weren't even using mana, training alone. How did you come up with this idea? Seeing Fergus lost in thought, Ghislain frowned. What do you want? Snapping back, Fergus remembered his purpose. Actually, I came to tell you something. Ghislain raised an eyebrow. What? Fergus bowed deeply, saying earnestly, Thank you for protecting the young lady. Ghislain blinked, then smirked. You're thanking me? It's what I'm supposed to do. Let's go eat. They quickly left the training grounds for the castle. Days passed, and the festival had been halted due to a knight's plot to betray the Perdian count's daughter. In a room, Elena, pouting with her chin in her hand, complained, Everyone thinks I'm lying when I say you saved me. You should say something to them. Ghislain shrugged it off. Doesn't matter. They wouldn't believe it anyway. Belinda, having heard the full story, was livid, her face contorted as she cursed. Jama and Philip betrayed you, right? Those filthy creeps. I knew they were no good. Across from them, Ghislain smiled with quiet satisfaction. Elena was alive, and he'd prevented the war, for now. But he knew they wouldn't stop. He couldn't keep fighting alone. He needed an army. Just then, a servant wheeled in a food cart. Ghislain sighed softly. He needed to learn more about politics to pull this off. As he picked up his fork for lunch, the servant lifted the dish cover, revealing a tiny piece of bread barely big enough to fill a tooth gap. Ghislain frowned reflexively. This is food. He looked at Belinda. Why are we starting with dessert? She sighed. Dessert? You know the state we're in. Ghislain was clueless. Before he could grasp why things had gotten this bad, a deafening roar erupted from below. The townsfolk were shouting, demanding compensation for the cancelled festival's losses. A crowd had gathered outside the castle, some wielding weapons. The soldiers tried to calm them, but it was futile. From the window, Ghislain frowned. What the hell's going on? Belinda, as if expecting this, sighed. Knew they'd react like this. Ghislain shot her a glance. She explained slowly. You know our district relies on merchants who profit from the festival. Last year was good enough for them, but with the festival cancelled after just one day, they're pissed. Ghislain frowned, hesitating. Is our district's situation that bad? This isn't good. They'll only get angrier if we don't do something. He glanced at Fergus. What are the guards doing? Send them to calm the crowd. Fergus dropped a bombshell. We don't have any guards. Most were sent to the monster forest to rebuild after an orc raid. Ghislain remembered. The north was practically always at war with barbarians, and the monster forest was a constant threat with beasts spawning anytime. So, he was broke, guardless, and stuck in chaos. He pulled Belinda aside, lowering his voice. You manage my funds, right? Use that money to appease the merchants. She shook her head bluntly. There's no money. Ghislain stared, dumbfounded. How? She sighed. You don't remember? The Count cut your allowance because you spent like it was water. Ghislain finally grasped how dire his situation was. He was flat broke. Unable to stand it, he held out his hand. Give me some money. Belinda pouted. I don't have any. Defeated, Ghislain sat by the window, staring at the scenery, contemplating his life. No money, no soldiers. What did he have? Without funds, even his future knowledge was useless. He needed money first. Wasn't there something at the estate? Just then, urgent footsteps echoed outside. Ricardo burst in, panting. Young master. Ghislain turned, startled. What's the rush? Ricardo reported frantically. Trouble, sir. Kane wants to see you. At the name, Ghislain froze. Meanwhile, at a tavern, Scovin was being beaten to a pulp. His attacker showed no mercy, fists flying until his hands were slick with Scovin's blood. Scovin didn't fight back. He couldn't. Blood sprayed as he was pummeled, and by the time Ghislain arrived, Scovin was sprawled on the floor, trembling in pain. Ghislain's eyes narrowed, then shifted to a hulking figure like a black bear standing before him. The man grinned maliciously. There you are, Ghislain. Ghislain didn't react, his eyes fixed on the man before him. In that moment, a flood of fragmented memories crashed over him like a tidal wave. I know this face, the heir of House Loges, our ally, Kane Loges. Kane's smile never left his lips, but to Ghislain, it now felt like a dangerous warning. Old memories sharpened. Back then, Kane was his only friend, and also his enemy. Between them lay Scovin, unconscious on the floor. Kane took slow, deliberate steps toward Ghislain, who suddenly turned to Ricardo. What's going on here? Ricardo hesitated, head bowed to avoid Ghislain's gaze. You see it, sir, he mumbled. We got a report of a disturbance at the tavern. His voice grew quieter, but clear enough. Kane was there with an escort knight. When he recognized us, he asked if the rumors about you were true. Ricardo continued. So Commander Scovin explained the rumors in detail. After hearing it, Kane grabbed Scovin by the throat, saying, You dare lie to the heir of Loges? Ricardo's face darkened. That's how this happened. Kane cut in. Hey, if you're going to tell it right. He claimed Ghislain, someone who'd never trained, supposedly killed an orc barehanded and took down traitorous escort knights single-handedly. Glancing at Scovin on the floor, he added, So I gave the old man a little wake-up call to clear his head. Standing before Ghislain, he sneered. This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't lied from the start. Ghislain stayed silent, lips curling slightly. In his mind, he thought, Yeah, this is exactly who he is, always treating me like his lackey. Every time Kane visited Perdian, he caused trouble. Despite the chaos, no one dared speak up because Ghislain was seen as his subordinate. Nobody disrespected Kane, unlike Ghislain, who was constantly riddled with self-doubt. Kane's confidence and bold demeanor were praised as the qualities of a true heir. Ghislain gave a faint smile, recalling those years, and that's why I got even more criticism. Seeing Ghislain's silence, Kane's smile faded. He studied him, frowning with a sneer. Look at this guy. Normally, he'd attack me with this much provocation. Flashback to a moment earlier at House Loges. Kane sat in a room, surprised by a request to kill Ghislain. Yeah, the cloaked figure said evenly. If you complete this task, the higher-ups will support House Loges. Kane assessed it seriously. Taking out a kid like him isn't hard, but Ghislain's an heir too. Why kill him? The cloaked figure suggested. We can lure him into a duel, stage it as an unfortunate accident. It'll look like a typical dispute between heirs. I'll pose as an escort knight to manage the situation, so you don't need to worry. He emphasized, This is a rare opportunity for you. Kane repeated, Kill my own cousin, Ghislain? His face lit up with interest. Let's do it. As he walked away, suspicion stirred. They want him gone because something's changed? A sly, unreadable smile curved his lips. Back at the tavern, Kane grew impatient. What's the hold up, Ghislain? He plopped onto the steps. Why were you just standing there? You're here, so bring out what you've got prepared for me. Ghislain, confused, asked, prepared what? Kane's tone turned mocking. Heard the festival got cancelled, huh? Let's liven things up and have a good time. We're always on the same page for stuff like this, right? His voice hardened. Or am I wrong, buddy? Ghislain stood calmly, expression blank. That's what you're talking about. He stared at Kane. Yeah, this guy always demanded I arrange women and wine whenever he showed up. Ghislain tilted his head, a glint of contempt in his eyes. I met his demands to avoid getting beaten, but no more. He made me waste precious money back then. His spending had been so reckless that the servants couldn't stay quiet. One bowed, voice cautious. You forgot, sir. Your father cut your allowance because you spent too much. The realization hit Ghislain like a brick. His eyes lit up. It's been here all along. He locked eyes with Kane. My source of funds. Kane, growing annoyed at Ghislain's silence, called out, Hey, Ghislain. Leaning forward, he snapped. If you remember, hurry up and bring it out. Don't you see I'm waiting? To his surprise, after a brief pause, Ghislain replied, Sure thing, I'll bring it right over. But his gaze sharpened as he looked down at Kane. Don't you owe me something first? The cloaked figure tensed as Kane frowned. Oh, you? What? Ghislain grinned, holding out his hand. You know I covered everything you asked for with my own money, right? Pay up, 1,000 gold, principal and interest. Kane scoffed. 1,000 gold? That stuff wasn't even worth 100. Shamelessly, he added. Besides, you did it to thank me for being your friend. Call it a friendship fee. Ghislain shot back. Friendship, my ass. I was your doormat. His voice turned cold. So pay up before I kick you out of here. I need the money. You know that. The air grew heavy. Ricardo, stunned, whispered worriedly. Young master, what are you saying? Kane stomped to his feet, snarling. You're acting bold because I've been too soft on you, huh? He leaned in. You really believe you're tough just because you spread some fake rumor about beating a knight? You're nothing but a parasite leeching off this land. His voice dripped with mockery. That's why everyone in the north calls you a pathetic heir who spews nonsense. Kane threw a punch straight at Ghislain. Wake up. Ghislain stood unfazed, dodging the fist effortlessly. Both Ricardo and the cloaked figure were stunned by how quickly it happened. Seeing Ghislain evade, Kane swung again, furious. You bastard. Ghislain dodged again, landing a heavy punch square in Kane's chest. Before Kane could react, Ghislain followed with a brutal strike to his face. But Kane wasn't a pushover. He blocked the second blow. Ghislain watched him calmly. Suddenly, Kane collapsed to one knee, groaning in pain. The cloaked figure rushed to his side. Young master, are you all right? Ghislain said coolly, Get up. Stop whining. I know you blocked that. Kane shouted. Back off, Ghislain. Do you know what you're doing? The crowd around them buzzed. What was that? Did Ghislain just hit Kane? Did anyone see that clearly? Ghislain glanced at the onlookers, catching Kane's game. So that's how you want to play. Kane turned to the cloaked figure, smirking. How's my acting? The figure grinned. Perfect. You've set the stage flawlessly to make it look like Ghislain's at fault. This is more than enough for a duel. Kane had his own calculations. Of course, this is a rare shot at major support. I've got to make this unforgettable. The cloaked figure's earlier offer echoed. Complete this task, and the higher-ups will back House Loges. Kane pulled on a pair of gloves. This is the perfect moment to cut down the weakening House Perdian. Holding a glove, he declared, How dare you tarnish noble honor with lies and attack me for seeking the truth, Ghislain? I challenge you to a duel. Before he finished, another glove smacked him in the face. Ghislain spoke sharply. I challenge you to a duel, Kane Loges. The glove hit the ground, leaving Kane's face dark with rage. Ghislain's voice cut like a blade. You slandered me, an heir, in front of Perdian's people, attacked my knight, and defiled noble honor. Ricardo stood frozen, watching. Ghislain continued. You're not backing out, are you? Neither Kane nor the cloaked figure expected this counter-challenge. Kane wiped his mouth, grinning. I knew you were dumb, but digging your own grave? Fine, I accept. He raised his sword, pointing it at Ghislain. Don't regret this when you're dead. Ghislain called softly, Ricardo. The boy snapped to attention. Yes, sir. Gislin's eyes gleamed with excitement. Bring all the merchants protesting at the castle here. Tell them I'll help them make a fortune. Outside, the sudden cancellation of the festival had left the atmosphere, once buzzing with excitement, cold and deflated. Visitors, unable to return home, lingered in regret, unable to spend money or pass the time in such a mess. If an event could be held to appease them, Gislin, sharp-faced and resolute, stood on the dueling platform, surrounded by a crowd of eager onlookers. Below, people chattered loudly. This is the match between young Master Kane and Gislin. Go, Kane, crush him. That loser's finally gonna get what he deserves. At the nearby market, vendors seized the moment. Cheap deals, buy one get one shouted. Another called out, step right up, waving to the crowd. Come on, place your bets, line up. Coins rained down. I'm betting on young Master Kane. Me too. This is the safest bet ever. On the dueling platform, Kane drove his sword into the ground, scolding. How dare you turn a sacred duel into a circus? Let me make this clear before we start. Even if you surrender, my sword won't stop. Gislin stood calmly, watching Kane. In his mind, he recalled Kane's behavior and the cloaked figure's scheming. This is definitely what he's after. Gislin spoke evenly. Looks like we've got a good crowd now. Let's begin. The man in the black cloak shouted, cutting him off. Hold on. His voice was odd, almost theatrical. We can't bet like this. His words piqued the crowd's curiosity. The fat bookie checked his list, muttering, well, damn, no one's betting on Duke Gislin. Gislin didn't care much, glancing over. Amid the bookie's pause, the crowd buzzed again. Let's be real, the outcome's obvious. Gislin's got no chance against Kane. Someone find an idiot dumb enough to bet on him. Kane smirked, taunting. Wow, even the market's ignoring you. The cloaked man suggested. Can we change the bets? How about how long he lasts against Kane? A limping figure stepped forward, dropping a massive bag of coins. It was Las Scoven, still in pain, but his voice steady. I'm betting on Duke Gislin. Gislin gave a faint smile as an even larger bag slammed down. Elena and Belinda appeared, Elena crossing her arms. I'm betting on my brother too. Ricardo and Scoven exchanged stunned looks. Gislin, up on the platform, was perhaps the most surprised, as was the crowd. They hadn't expected Lady Elena. Seeing the bookie hesitate, Elena snapped. Is that enough, or what? Belinda whispered. I told you not to do this. The bookie quickly scooped up the coins. Yeah, that's plenty. The cloaked man said nothing more, turning away in a huff. Kane pouted, making me wait. Without warning, a voice boomed. Ready. Gislin stood calmly, saying, You know I'm older than you. It'd be weird if I attacked first. Kane shot back, What? Gislin drew his sword, swinging it down with a sharp whistle through the air. Pointing at Kane, he said, Your move. Kane fell silent, crouching with a grin. Think it's a bit late to act like the bigger man now. The call rang out. Begin. Kane sprang forward like a predator spotting prey, raising his sword with powerful, precise movements, slashing straight at Gislin. Gislin swiftly parried, the clash of metal tearing through the air. Kane pressed down with force, sneering. You've lowered yourself too much to save face. Before Gislin could respond, Kane raised his sword for another strike. Gislin deftly stepped back, creating distance. Seizing the moment, Kane drove his sword into the spot where Gislin had stood, the blade sinking deep with a chilling sound. He yanked it free, his movements sharp, then launched a lightning-fast kick toward Gislin. With his usual calm, Gislin sidestepped, letting the kick hit nothing but air. The atmosphere grew electric, tension ready to explode. That's young Master Kane for you. Gislin can't even take one more hit. Kane grinned, certain of victory. Gislin watched Kane's every move, thinking, look at him. Below, Belinda trembled, clutching Elena's arm, her voice shaking. What do we do, my lady? We have to stop this now. The cloaked man smirked to himself. Too late. Once someone raises a sword against Kane, they're already trapped. He recalled past fights, analyzing. Opponents overwhelmed by Kane's raw power think they can't fight back. They exhaust themselves dodging, leaving an opening. That's how Kane always wins. On the platform, Gislin kept evading Kane's lethal strikes. Kane let out a mocking laugh. Pretty nimble. Your skills have improved, huh? He twirled his sword with flair, the steel glinting. Kane's grin turned challenging. Not bad. Without giving Ghislain a chance to reply, Kane launched a vicious strike, taunting, "You were always good at running, even back then." His next swing grazed Ghislain, sending him crashing backward. Ricardo shouted, voice raw with panic, "Young master." The crowd froze, eyes wide in disbelief. No one could speak. The cloaked man grinned. "It's over. Ghislain's done." As Ghislain fell, the ground rushing closer, he twisted midair, regaining balance in a split second. His voice remained steady, unshaken. "I was going easy on you." Landing, he locked eyes with Kane, his gaze icy. "But you've crossed the line." In a flash, Ghislain shot forward like an arrow, closing the distance to Kane. Before Kane could react, his eyes widened at Ghislain's terrifying speed. In an instant, Ghislain was upon him, his sword flashing in a clean arc, slicing across Kane's body. Kane's face froze in shock. The cloaked man gritted his teeth. He regained balance by channeling mana into his feet. Ghislain exhaled lightly, saying casually, "Such an arrogant swordsman. You think you're the strongest because opponents cower when you show off a little power." He turned, sword raised for the next strike. "Let me open your eyes." Kane's eyes blazed with fury, uncontrollable rage driving him as he swung his sword, voice dripping with mockery. "Oh yeah? How are you going to do that?" Ghislain stayed calm, stepping back with precision, as if anticipating Kane's attack. In one fluid motion, he spun, kicking Kane's sword hand. Without losing momentum, Ghislain leaped, spinning midair before landing lightly. Kane roared like a cornered beast, swinging again with furious strikes. Ghislain sidestepped effortlessly, then stomped hard on Kane's sword, halting him. Ghislain's eyes sharpened like a blade, his sword slashing with pinpoint accuracy, cutting into Kane. His face remained expressionless, cold as ice. Blood spilled from Kane, and the crowd gasped in disbelief that Kane was wounded. The stands erupted. What was that? Duke Ghislain's gotten so much better. Wait, is he actually gonna win? Damn it, I bet on Kane. Elena beamed at Belinda. See? Belinda sighed in relief. The cloaked man fumed, while Kane looked down at his bloodied body. The wound's shallow. He could have cut deeper, but chose not to. His face twisted in rage. How does a thug like him have swordsmanship like that? Ghislain glanced at Kane, his expression unchanged. Suddenly, he tossed his sword aside. "This skill gap's no fun," he declared. "From now on, I'll fight barehanded." His words enraged Kane, who roared, "What?" Ghislain turned, staring him down. "Maybe I should use this chance to teach you a lesson." Rolling up his sleeves, his voice deadly serious, he added, "With my fists." Kane knelt on the ground, looking up at Ghislain in disbelief. "Teach me." Ghislain calmly rolled up his sleeves, stepping closer. "Yeah, you don't seem to like my swordsmanship, so I'll take the disadvantage and fight barehanded. That should suit you better." Kane flinched, caught off guard. Ghislain raised an eyebrow. "Oh, and I'll up the bet. 2,000 gold, double the original amount, on me winning." The crowd erupted in heated discussion. "Barehanded," one gasped. 2,000 gold, another echoed. "This is a duel between men." The cloaked man froze, sweat beading on his forehead, barely hiding his glee. He smirked to himself. He's challenging Kane to a fistfight? I should thank his madness. Luck's still on our side. The fat bookie shouted excitedly. "All right, new bet accepted. This is now a barehanded duel. Young Master Ghislain versus Young Master Kane." The crowd roared, "A fistfight, huh? I'm doubling down on Kane. Challenging him with brute strength is plain stupid. No, I'm betting on Ghislain this time." The wind tousled Ghislain's golden hair as he stood tall, his gaze resolute. Kane, head lowered, chuckled at the crowd's chatter. "Barehanded? You're killing me." His muscular arms flexed as he gripped his sword tightly. "Fine, come at me without a weapon." With a flourish, Kane flung his red cloak skyward, then raised his sword high, charging at Ghislain with a shout. "I'll stick with my blade." Belinda, frantic, yelled from the sidelines. "This is insane, young master. At least draw your sword." Kane's eyes sharpened as he thrust his blade downward. Ghislain stood still, watching the sword close in, unfazed. "As I thought, I need to knock some sense into you." As Kane's sword plunged, Ghislain sidestepped effortlessly. Kane, incredulous, leaped up and stabbed again with force. Gislin's feet slid aside, dodging with fluid grace. Wherever Cain struck, Gislin evaded with ease. Seizing the moment as Cain's sword lodged in the ground, Gislin slammed a fist into Cain's leg. His eyes gleamed with intensity as he swung upward, landing a brutal punch to Cain's jaw. The blow snapped Cain's head back at a sharp angle, forcing him to brace himself on the ground to stay upright. Cain, stunned, thought, "What? How does his punch move so strangely?" The crowd screamed, "That's intense. Young Master Gislin might actually win." Gislin stood tall, looking down at Cain. "Get up. I haven't even started." Cain gritted his teeth, letting out a guttural roar. Gripping his sword, he charged at Gislin, who stood casually. Gislin dodged each attack with precision, then countered with a fierce punch to Cain's face. "You can't even look me in the eye," he said. "You've always avoided me." Grabbing Cain's sword arm, Gislin twisted it back sharply. He followed with a powerful kick to Cain's torso. Cain's face contorted in pain as he shouted, "I'll kill you." For the future of House Loges. Gislin hammered relentless punches into both sides of Cain's face until it swelled like a pig's head. Cain mumbled in panic, "Why?" Gislin gently grabbed Cain's hair, yanking his head up. Staring at his battered face, he said, "I pity your father." Cain looked at Gislin, confused, saying nothing. Gislin's gaze was steady. Count Loges supported Perdian until it was on the brink of collapse, just because he was my friend. His eyes burned as he continued, but his son had other ideas. Cain's eyes widened in shock. Years ago, at Loges Castle, Cain's voice had echoed with frustration. "Keep helping Perdian?" Glaring at his father's back, he demanded, "Even if you're friends with Count Perdian, we're struggling too. Why keep pouring into that toxic land? It's like filling a cracked bucket." He'd shouted after his father, "You've barely been back a week, and you're helping Perdian again?" Cain had glared, silent. His father paused at his plea. "Don't go, father." Cain had gritted his teeth, yelling, "Everyone's told you to stop. Why are you so stubborn about Perdian?" Count Loges had turned, silent, and said simply, "Because we're friends. That's all." Now, Cain recalled those words. Gislin's eyes flashed as he raised a fist, wind trailing its force, and lunged at Cain. Cain's bruised eyes snapped shut. Gislin's voice rang out, "That's enough of a lesson, right?" Cain opened his eyes, staring at him. Gislin extended a hand, gently saying, "Get up." Cain looked at the hand, closed his eyes, and bowed his head deeply. "I've truly lost," he said. The crowd froze, stunned, eyes wide, speechless. The cloaked man stood petrified. Then the crowd exploded. "Young Master Gislin won. I won my bet. Unbelievable. My money." Elena jumped with joy, shouting, "My brother won." The cloaked man leaped onto the platform, rushing to Cain and hissing, "How could you admit defeat so fast just because you were losing a bit? What are you doing? I trusted you." Cain shoved him off, shouting, "Let go. It's over." The cloaked man, shocked, asked, "What?" Cursing inwardly, "Damn this oversized brat." Gislin called from behind. "Now," he grinned. "Time to do what I need to, right?" The cloaked man snapped. "What?" Gislin stood tall on the platform, shouting, "Everyone, listen up. This man's generously covering food and drinks for everyone here." The cloaked man yelped, "What?" The crowd roared, "Food and drinks. It's been ages since a feast like this. You're the best, young master." The cloaked man charged at Gislin, yelling, "I didn't agree to that. Take it back." Gislin clamped a heavy hand on his shoulder, pressing down. "This is the price of losing. You've got that much, don't you? And to be clear, it's not coming out of the bet." He squeezed harder, adding, "Add the 2,000 gold to our original 1,000. His face darkened, menacing. "Run, and you know what happens." The cloaked man's eyes reflected Gislin's terrifying presence. Stammering, he replied, "Understood." Sunlight bathed the majestic Perdian castle. The next day, inside Gislin's room, a wooden chest on the floor clinked softly. He opened it, revealing glittering gold coins. "Well, damn," he exclaimed, holding the coins, thinking, "I could hire a small mercenary band with this. Not a small sum." Closing the chest, he mused, "But it'll take time to earn more. They won't wait. To start my business, I need to move faster." Suddenly, Elena and Belinda appeared, grinning at him. Gislin frowned. "What?" Elena asked sweetly, What are you doing with all that money, big brother? Ghislaine squinted at her. You want it? She touched her face, chuckling. Just curious. Belinda, eyes closed, smiled. It's obvious what he'll do. Ghislaine looked at her, puzzled. She continued, Lady Amelia's birthday is coming up. You're planning to buy her an expensive gift, right? At his silence, she grinned. Smart move. Elena, annoyed, snapped. Ugh, all this just to look good for your fiancé? In the quiet, Ghislaine's face filled with confusion. Thinking, I have a fiancé? Ghislaine couldn't believe his ears. I have a fiancé? Belinda glanced at him, smirking. Oh, come on, you're just pretending to forget because you're shy, right? Huh. Elena sighed heavily. It's Amelia from the Rayfold family. Ghislaine's expression darkened, his eyes hollow, as if he held a grudge against the world. For some reason, he pictured a grotesque spider. Oh, that woman, Amelia Rayfold. Memories from his past life flooded back. She was like a polished apple, beautiful in public but rotten behind closed doors. A noble admired for her kindness and impartiality, yet she would later lead a rebellion and earn the title of the North's Witch. Rage filled his eyes. Alongside Duke Delphine, she would sing the hymn of Perdian Arcater's downfall. His lips parted slightly, a plan already forming. A traitor, he muttered. Belinda asked, when's the Count coming back? Hesitating, she replied uncertainly. Maybe a week? Ghislaine slipped his hands into his pockets and walked off. A week? That's enough time. Unclear of his intentions, he added, I'm heading to Rayfold's territory. Belinda blinked, dumbfounded. Wait, it's not even her birthday yet. Why so sudden? He turned back, saying, to get money. Scene shifts to Amelia. Dressed in a lavish gown, she slipped off her shoes, a small spider near her lips. To gain favor before the public, the air fell silent as she pushed her shoes toward a beggar child. The child's eyes fluttered. Miss Amelia? Could it be? Amelia didn't match the rumors. If anyone in my city must go barefoot, it'll only be me. She repeated firmly. Only me. Her soldiers shouted in unison. Yes, ma'am. Before the crowd, they helped clean up, earning gasps of admiration. Amelia walked away to cheers of, thank you, thank you, thank you. Sitting in her garden, a guard washed her feet as Bernaf gazed at her adoringly. You've worked hard, my lady. Stroking her cat, which basked in attention, Amelia demanded absolute loyalty from everyone. Lounging casually, she asked, so, how's your duel with the North's swordmaster going? Her dainty foot rested on Bernaf's face. Forgive me, I'm keeping attention to a minimum. If I win, it'll draw eyes to your actions. He gently held her foot, explaining, it's not time to show our claws yet. Boldly, he kissed it. My sword is yours. Amelia wasn't satisfied. Then what have I trained you for? Lifting his chin, she locked eyes with him. Don't get soft. Outside the Grand Castle, their cryptic conversation continued. What about the trade guild? If it's Actium, no need to worry, Bernaf assured her. They're busy buying materials to rebuild the ravaged beast forest outpost, half destroyed by orc attacks near Perdian. In other words, we're skimming all the aid funds Bernaf sends to Perdian yearly. Ghislaine could never have anticipated his unwanted fiancé's schemes. Bernaf added, we've recruited all the soldiers and knights who left Perdian, seasoned fighters trained by MJ, top-notch quality. Amelia didn't want trouble now. Good. Keep up the normal trade guild facade. A butler entered, interrupting. Pardon me. Bernaf snapped into guard mode. The lady is resting. How dare you disturb her? The butler bowed low. News from the gate. Lord Ghislaine Perdian has arrived. Amelia hadn't expected this. Why's that nuisance here? The butler, sweating, hesitated before adding. Suspiciously, he wishes to discuss the trade guild. Their guilty expressions betrayed them. The scene shifted to the reception room. Amelia, clutching her cat, sat across from Ghislaine, who lounged with one leg crossed, greeting her warmly. Hello, Amelia. Her and Bernaf's reception was far from welcoming. She cut him off coldly. It's rude to show up unannounced. Have you tossed all manners aside? Ghislaine, unfazed, replied with an absurd excuse. Your birthday's coming up, right? I thought I'd give you a gift early. He placed a cheap flower on the table. Found this at a guild on the front lines. Smells nice. I'll buy more there. What was that guild called? He snapped his fingers. Oh, right, Actium. Amelia froze, speechless at his pointed remark. With no way out, she stood to leave, clutching her cat. I don't know what you're talking about. I'll take the gift, so you can go. But Ghislain wasn't done. Sharply, he commanded, Amelia Rayfold, sit down. She froze mid-step, anxiety creeping in. What's this pressure? She didn't dare turn fully. Is this the same stuttering, nervous guy from before? Ghislain got straight to the point. I'll keep it short. I need money, 10,000 gold. Amelia was floored. A gift, and now a loan from his fiancée right after meeting? Is this Count Perdian's idea? He shook his head. Nothing to do with him. Just give it to me. Casually, he tipped a coffee cup onto the table. You're not planning to marry me anyway. She felt like she'd fallen from the sky, glancing at him silently. Ghislain knew enough. The night outside, right? Once you seize power, you'll be set. But if word gets out you're secretly building forces for Rayfold's succession war, her cat went berserk, lunging at him. It stopped on the table at her call. Prince Ghislain. Amelia, calm yet defiant, said. Even joking, you shouldn't say such things. Ghislain wasn't intimidated. Don't worry, I'll keep it quiet, as long as I don't leave empty-handed. His brazen fiancée snapped back. Never. With a call, the door creaked open. Bernaf, as dangerous as ever, gentle only with her, stepped in. Been a while, Prince Ghislain. Ghislain knew him well. Bernaf, Amelia's loyal ally from his past life, a swordsman rivaling the North's best. But now he wasn't fazed. If I die here, a territorial war will erupt. Can you handle that? Amelia stayed composed, revealing her true nature. A troublemaker breaks in and gets killed by a guard. That's what the world will hear. Acting superior, she disregarded lives. Kill him. Blinded by loyalty, Bernaf drew his sword. Yes, ma'am. Ghislain, after a thoughtful pause, said, If you're going that far, I'll have to ask my sword if it agrees. With confidence, he added, Guess I need to get serious. At that moment, Ghislain Perdian sat on a chair, sword in hand, ready for battle. Bernaf stood before Amelia, his blade drawn, eyes blazing with fury. He flashed a smug grin at Ghislain, who returned a sharp, unflinching stare. Ghislain leaned on his sword, silent, as if waiting for something to unfold. He didn't wait long. A masked assailant lunged from behind, sword aimed at him. Ghislain's expression hardened as the blade pierced the chair's backrest. The strike went through, but Ghislain had already flipped backward onto the ground, dodging midair. Seizing the moment, he slammed a kick into the assailant's chest, making him reel in pain, eyes rolling back. With another powerful kick, Ghislain sent the attacker crashing into the wall ahead, the impact splintering it. Bernaf and Amelia gaped, stunned by his strength. Turning to them, Ghislain mocked, An assassin? Pretending to be polite only to sneak attack. He drew his sword, charging at Bernaf with disdain. That's a pathetic way to treat a guest. Bernaf swiftly raised his sword to block, a shockwave erupting from the clash. Ghislain asked coldly, Does Rayfold have no shred of chivalry? Bernaf, feigning calm, replied, My apologies, but you, Grand Duke Ghislain, were the rude one, barging in unannounced and upsetting the lady. For someone like you, courtesy was never required. With that, he pressed forward, thrusting his sword. Ghislain dodged, flipping to the side. Bernaf slashed again as Ghislain leaped, but Ghislain landed nimbly, sliding low and kicking backward, catching Bernaf off guard. Bernaf slid back to evade, thinking, Grand Duke Ghislain, they said you were a useless show-off, but you're no amateur. He assessed Ghislain's power as he fought. Amelia, arms crossed, sneered arrogantly. What are you doing, Bernaf? Don't tell me you're letting that thug. Bernaf turned, alarmed. My lady. Her face twisted with malice as she ordered. Take his head, now, if you're truly my sword. Bernaf, helpless, fell silent before responding. I won't disappoint you. Gripping his sword tightly, he pointed it forward, eyes glinting dangerously. Come on, then. Ghislain smirked. A guard giving me orders? Bernaf remained defiant. I've been holding back, but if you won't yield, I'll indulge you. He charged, sword raised. Ghislain met him head-on. Bernaf's face turned vicious, thrusting as if he could kill Ghislain instantly. Ghislain's eyes narrowed, focusing, then dodged the lethal strike with a tilt. This bastard's fast, he thought, his expression tense. Bernaf's smugness grew, sensing Gislin's brief falter. He unleashed a barrage of powerful strikes, but Gislin evaded and countered with precision. Amelia watched, incredulous. How can a thug like Gislin match a master like Bernaf? Her eyes narrowed with a dangerous glint, scheming. Meanwhile, Gislin parried Bernaf's attacks. Bernaf's blade grazed Gislin's hilt, but Gislin deflected it, his sword now aimed at Bernaf's shoulder. With a swift strike, he pinned Bernaf's arm to his side. Bernaf, like a rabid locust, stabbed again. Gislin, scoffing, that move again, hooked his leg around Bernaf's head, sword still lodged in his arm. Suddenly, Gislin's face flickered with alarm. With brute strength, Bernaf flung Gislin to the ground. Smirking, Bernaf hissed, "That trick won't work twice." He slammed Gislin down hard, the impact shaking the floor, causing Gislin's hand to slip from his sword. Gritting his teeth in pain, Gislin watched as Bernaf lunged again, aiming to kill. But Gislin raised his foot, blocking the sword, then slid aside. With a burst of effort, he leaped into the air, landing safely. His sword remained lodged in Bernaf's arm. Gislin thought, as expected, he's using mana to reinforce himself and counter my moves. Bernaf yanked Gislin's sword free, advancing. Grand Duke Gislin, you're far from the rumors. You can't judge an opponent's strength without fighting them. He tossed Gislin's sword aside, arrogantly adding, your swordsmanship seems honed in real combat, not formal training. Did you learn from fighting orcs too much? That style works in chaotic battles, but it's useless against me. He raised his sword again, his face smug. Your arrogance ends here. Gislin, breathing heavily, thought, this guy's tough. Analyzing, he noted, his narrow blade thrusts target my head, making it hard to judge distance and timing. At close range, his physical strength makes it tough to overpower him with technique. I knew from the start he wouldn't be easy. After calculating, Gislin raised his hand, releasing a thin thread from his fingers, saying coldly, I don't have much time. He flicked the thread forward. It shot past, startling Bernaf, who gasped, mana threads. He stood frozen, caught off guard. As he reacted, Gislin manipulated the thread, yanking his sword back and striking Bernaf's nape, making him stumble forward in panic. Gislin leaped, slamming his knee into Bernaf's face. Blood sprayed as Bernaf clutched his nose, thinking, what? What did he do? Amelia screamed, Bernaf. As he writhed, gripping his bleeding nose, Gislin seized his sword, swinging it down. He pressed with full force as Bernaf blocked, but this time, Bernaf's confidence wavered. He shouted in panic, struggling to hold back as Gislin pushed him. Bernaf dodged, pulling his sword free. Gislin slid back, gripping the ground to stay steady. Bernaf urgently warned Amelia, my lady, leave now. I can't guarantee your safety anymore. From here, I'm going all out. He narrowed his eyes, pointing his sword forward, still brimming with confidence. Gislin fell silent, then said, fine, let's do it. His gaze was cold and calculating. It's been a while since I faced an opponent as interesting as you. The scene shifts to Amelia, clutching her cat tightly, hiking up her skirt with all her might as she bolts outside. As she runs, resentment burns inside her, and she thinks to herself, Gislin, how dare you humiliate me like this? Who the hell, some idiot, leaked trade guild info to that lunatic Gislin? How else could he know so much? Those rumors about him slaying orcs, protecting his sister from assassins, and even taking down the Loge's family heir, based on that lowlife's past, I figured it was just dumb luck or overblown gossip. But who could have seen this coming? Amelia grits her teeth, unable to accept it, her eyes narrowing with raw fury. Damn it, she hisses. As she storms outside, she snaps at her guards. What the hell are you all doing? But what hits her is a chilling sight. A cloaked figure in black standing over the lifeless bodies of her guards, leaving her frozen in place. The figure hears her and starts to turn. It's Belinda. She flashes a faint, mocking smile and says, well, long time no see, my lady. Amelia's stunned, blurting out, Purdian's maid, why are you? Belinda lowers her face, hidden under her hood, and lets out a sharp TCH. In a flash, she's behind Amelia, pinning her with a small, razor-sharp dagger and whispering, quiet now. Panic surges through Amelia, but she quickly recovers, her eyes darting back in fear. Belinda's other hand snakes around, snatching the spider perched near Amelia's lips, and says with disgust, "God, you still keep this nasty spider on your face." Her eyes narrow sharply as she adds, "I remember overhearing the Count and his brother mocking you for those creepy spiders at the engagement ceremony. So you raised these gross things to get back at them. Not sure if that's you overcoming some phobia or proving a point." Belinda presses the dagger closer to Amelia's throat, making her drop the cat in terror. Then, with a sneer, Belinda crushes the ugly spider underfoot and says, "Sorry to break it to you, but this doesn't suit you, my lady." She stomps hard, squashing the spider into pieces, and asks coolly, "Now, can you play nice and cooperate?" The scene cuts back to the room where Ghislain stands locked in a tense face-off with Bernaf. Ghislain eyes his opponent, silent, the air heavy with a terrifying energy. Bernaf stands firm, sword raised, his eyes blazing. Suddenly, he speaks up, "A worthy opponent to toy with, huh?" His voice turns bitter as he snarls. "Only humble mercenaries talk like that, yet you dare call yourself a noble like my lady?" Ghislain replies calmly, "Of course I'm a noble. A simple guard like you wouldn't get it." They fall back into silence, sizing each other up. Out of nowhere, Bernaf shouts, "Young Master Ghislain," and lunges, thrusting his sword at Ghislain. Ghislain swiftly parries. Bernaf's face twists with ferocity as he hisses, "Don't tarnish the honor of nobility." A flurry of identical sword thrusts rains down on Ghislain. His eyes sharpen with intense focus, blocking every lethal strike. Suddenly, a blade aims for his throat. Ghislain gasps, "This guy," and leans right to dodge. Under the relentless assault, he can't help but marvel. Is he that skilled? The two trade dazzling blows. Ghislain, parrying, says, "You've got some fierce attacks." He keeps countering Bernaf's moves. Bernaf doesn't respond. Ghislain swings his sword upward, aiming to strike down, but Bernaf's blade misses to the side. Before Bernaf can recover, another of Ghislain's strikes arcs under his sword. Bernaf deftly twists his wrist, dodging, then clashes again with Ghislain's blade. His wrist moves with uncanny agility, spinning his sword in the air. Their blades meet again in a fierce clash. Bernaf shouts, "Young Master Ghislain," as Ghislain fights back. Bernaf thrusts again, smugly declaring, "That's it, it's over." His blade pierces Ghislain, blood spraying through the air. Bernaf's brow furrows, shocked, thinking, he took the hit on his shoulder on purpose? But Ghislain rallies, striking back while fending off Bernaf, saying, "Looks like I can't let my guard down for a second." Bernaf deflects Ghislain's blow, then seizes the moment to kick him, sending Ghislain flying back. Smirking, Bernaf taunts, "This is the difference between me and some punks swinging a sword for fun." Ghislain, panting after the kick, thinks, "What an entertaining fight." His expression stays unshaken as he stares ahead. He analyzes speed, reach, and relentless, overpowering strikes. He's controlling the fight. Even if I try to close in for a grapple, he neutralizes it. His swordplay makes it seem like our blades are tangled, tricking me into thinking they can't be separated. With my current mana, I can't withstand many more attacks like that. Bernaf charges again, ready to end it. Ghislain thinks, "But that's only with the mana I used to have. Too bad for him." He raises his sword, his face cold, mana surging wildly around him. He thinks, "It's my unique mana technique." His eyes turn deadly, a glow flaring at his chest. He unleashes his third mind technique, moving so fast the eye can barely follow, a blur of motion. When he reappears, Ghislain charges Bernaf. Gripping his sword tightly, he thrusts with all his strength, his mana-charged blade overwhelming Bernaf's, knocking it aside in an explosive clash. Ghislain sends Bernaf's sword flying, embedding it in the floor. Bernaf, stunned and panicked, thinks, "Young Master Ghislain, how could you unleash that kind of mana?" Before he can process it, Ghislain strikes, his blade stopping just at Bernaf's forehead. Bernaf leans back to dodge, but fails. At that moment, Belinda enters, dragging a restrained Amelia. Furious and terrified, Amelia grits her teeth and snaps, "Stop. 10,000 gold. Take it and get lost." Ghislain scoffs, "TCH, you killjoy. Why didn't you offer that when I asked nicely?" He pulls his sword back from Bernaf's forehead. Belinda, smirking, teases, "Wow, what a messy lover's quarrel." Ghislain shrugs. Just a little disagreement. Slinging his sword over his shoulder, he says casually, "Got some bad news for you, Amelia." His eyes turn sharp and cold as he declares, "The fee just went up to 20,000 gold." The fallen soldiers lay sprawled across the floor, the aftermath of a chaotic battle. Crash! A flower vase shatters into pieces, startling the white cat, which cowers under a chair. It's Amelia's fury unleashed. Bernaf bows his head, admitting fault. "My apologies, my lady. He was stronger than the rumors suggested. My mistake was not anticipating this." In a split second, he unleashed mana that could overwhelm a high-ranking knight. Amelia, eyes bloodshot, her tone icy and seething, snaps, "You've changed a lot, haven't you, Ghislain?" Bernaf quickly suggests, "Should we report this to Duke Delphine?" Amelia's hand cracks across his face, her anger flaring like gasoline on a fire. She grabs his collar, snarling, "Watch your mouth. Do you have any idea how terrifying Duke Delphine is? If word of today gets out, we'll be executed on the spot." Bernaf lowers his head, silent. Amelia adds, "I've been secretly working with Duke Delphine behind my father's back because I promised to back his rebellion in exchange for his help to bring down Perdian. If this leaks, my own siblings will kill me." The more she talks, the angrier she gets, her face twisting with rage. "If the council already knows all our secrets, they probably know about this deal too. No matter what it takes, Ghislain has to die." Bernaf nods, "Understood." Amelia presses, "What's Ghislain's condition?" Bernaf replies, "He's got wounds on his body and a major one on his shoulder." Recalling the chaos, he adds, "Right after he unleashed that surge of mana, his physical state will likely be unstable for a while." His face tightens, hesitating, but he explains, "If we don't want to leave traces, we can't use the territory's knights." Amelia replies coolly, "I know. That's why I've been raising those kids for moments like this." Bernaf raises an eyebrow. "You mean, the image of the Claw Guild's captain, Bern Vigo, a vile scumbag, moving a flag on a strategy map, flashes in his mind." Amelia, pleased with her choice, says, "A battle-hardened veteran, no humanity, no status, a specialist among those with no clear identity, an assassin for hire." She orders, "Send those guys in. Pick 18 skilled in mana." Bernaf gets it, nodding as he lays out a plan. The narrow path is the only route from Rayfold to Perdian. It's good for hiding, but it's also perfect for a quiet, clean hit. With the strategy set, he declares, "I'll prepare thoroughly." Amelia's face is full of malice, her eyes brimming with murderous intent as she seethes. "Ghislain humiliated me like this. He'll pay the price." The scene shifts to a bustling street, a horse-drawn carriage racing through the crowd. Inside, Ghislain is bandaging the deep wound on his shoulder, wincing. "Amelia, huh," he mutters. Fergus, sitting across from him, looks concerned. "Master Doran, you okay?" Ghislain brushes it off. "Old man, don't worry, lordship. It's not a big deal." He pulls on his shirt, touching the wound, reassuring Fergus, "It's not too deep. Not awful, even if I overdid it." He falls into deep thought. The 20,000 gold from Amelia is enough to rebuild our territory. That's years of effort saved. A hint of regret creeps in. Would have been better to take them all out, but I can't risk a turf war. Can't let my emotions put the territory in danger. Slipping on his coat, he muses, "Perdian's in a tough spot, barely holding off barbarian invasions. This is the perfect chance to push them back." Adjusting his coat, he adds cautiously, "Knowing the Demon Guild's secrets will make them wary. Amelia's got the upper hand, but I'll use her to the fullest." Belinda, watching him brood, can't hold back. "Everything went just like you said, didn't it, Master Doran?" Ghislain nods. "Yup." She reminds him, "They said if we heard fighting inside, we'd restrain the guards. Then Lady Amelia would come out, and we'd take her hostage." Ghislain dodges with a playful look. "Oh, did they? I left that to Fergus, didn't I?" His face suddenly pales, his body reacting. He covers his mouth. Fergus panics. "Master Doran." Ghislain looks at the blood on his hand, calm despite coughing it up. Third time, and the core's still breaking down. Assessing the blood, he says, "Better than last time, but this is trouble if I keep using my power. Gotta find a way to boost my mana fast." Suddenly, Belinda grabs his bloody hand, startling him. "Miss Belinda," he says, confused. She pulls out a spell, saying, "Your mana flow's completely disrupted." She channels magic around his bloody hand. His eyes widen in surprise. He feels something rise in his throat, expecting to cough up more blood, but instead, a white mist escapes. The blood on his hand starts to fade. Stunned, Ghislain thinks, "You'd need deep mana knowledge to pull off this kind of healing." Looking at Belinda, he muses, "Mom brought her in, so I knew she wasn't ordinary." His view of her shifts. Special physique, huh? Why is someone this skilled stuck in a backwater like this? He grins inwardly. The more strong allies in the territory, the better. The guys we've faced so far are just the start. The carriage keeps speeding along. Belinda speaks up, "Master Doran." Sincerely, she says, "I trust you, so whatever you do, I'll back you unconditionally. But tell me, why'd you take such a huge sum from Lady Amelia?" Ghislain pauses, then says, "I need the money for something, and around here, nobody's as loaded as Amelia." Both listeners are floored. Belinda blurts, "Huh?" Ghislain explains, "Don't worry, Amelia won't snitch to her dad." Belinda counters, "No, I mean we risked all this just to borrow money, and that's it? If this reaches Earl Rayfold, it's gonna be a mess." Ghislain smirks, "You trust me, right?" Belinda forces a smile. Sure. But at least tell the person who saved you what you're using the money for, yeah?" He stays silent, as if he won't say more. Then he speaks, "The Beast Forest." Belinda's stunned. Ghislain shares his plan. "I'm gonna clear the Beast Forest." Fergus, unable to hide his worry, objects, "No way, Master Doran. There've been major attempts to clear it since your great-grandfather's time, but..." Ghislain cuts him off. "Fergus, the thing I asked you to look into before we entered the city, how's that going?" Fergus pales, sweating, "Master Doran." Hesitating, he says, "The person you wanted to find, they're exactly where you said, but are you sure it's them?" "Their condition," Ghislain says firmly. "As long as they're alive, that's enough." "I'm going there now." Belinda protests, "No, you need to head back to the territory. In your condition, wandering around is crazy." Ghislain pushes back. "Belinda, you think after what we did to Amelia, they'll just let us walk away?" She lets out an "oh right." Ghislain, knowing Amelia's nature, says, "She'll definitely try to kill me to cover this up." Belinda flexes her arms, boasting, "Master, I'm a damn good fighter. Sir Fergus is a knight too. If it comes to it, I'll handle it quick." Ghislain, reassuring her, says, "You guys make me feel safe, but that's not your role. Different fields." With conviction, he declares, "I need a trailblazer. I'm going to meet them." The carriage stops, and they step out in front of a house. Ghislain knocks, tap tap. Belinda eyes the place, muttering, "This family, isn't it totally falling apart?" Fergus scratches his head, confirming, "This is the right address." A door creaks open, revealing a tall man with long, scruffy hair and a beard, like he hasn't shaved in ages, covering his face. He grunts, "Who are you?" The group stares, shocked, rooted to the spot, silent. Belinda whispers to Ghislain, "Master, this is the guy you told me to find? A trailblazer? He looks like he's half dead." Ghislain insists, "No, we found the right guy." The man, seeing no response, reaches to close the door, grumbling, "Some bored young noble, huh? Don't waste my time. Get lost." Ghislain stops him, "Hold on." Introducing himself, he says, "I'm Ghislain, leader of the Ratat Mercenary Guild." The man freezes, his eyes lighting up. Slowly turning back, he looks at Ghislain, extending a hand calmly. "I've been looking forward to meeting you." Ricardo can't hold it together anymore. Could it be? Fergus catches on, his voice hesitant. The Ratat mercenaries. The Ratat crew, where only those who've mastered nearly every weapon can join. They may be disbanded now, but their courage echoed across nations. Every knight's heard of them, and their leader, Gillian, an old man with silver hair and razor-sharp eyes. Ghislain extends his hand toward him. "I came for you." A throwing axe suddenly whistles through the air, slicing past and tearing a piece of Ghislain's collar. His 3 followers freeze, stunned by the speed of it all. Gillian raises a hand toward him. "So you know who I am?" The trio tenses, weapons drawn and pointed at the old man, brows furrowed. Gillian's voice rumbles low. "What's this about?" Belinda steps protectively in front of Ghislain. "Stay back, young master." Something's off with this guy. But Ghislain isn't fazed, his voice ice cold. Eternal punishment. Gillian flinches. Ghislain continues, slow and piercing, as if seeing through everything, leaving everyone else dumbfounded. I know how to cure your daughter's incurable disease. With a smug edge, he adds, ready to talk now? Gillian's daughter, Rachel, has endured unimaginable suffering. High fevers, coughing up blood, red blotches blooming like petals across her body. The disease, eternal punishment, torments its victims with relentless agony, as if they're sinners under divine wrath. Rachel's pain screams have haunted Gillian for too long. They approach her blood-stained sickbed, her faint groans, ugh, ugh, hanging in the air. Gillian roars in anguish, witnessing the torment his daughter endures. Observing her condition, Ghislain thinks, it's not too late. In his mind, he recalls, in my past life, I tried to recruit Gillian too. But back then, he was gone. Took his own life after his daughter's death, abandoning everything. He scans the dilapidated house. Looking at this place, he must have spent every penny trying to cure her. All that's left is his weapons, huh? Rachel screams again, writhing in agony. Father? Father, it hurts so much. I just want to die. Please. Gillian speechless, choked by grief. Ghislain shrugs off his coat decisively. No time to waste. We start treatment now. But Belinda grabs his shoulder, stopping him. Let's go, young master. She explains gently. I don't know what you're planning, but this isn't something you can fix with force. Even priests can't cure it. They call it divine punishment. What are you going to do? Without hesitation, Ghislain pulls his arm free. It can be cured. Belinda shouts, losing her cool. Young master. He turns, flashing a confident smirk. You said you trusted me. Belinda freezes, caught off guard by his charm. He hands her a piece of paper. Take this. Ghislain instructs meticulously. Buy every herb listed here. Don't miss a single one. Reading the list, Belinda's eyes widen in shock. Unfazed by her reaction, he smirks. For mercenaries wandering the world, knowledge is life or death. Eternal punishment is incurable now, but in the future, there's a cure. Task assigned. Ghislain turns to a table, unpacking supplies he prepared earlier. Vials, herbs, tools for crafting Rachel's medicine. He thinks, this caused a stir back then because the recipe's surprisingly simple. Crazy that I still remember it. The problem is, it needs insanely expensive ingredients. Reaching into his bag, he pulls out the final piece. A rare ingredient, blessing of the fairy. With deft hands, he grinds the blessing and other herbs, pours them into a vial, adds strong liquor, and shakes it until the mixture blends. After a moment, he adds the remaining ingredients, stirring carefully. Everyone watches his every move, captivated. Finally done, he holds up the vial and hands it to Gillian. Have her drink this. Gillian takes it, gently feeding it to his daughter, cradling her tenderly. After she drinks, he lays her back on the bed. Dried tears linger at the corners of her eyes, but the red blotches begin to fade. Moments later, the petal-like marks vanish completely. It happens so fast, everyone's eyes widen in disbelief. Fergus blurts, the blotches are fading. Gillian, losing his composure, stammers. This medicine, it's really standing back. Watching it all, Ghislain says calmly. As expected, it works. Gillian, unable to believe his eyes, stares at him, stunned. How is this possible? Even divine power couldn't cure it. Ghislain explains coolly. Priest divine power isn't a cure-all. It just boosts vitality and regeneration to help the body fight illness. This is a root-level cure. Gillian's hands tremble. So, you mean, he drops to his knees before Ghislain, like he's facing a savior. Can my daughter really be cured? Unfazed, Ghislain replies. 1 or 2 months, and she'll be fully recovered. Gillian's emotions are indescribable. He bows low, overwhelmed with gratitude. Then he speaks. What do you want from me? You came here for a reason. Pausing, his voice grinds with intensity, eyes wide, almost shouting as he pours out his heart. All I've got left is this broken body. If you want me to be a dog, I'll be a dog. If you want a slave, I'll be that too. But Ghislain gently reaches out to lift him up. I don't need a slave. I need Gillian, leader of the Ratat mercenaries. Gillian's eyes widen, unable to believe what he's hearing. He looks into Gislin's eyes. That look, the look of someone chasing a dream. Gripping his thick mane of hair, Gillian grabs the axe from earlier and hacks it off. The hair hits the floor with a heavy thud. Everyone's rattled, unsure of the gesture's meaning. They're stunned by the transformed Gillian. No way, he's completely different now. From a disheveled old man, Gillian now looks sharp and powerful, every bit the legendary mercenary leader. Reborn, Gillian stands, striding toward his weapons. Turning back, he asks seriously, "Besides you all, is anyone else with you or coming here?" Gislin replies, "No, just us." Holding a sharp iron spear, Gillian asks, "Got any enemies who hate your guts?" Gislin, with a proud grin, says, "Plenty. And there'll be more." Gillian's muscular arm grips the spear. Then, without finishing, he hurls it with blinding speed and force at the wall. The spear punches through, causing a massive explosion as it blasts a hole in the wall, tearing through trees outside and striking something. Gillian yanks the spear back, dragging a pierced body with it. He grabs the assassin by the throat, who groans in pain. "Irk." Coldly, Gillian demands, "Who sent you?" The assassin, writhing, gasps, How did you know?" Gillian glances at Gislin. "What's the plan?" Gislin replies calmly, "After all this, I think I know who's behind it." He casually draws his weapon. "I'd rather not spill blood today." But Gillian stops him, saying, "I'll handle it." He tightens his grip on the assassin's throat, who lets out a final, "Ugh." The sound echoes. Gillian bows respectfully to Gislin after finishing the job. Belinda, watching, is speechless, shaken by what just happened. Not a hint of hesitation. Why'd the young master recruit someone this dangerous? Gillian kneels again. "Grand Duke Gislin." With reverence, he says, "From now on, my life belongs to you." Just as he planned, Gislin thinks, "With this, I've secured a key piece for the territory's reconstruction." He flashes a victor's smile. "Looking forward to working with you, Gillian." Night has fallen, and a grim atmosphere blankets the dilapidated wooden house. Voices echo. A group of assassins lies dead. Inside the rundown shack, a handful of people are checking the surroundings. Rain begins to fall, and the four inside exchange heated words. "What? Those idiots." Suddenly, a man with a scar across his mouth barks, "Quiet." It's the Claw Guild, led by Vigo. He sits in the center of the cramped room, whispering, "Keep it down." His subordinates bow their heads, murmuring, "Sorry, Captain Vigo." Vigo stays still, interrogating his men. According to Bernafa's intel, with Grand Duke Gislin's current forces, forget killing. They shouldn't even be able to track down our assassins. One subordinate stammers, "WL." Then he spills the truth, shocking Vigo. It seems Gillian has joined his group. Vigo's rage erupts, and he slams a fist into the man's face, leaving him defenseless. Glaring with eyes full of bitter resentment, he grabs the man's throat, snarling, "Is that true?" The subordinate, choking, trembles as he gasps, "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes." Hearing this, Vigo's heart burns with hatred. He mutters, "Gillian, you finally made your move." Then, under his breath, he adds, "My old captain." Outside, the sky remains pitch black. Gillian drives a carriage at breakneck speed. Inside, Belinda grumbles, irritated. "So cramped." She keeps complaining, "This old guy's no merchant. One or two swords or axes would have been fine. Why drag all this junk?" Now we had to buy another carriage. Gillian, driving silently up front, doesn't respond. Gislin, leaning against the carriage wall, says, "We needed the extra carriage to bring Rachel back comfortably anyway." At the palace, another team of carriages, Fergus and Ricardo's reinforcements, is preparing to depart. Gislin gazes into the distance. Everything has its use, so just be patient. The carriage with the three of them speeds through the night, the moonlight illuminating the desolate forest. Gislin's voice cuts through. The priority now is getting out of this gorge. Belinda stares at the young man across from her. "Young master, that guy we caught earlier, the one tailing us. He was sent by Lady Amelia Rayfold, right?" Gislin glances away, answering vaguely, "Pretty much." She narrows her eyes, thinking, this could get messy. Recalling the image of the subordinate choked to trembling, she adds, "The mask he wore had the Claw Guild symbol, a powerful group in Rayfold." Gislin listens intently, then asks, "The Claw Guild, huh? Belinda explains, they're a filthy bunch, smuggling, assassinations, drug trafficking, human trafficking, you name it. They've got a lot of skilled ex-mercenaries. Her face twists with disgust. A shadow guild with serious muscle. The carriage races through the forest. The two keep talking. Ghislaine raises an eyebrow. Belinda, you've been cooped up in the castle. How do you know all this? She dodges the question. Well, before the castle, She pivots sharply back to the topic. Anyway, they're like starving leeches, so watch out. Ghislaine stays quiet, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Then he reassures her. Little lady, it'll be fine. He looks up, smiling gently. We've got Gillian. The carriage barrels through the silent night under the empty forest. Suddenly, noises erupt from both sides. A strange force envelopes the carriage. Gillian senses something off, his eyes scanning the surroundings. An assassin bursts from the ground, sword aimed at Gillian for a sneak attack. Gillian drops the reins, reaches behind his back, and draws his weapon, muttering, An attack from below, huh? With a dagger in one hand and an axe in the other, he blocks the sudden assault from both sides. Quick as lightning, he deflects the enemy's sword with his dagger and counters another attack with his axe. In a flash, Gillian swings both arms, his deadly strikes severing the arms of the two ambushers. He swings his axe again, slashing a deep cut into one of the assassins. They collapse onto the rocky path. The carriage keeps charging forward, but a group of masked figures chases from behind. Gillian spots them all, weapons still in hand, ready to fight. He glances at the sky, asking, A trap? Belinda peeks out, observing. We're gonna get buried. Gillian yanks the reins, and the horses screech to a halt. A massive tree crashes onto the path, blocking their way. Ghislaine, sitting calmly, had anticipated this. An ambush, as expected. A group of masked men surrounds the carriage, knives drawn, ready to kill. A cold voice rings out. Gillian, former captain of the Ratat mercenaries. Hearing his name, Gillian scans the area curiously. Vigo steps forward, leading the group, a dagger in hand, his voice icy. Coward, you disbanded the whole mercenary crew for your daughter. Gillian leaps off the carriage, replying, I don't know what you're talking about. The group of thugs closes in. Vigo sneers, Because of you, my life was ruined. Too old to even remember your former crew, huh? Gillian stays silent, his face calm. Vigo flashes a wicked grin. Playing dumb? I'll jog your memory. He orders his men. Kill him. The thugs charge forward at his command. Ghislaine, still on the carriage, asks, Need a hand? Gillian waves him off. No need. Seems he's got a score to settle with me. Take a break, young master. The thugs rush him, but Gillian shows no fear. He swings his axe hard. I'm enough on my own. In a flash, he cuts them down one by one, blood spurting from their wounds. One wave falls, then another, like moths to a flame. Vigo shouts, You old bastard, you dare. Gillian, unfazed, meets the onslaught head-on, felling each attacker with ease, untouched. He blocks a strike with his bare hand, then slashes a deep gash into another thug. Vigo watches his men drop, thinking grimly. As expected, his mercenary strength is still there. But with Gillian single-handedly mowing through them, Vigo bellows, Split up, surround him. At his command, they divide into two groups, encircling Gillian. He leaps onto the horse, yanking the reins. Humph! The thugs shout, The horse. Gillian pulls a long blade from the horse's side, hurling it overhead toward the group ahead. With a swing, he strikes, sending a cluster of them flying back, collapsing one by one. They panic, yelling, Ugh, we can't get close. Idiots, aim for the horse. Gillian, in a battle frenzy, keeps cutting them down, relentless. His long blade sweeps in a circular arc, catching them off guard, and they fall, blood pooling beneath them. Belinda and Ghislaine, watching from the carriage, let out, Whoa! Suddenly, an attacker dives from above, knife aimed at Gillian for a sneak attack. He spots it, swiftly raising a shield to block the strike. Vigo, his attack thwarted, snaps, You ruined my life, and now you're in my way? His eyes blaze with rage, venom in his words. I'll kill you. He slashes the horse's neck, blood oozing out. Gillian, unsteady on the collapsing horse, leaps off. Another knife comes for him, but he dodges, blocking with his axe. Fighting back, he roars, "I'm not the Ratat captain anymore." Using his wooden shield, he lands a heavy blow on Vigo, sending him flying. Vigo grits his teeth, minimizing the damage with his body. Slowly rising, he mutters, "Former captain, huh?" Furious, his eyes burning, he screams, "Enough nonsense. If not you, then who?" Gillian grips his axe tightly. "I've left that past behind." His face hardens as he glares at his foe. "Now, I'm just a servant of Grand Duke Ghislain." V. Quarng, his eyes blazing red. "You." He charges, shouting, "I'll kill you." The battle has raged for a while, tense and unrelenting, with no clear victor. Vigo relentlessly attacks Gillian, each strike sharp and deadly. Gillian blocks the vicious blows with his shield. Though Vigo hasn't landed a hit, he keeps up the assault, refusing to back down. As he strikes, he hurls bitter words at Gillian. "When you left, the mercenary legion collapsed." Gritting his teeth, his voice drips with resentment and blame. "Because of you, I lost my purpose and lived a pathetic life, just scraping by." He pins all his suffering on Gillian, blaming him for every ounce of pain. Gillian stays silent, fending off the attacks without responding to Vigo's accusations. Emboldened, Vigo presses harder, attacking without pause. Gillian dodges, swiftly slashing his sharp axe toward Vigo. The man ducks, narrowly avoiding the deadly blade. Vigo weaves in and out, parrying Gillian's strikes. Gillian doesn't relent, swinging his axe again. Vigo raises his shield to block the powerful blow. Gillian's eyes narrow, recognizing the shield. Before he can dwell on it, Vigo issues a challenge. "Gillian, I was ready to give my life for the Ratat mercenaries, everything I had." He glares, accusing. "And you threw it all away to serve some corrupt noble?" It's a grudge Vigo has nursed for years, gnawing at him. Teeth clenched, eyes wild with fury, he readies his bow, his voice thick with anger. He fires a volley of sharp arrows, but Gillian deflects them effortlessly, sending them flying into the ground. Seizing a moment of distraction, Vigo lunges to attack. Gillian's reflexes kick in, dodging the lethal spear by a hair. No ordinary foe, Gillian counters with precise, devastating strikes. Once the leader of the Ratat mercenaries, a group he founded, he knows Vigo's tactics inside out. Vigo stumbles, nearly face-planting. Unwilling to yield, he snarls, "No matter how strong you were, that was years ago when you were still captain." Brimming with confidence, he boasts, "While you were busy curing your daughter, I grew stronger through countless battles." Vigo leaps into the air, driving his spear into the ground, declaring, "You're no match for me." He spins his hand, revealing coins hidden in his palm, and hurls them at Gillian with force. Gillian catches them easily. Vigo charges for a follow-up attack, but Gillian sees it coming. Vigo leaps, gripping his weapon, ready to end it. "It's over, Gillian," he shouts. The clash of blades rings out, but Gillian blocks the strike with ease. He questions Vigo, "So this is about revenge?" Vigo, stunned by the effortless block, channels mana into his arm, thinking he's not even using his full strength. Gillian pushes him back with overwhelming force, leaving Vigo unable to resist. He collapses, kneeling, looking pathetic. Gillian steps toward him, puzzled. "I don't get it." Curious, he asks, "If revenge was your goal, you had plenty of chances." Picking up Vigo's spear, he asks sternly, "Why didn't you come for me sooner?" Vigo, delighted by the question, laughs maniacally, his tone defiant. "You don't know the whole story." He recounts, "I came to your house, but the Ratat captain wasn't there." He recalls, "Just some worthless old man not worth killing." He turns the question back on Gillian. "Where was the man I idolized?" Gillian lets him rant, staying silent. Tossing the spear aside, he responds, "Listen." Drawing his sword from behind his back, he says, "I'm just a man controlled by others." But now, Gillian brandishes his sword with commanding presence. "I'll give my old comrade the greatest honor." His eyes blaze, reclaiming his role as the Ratat commander. "That's right." Charging forward, he declares, "This is a real fight." Gillian unleashes precise, deadly strikes, no longer holding back. Vigo can't hide his excitement. "This is the moment I've waited for." The duel erupts into a fierce clash, neither side yielding. Vigo lands a blow, Gillian returns a strike. They trade hits, locked in a brutal struggle. Vigo, teeth gritted, charges like a moth to flame. Gillian rises, raising his axe high, delivering a final message. I'll always remember you, captain of the Ratat Legion. He says Vigo's name, Vigo. Vigo bares his teeth, trembling as the fatal axe comes down. Vigo falls, blood splattering across the cold ground. Gillian steps forward, picking up his weapon, staring at the man he just sent to his end. Cheers erupt from behind. Nice work. It's Ghislain and Belinda. Surveying the carnage, Belinda remarks, Hey, if we sold all this gear, we'd make a fortune, right? Gillian bows to Ghislain, apologetic. I delayed things unnecessarily. My apologies. Ghislain brushes it off. No big deal. He eyes Gillian, thinking, he's even more impressive than I expected. He recalls, when I returned to the mercenary city after leaving home, stories about Gillian from my superiors shaped me into the mercenary king. Lucky I moved fast to secure an ally like him. Ghislain slips his hands into his pockets, asking, Do you remember that guy? Gillian draws his sword, confirming, Yes. Looking to the sky, he admits, he was an old comrade. Ghislain's surprised. An old comrade, huh? Gillian's words stir memories of his own former allies. Wonder what my old crew's up to. Before they met me, they had their own lives. He muses for a moment, but holds on a hope. One day, we'll all reunite, right? Shaking it off, he turns to Belinda. All right, let's collect the valuable stuff like you said. Belinda nods enthusiastically. Good call. Now, Gillian, lead the way and let's grab the loot quick, yeah. Gillian sighs, exasperated. I'm not your subordinate. 2 days later, at the territory, the group rides in a carriage toward their destination. Inside, Belinda, exhausted, sighs heavily. Phew, almost there. Gillian, curious, asks Ghislain, That's Perdian? Ghislain nods. Yup. He feels a stroke of luck. Good to have a place to come back to. I can always return. Gillian falls silent. Ghislain asks, Gillian, what do you think of our territory? Caught off guard, Gillian stammers. Well, it's nice, I guess. Ghislain, seeing his discomfort, guesses, a dump, right? The comment hits the mark. Ghislain explains, the houses are so old they're beyond repair. See those fields? Abandoned. Everyone who could work got sent to the army, leaving the land to rot. Gillian questions, I heard Perdian's constantly at war with the northern orcs. But seeing it up close, it's worse than I thought. Belinda, helpless, adds, Isn't this a territory someone should know inside out? Ghislain states his goal plainly. I'll fix all of it, and I need your help. He declares, this will be a long fight. In his mind, he vows, wipe out everything tied to Duke Delphine and protect what's ours. I'll restore this land, no matter the cost. The carriage rolls on. Belinda peeks out, gasping. Young master, look, it's Ghislain's shocked too. You, standing ahead, waiting by the castle, is none other than his father. Ghislain exclaims. At Castillo Perdian, an ancient, majestic, and splendid castle, heated arguments echoed through the halls. We need to reduce our forces, Ghislain's father proposed. His aide, visibly uneasy, exclaimed, What, my lord? If we cut back any further, holding the front lines will be nearly impossible. Home Run, stroking his chin skeptically, added, We'd be better off requesting aid from Rayfold. It turned out Rayfold was the one slashing aid. An investigation suggested they were amassing troops and stockpiling supplies. Randon, stunned, blurted out, What's that? The group continued their fierce debate, each convinced their own stance was correct. There's no other choice. We need to rebuild the Mana Beast Forest garrison, half destroyed in last October's battle. Even scaling back the Night Corps is necessary to ease some of the pressure, someone argued. Home Run countered, But don't you think reducing our forces carries significant risks? Ghislain remained silent throughout the discussion, observing quietly. In his mind, he mused, Same old crowd, huh? Present were 3 key figures. Vanden, the commander of the Perdian Night Corps, Albert, the noble leader of Perdian, and the stout Count, Home Run, the castle's overseer. Ghislain reflected, How long has it been? For a Grand Duke of Perdian, it's only been a few months, but for a mercenary king, it feels like decades. Finally, Ghislain spoke up, addressing his father. This campaign must have been exhausting for you. Walter, curious, responded, "What's on your mind?" Ghislain recalled how, as a child, he resented his father's rigid and strict demeanor. Only now did he understand the weight of responsibility his father carried, the immense exhaustion and strain on his shoulders. As a lord, Walter asked, "My dear son, I hear you left the castle for about a week. Where did you go?" Sipping a cup of hot tea, Ghislain replied honestly, "I just returned from Rayfold's territory." As a father, Walter pressed, "Not causing trouble again, I hope?" Ghislain, exasperated, took another sip of tea. "I didn't cause any trouble." The steward, holding a ledger, chimed in, "My lord, as unbelievable as it sounds, word is you defeated Bernaf in a duel and earned a tidy sum." Albert, skeptical, asked, "You didn't go there to gamble, did you?" In his head, Ghislain scoffed, "Gamble? If anything, I'd call it an investment." Still holding his tea, he replied, "No, I just had some brief business to discuss with Amelia Rayfold." Home Run interjected, "My lord, I've always reminded you to remember your role as Perdion's heir before acting." Ghislain waved dismissively to reassure him, "I understand. Don't worry." Home Run, fuming internally, thought, "This blasted fool treats my words like garbage. How can I not worry?" Ghislain's father intervened, "Enough, everyone. Let's stop here." He turned to Ghislain, "I hear that in my absence, you've been involved in quite a few incidents, haven't you?" Ghislain sat silently, offering no response. His father continued, "Word is you personally dealt with Emer and Philip, the ones who tried to betray Elena. Is that true?" Ghislain recalled, "Oh, those guys." Randon jumped in. "Dealt with them personally?" "Hardly. They probably fought each other, and the Grand Duke just finished them off. The story's been exaggerated." He didn't believe Ghislain had such exceptional ability. In his mind, Ghislain thought, Knight Commander Randon. Even if they were traitors, having knights under his command killed by me must sting. Maybe I should smooth things over a bit. So he replied, "Yes, something like that." Randon, pleased with the response, grunted, "Humph, exactly." Walter, silent for a moment, finally said, "Well done." The praise caught Ghislain off guard. His father added, "Whatever the process, what matters is that Elena is still alive, isn't it?" Ghislain, hearing his father's praise for the first time, fell silent. He ventured, "Father, could I ask you for a favor?" Walter nodded, "Speak." Home Run, quick to interrupt, said, "My lord, if this is about requesting maintenance funds, I must say no." Randon piled on, "Of course. The Grand Duke's caused enough trouble as it is." He fumed, using military rations for gambling, burning the city gate in a fit of bad temper, slaughtering war horses to roast for meat, and claiming it was to forge a legendary sword by melting down the knight's iron armor. Ghislain, overwhelmed, muttered, "That's a lot." Nonchalantly, he responded, "I'm not asking for permission, it's just courtesy. This is something that must be done." Belinda, trailing behind, asked, "Why are you so obsessed with this?" Ghislain replied, "I'll tell you later." He calculated, "If I reveal it now and rumors spread, it'll be a hassle. If I succeed in my plans, I'll make a fortune." Elsewhere, not far away, at the entrance to the Beast Forest, a massive runestone quarry lay buried. Runestones, imbued with magical power, were incredibly rare and coveted by mages. Used in magical barriers, circles, scrolls, alchemy, and research, mana was indispensable. In his past life, the Delphine ducal family had discovered it. Now, Ghislain was the only one who knew. Belinda, speechless, sighed. "Of course, you've got it all figured out." Gillian agreed. "I'll follow your lead." Ghislain praised them. "Good." He ordered, "Belinda, go to the nearby territories trade guild and hire a mercenary group, about 200 men." Belinda exclaimed, "That's the money we risked our lives for, and you're not saving a single coin?" Gillian cautioned, "Is that wise, my lord? Mercenaries are rough and unruly. Managing that many will be tough, and they might turn on their employer." "It's predictable." Ghislain nodded. "True, which is why you and I will pick the ones worth using." He suggested to Gillian, "Among the small mercenary bands in the north, there's one with excellent skills." Gillian protested, "No way, those mad dogs." Ghislain reassured him, "They're skilled, but if they slip up, they're rabid dogs who will bite anyone. even their master. The Cerberus mercenaries. They set out, with Gislin saying, "Let's go chain up those mad dogs." The Cerberus mercenaries, outside Jimba's territory, peered through binoculars and spotted approaching figures. There they are. Pathetic. Do they even know where they're at? They mocked. Speculating, they said, "Look at him, some young noble brat. If we play this right, we've got a juicy target." A hand shot out, startling the Cerberus mercenaries. It was Gillian, grabbing one by the neck and lifting him like a cat. The mercenary, furious, shouted, "What's this bastard doing?" Gillian squeezed his face, then hurled him far away. The Cerberus group, wide-eyed with shock, formed ranks around Gillian. "Who's this guy? Prepare to fight," one snapped angrily. "Have you lost your mind?" another demanded. A commanding voice rang out. "Looks like some high-ranking noble. Even a noble can't act this recklessly." The speaker stepped forward, warning, "Don't think you'll leave here alive." He froze, seeing Gislin on horseback. Gislin commanded, "Quiet. Who's your leader here?" Gislin pressed. "Who's the commander here?" The man from before stayed silent, only letting out a loud laugh. He shot back. "Looks like we've got a crazy noble here, huh?" He tossed a chain, readying for a fight. "If you're looking for trouble, you'd better be ready for the consequences, yeah?" With that, he hurled a club toward Gislin. The club came dangerously close, mere inches away, but something intercepted it, knocking it off course. It was none other than Gillian. The Cerberus mercenaries stood stunned at the sight. The attacker, caught off guard, had his chain pierced by Gillian's sword, and the club crashed to the ground, sinking into the soft earth. Just as Gislin had predicted, he thought, "As expected, they won't listen to me." He ordered, "Gillian, go ahead and let loose, just don't kill them." Gillian, itching for action, was ready. "Understood," he replied. He effortlessly dodged the attacker's strike, seizing the chain and turning it against him. The man, furious but helpless, cursed, "You damn dog." Gillian flung him into the air, looping the chain around his neck and yanking hard, the club slamming into the man's stomach, leaving him writhing in pain. With the leader down, the lesser mercenaries didn't back off, charging aggressively. "You think we'll just stand here and take it because you're a noble?" They launched their chains, but Gillian deflected them with his sword. He elbowed one, causing the group behind to stumble like dominoes, all sent flying far away. Gillian's icy gaze pierced through the Cerberus mercenaries, who shrank back, avoiding his terrifying stare. Gislin dismounted, clearly annoyed. "Taking too long. How much longer do I have to wait?" He commanded, "Clear those grunts out of the way and bring their leader here." The leader stepped forward, voice weary. "I was sleeping soundly until you stirred up this mess." His men suddenly snapped to attention, forming two neat rows. He introduced himself. "I'm Chow, commander of the Cerberus mercenaries." He demanded, "What do you want with me?" Gislin replied calmly, "What else do people want with mercenaries? I'm here to make a request." Chow, irritated, snapped, "A request? What kind of person makes a request by roughing up my men like that?" He smirked. "For a noble, you sure lack manners." Gislin responded naturally. "Consider it my way of saying hello. I figured the best approach was to make you submit." Chow, taken aback, said, "Submit? You mean if we greet twice, it's war? Is that it?" But he brushed it off. "Whatever. State your request. What's this grand plan of yours?" They sat at a table to negotiate. Gislin spoke first, "The beast forest." Chow's eyes widened. Gislin clarified, "I want to hire you to conquer the beast forest." The Cerberus mercenaries erupted in chatter. "The beast forest? That place crawling with monsters?" They hesitated. "You don't mean the one bordering Perdian's territory, do you?" Chow, equally shocked, exclaimed with interest, "Who are you to dare mess with that dangerous place?" Gislin replied calmly, "I'm Gislin Perdian, Duke of Perdian." The Cerberus mercenaries froze in disbelief, Chow included. They tried to intervene. "Hey, kid, don't get cocky. That beast forest is no joke. Everyone who goes in there dies." Chow chimed in. "Kid, you seem like a pampered noble with no clue how the world works." He made up his mind. Enough talk. Pointing to the exit, he said, "Negotiations are over." Gislin sat silently, unmoved. Chow, curious, taunted, "What? Scared now?" Gislin looked up and countered, "I heard your mercenary crew was skilled. Was that just exaggerated gossip?" Chow slammed his feet on the table, hands in his pockets. Don't get cocky, kid. Like you said, we're mercenaries. If the price isn't right, we don't take the job. Simple as that. Ghislain provoked him. Weaklings always make excuses. Chow's lips tightened. Leaning back, he said, "You're ruining my mood. I was going to have some fun with you, but you're pulling this amateur provocation crap. A spoiled brat like you, who doesn't know how the world works, isn't even worth my time." He gestured dismissively. "Take this as compensation for the damage and get lost." Ghislain closed his eyes, shaking his head. "No, that's not it," he challenged. "Chow, commander of the Cerberus mercenaries, I challenge you to a duel under Moriana's oath." Everyone gasped, from the Cerberus side to Gillian. Chow asked, "Do you even know what that means?" Ghislain replied, "Of course. It's a traditional mercenary duel, Moriana's oath. Once accepted, the two fight with short blades, no mana, hands bound together. Leaving the small circle and closing the fight means defeat. It's a brutal survival match in a confined space with limited movement. Sometimes, both the winner and loser die. The loser must accept defeat and obey the winner's commands absolutely. Basically, become their dog." Ghislain asked, "So Chow, what do you say?" Gillian, shocked, muttered, "A noble duke resorting to a filthy mercenary custom?" In mercenary circles, refusing a challenge meant admitting defeat, so Chow had no choice but to accept. He smirked, then burst out laughing. "Brothers, our noble guest wants recognition the mercenary way. Shall we oblige?" They stepped into the fight, hands bound tightly within the small circle. The Cerberus mercenaries cheered. "Teach that arrogant noble a lesson. Finish him, boss." Gillian watched silently. Before the duel, Chow said, "Looks like you've got some tricks up your sleeve and think you can face me without fear. But there's no backing out now." He pulled Ghislain close, whispering, "I've fought 5 duels like this and never lost." He let go. Ghislain pulled Chow toward him, speaking softly, "5 times." With a faint smile, he added, "I've done this hundreds of times, you know." Without hesitation, both men unleashed ferocious attacks, catching each other off guard. One hand gripped the other's, while the free hand thrust a blade toward the opponent's throat. They dodged simultaneously, narrowly escaping each other's deadly strikes. Their sharp gazes locked once more. Ghislain Perdian and Chow relentlessly swung their blades, closing in and pulling back. One slashed, the other parried, trading blows in a deadlock. Chow dodged a strike, grabbed Ghislain's arm, and yanked him forward, twisting his arm behind his back. But Ghislain countered, swinging his dagger toward Chow's side. Chow thrust his spear at Ghislain, sidestepping to avoid the incoming blade. They broke apart, readying new moves. Chow raised his leg for a kick, but Ghislain, anticipating it, stepped back just as the kick came, narrowly dodging the dangerous blow. However, the move caused him to stumble and fall. Chow sneered, "Oh, pretty tough, huh? You claim you've done this hundreds of times, something most people only manage once in a lifetime." Furious, he swung his blade swiftly. "If you're going to be pathetic, at least make it believable." Ghislain dodged instantly. Chow's men, forming a circle around them, shouted, "That noble's done for. The boss is crushing him with raw power. Finish him. It's the price for daring to insult us." Gillian shot a piercing glare at them, making them recoil in fear. Silently, he assessed the duel. This is a disadvantageous fight. The ring is so small it's hard to even fall, and just standing face to face nearly pushes you out. With rules banning magic and relying solely on physical strength, plus the clear size difference and bound hands limiting movement, the Duke can only barely dodge or block. The two continued their relentless clash. Gillian observed, with his larger build, the leader can easily dominate and control the fight. Watching closely, Gillian's hand rested on the weapon at his back, ready if the Duke faced real danger. Chow grabbed Ghislain's arm, poised to throw him over his shoulder. But Ghislain used the momentum, leaping up to evade Chow's horizontal slash, landing lightly behind him. However, his arm began to throb. Ghislain faltered, thinking, "The arm I blocked with earlier, it's hurting." Without mana to shield him, the impact of parrying Chow's spear had built up. Chow, noticing, laughed gleefully. "Look at that, your face is pale. Can't hold on much longer, can you?" Seizing the moment, he slashed again. Ghislain struggled. You're fighting so hard against my strength. It's almost pitiful. Sure, compared to other nobles I've met, you're tough, but that's it. Chow grinned maliciously. I see right through you. Gislin tried using his speed to attack, but Chow blocked every move. Swing your blade all you want. I'll counter or dodge easily. I kick. You block with your leg, just as I predicted. My lighter stabs. You're taking them head-on, aren't you? But under Moriana's rules, with no mana support, even blocked attacks left lingering damage. Gislin's legs ached terribly, and he could feel the pressure mounting. He hated being read like this. Chow taunted. Your expression gives you away. Keep struggling. Smirking cruelly, his eyes gleamed with malice. That's what makes it fun. Gislin refused to give up, swinging his blade at Chow again. Chow dodged effortlessly and countered with a slash. Gislin ducked to avoid it, then blocked Chow's downward stab, quickly striking back. Chow raised his knee, aiming for Gislin's face. Too late to dodge fully, Gislin blocked with his leg, but Chow's knee slammed into his shin, sending pain shooting through his bones. Chow, sensing weakness, stared sharply. This is the end. He raised his blade and thrust it toward Gislin's throat, snarling, Die. His men cheered wildly. Oh, Gillian, watching, couldn't stay still, drawing his weapon. Duke, watch out. But Gislin smirked, seemingly doomed, then twisted his body, dodging Chow's blade in a stunning move. Chow couldn't believe it. How could he dodge my strike in that position? Gislin, using the momentum, pivoted on his right leg, spun, and slashed Chow's side, drawing blood in a deep wound. Chow, shocked, realized he was the one hit. His men and Gillian were equally stunned. Furious, Chow swung wildly from multiple angles, but his aggression left openings. Gislin landed another slash across Chow's chest. His men grew restless, shouting, The boss got cut again. They yelled. That noble was clearly outmatched earlier. Boss, show him your true power. Gillian watched silently. Chow swung. Gislin ducked. Using his shoulder, Gislin struck Chow's face, then raised his blade, eyes intense. Instead of stabbing, he pummeled Chow's face and chest with fists. Spinning the dagger's handle, Gislin stabbed Chow's bound arm, making him scream in agony. Chow, enraged, charged, shouting, You bastard! His face twisted, losing all composure. You were struggling against my strength before. What trick are you pulling now? Gislin glared back coldly. Gillian, watching, realized, that's it. In his mind, the fight played in slow motion. The leader's aggressive power strained his muscles, making him less flexible. Trying to dominate with brute force cost him agility. The Duke didn't meet his ferocity head-on but stayed loose, turning the flow to his advantage. To overcome the size disadvantage like this, remarkable. Gillian sheathed his weapon. Chow, battered and bruised, his face swollen, sent his men into a frenzy. Boss, what are you waiting for? This isn't fun anymore. Gislin looked at him. Your willpower is strong, but in the past, plenty of cornered men broke the rules and used mana. Chow scoffed. You talk like you've really fought 100 times before. You only got this chance because of Moriana's oath. Break the rules, and you'll have no place here. Gislin glanced down, quietly impressed. Chow continued. I admit, in a straight fight, I'm slightly outmatched, but, he roared, grinning tensely. There's more than one way to win. Chow spun, using all his strength to hurl Gislin, catching him off guard. Another rule of Moriana's oath. Step 1 foot outside the circle, and you lose. Chow flung Gislin into the air, his swollen face twisted in triumph. No matter how skilled you are, once I throw your whole body like this, you'll land outside. Smirking, he thought, victory is mine. But it wasn't that simple. Gislin swung his blade, grabbing Chow's arm in midair to Chow's shock. Using the momentum, Gislin spun before landing, kicking Chow's pivot leg, forcing him back, and pulling Gislin inside. Their bound hands strained with terrifying force. Gislin yanked Chow toward him, spun behind, and pushed Chow forward. Grabbing Chow's hair, Gislin slammed his head to the ground. The result stunned everyone. Chow was forced out of the circle. His men gasped, he's out. Outside the ring. Chow, unwilling to accept it, gritted his teeth, eyes wide. Is this really the end? Gislin, cold as ice, looked down. Victory is mine. Chow, helpless, asked. What kind of man are you to have such extraordinary skill? Gislin's eyes glinted dangerously. That's no way to act before your future master. He pulled Chow back into the circle, confusing him. Exhausted, Chow panted. What? The fight's over. But Gislin said, No, I haven't stepped out of the ring. He threw another punch at Chow. From now on, it's time to discipline you, as my subordinate. Raising his fist, Gislin leaned forward, eyes narrowed, staring at Chow. From this moment, it's time to teach you your place under me. With that, Gislin landed a direct punch to Chow's face, a blow so fierce it left Chow reeling. His men, encircling the ring, watched in shock as their leader crumpled to the ground. Chow frantically shielded his bloodied, swollen face from Gislin's strike, shouting, Hey, wait. By the rules, stepping out of the circle was a violation. Before he could say more, another fist slammed into his face. Gislin pinned Chow down, relentlessly pummeling him. You think you can bring up rules in the middle of a battlefield? Chow, weak and sprawled on the ground, retorted, You call yourself a noble? Don't complain about what your master decides. As he spoke, Gislin's cold eyes bore into him, and another fist flew. Chow barely got out. You maniac, before a punch to his mouth made him spit blood. A barrage of dozens of punches followed, each one chipping away at Chow's consciousness. His men, watching their leader get brutalized, grew restless. Hey, is this okay? The bet's over. Gislin's fist, now stained with Chow's blood, kept going. Finally, Chow, unable to endure the pain, raised both hands and screamed, Ack! Stop already. Blood streamed down his battered face. Gislin pulled him up, his expression still icy, and said, I haven't stepped out of the ring yet. Chow's face paled. To him, Gislin now seemed like a demon. Turning to his men, he roared, Are you just going to stand there? Kill this guy. His men, hearing Chow's order, charged with swords drawn, shouting, Yes, sir. But before they could act, the old man blocked them with his axe. From now on, anyone who interferes with the Duke will die. A menacing aura radiated from him. Chow's men froze in fear, rooted to the spot. Chow, seeing this, looked helpless. Turning back, he met Gislin's chilling gaze. Gislin spoke, Let's finish our business. Chow, staring at Gislin's fist, gave a bitter laugh. Nobles, nothing but a bunch of cowards. As he took the punches, he thought about the corruption of nobility. Arrogant pigs, scheming traitors, narcissistic fools who'd cower and beg at the slightest threat. Robbing such people was an unmatched thrill. Chow, once renowned as the Mad Dog, wondered, Why am I humiliated by this young noble? His men, seeing Chow's broken state, shouted, Boss, he's going to die. What do we do? Gislin lifted Chow's bloodied body, assessing him. That's enough. He ordered the men, Get medical supplies for Chow. What are you waiting for? Bring water, bandages, cloths. Are you going to let your leader die like this? Holding Chow's body up, Gislin faced the men. They scrambled. Yes, understood. The silver-haired old man watched Gislin, thinking, These unruly mercenaries are obeying the Duke? In their world, where fists are law, he's shown them who's boss in the most effective way. After treating Chow's wounds, Gislin and Chow sat across a table. Gislin slid a paper toward him. Sign it. Chow, visibly displeased, glared but picked up the pen and signed. Handing it back, he muttered, Here. Gislin narrowed his eyes, clearly unsatisfied. Chow quickly adjusted his tone. Please, my lord, take care of us. Satisfied, Gislin took Chow's hand. Good. From now on, we're family. Let's do great things together. Days later, at the outskirts of Perdian's territory, weary mercenaries grumbled. Ugh, why muster us at dawn? I didn't even finish breakfast before we started moving, one complained. A bald man piped up. Heard the rumor? The guy who hired us is Perdian's Duke. Another gasped, What? Someone sneered. That naive kid. Can he even handle mercenaries? Bet we can half-ass it and still make bank. As they gossiped, a man clapped loudly. All right, listen up. A muscular giant stepped forward, saying, To deal with a greenhorn boss, we need a strong representative. The group turned to him. You? The muscled man, Gordon, grinned, thumping his chest. That's right, Gordon the Muscle. I'm impressed with your enthusiasm to make some coin. But if we're not united, we won't get what we want. The group nodded. True. Last time some idiot overplayed his hand, and it all fell apart. The bald man approached Gordon. So what's the plan? These things only work if you know when to stop. Push too hard, and it's over. Gordon roared. I'll be the middleman. The boss pays, and you split it fairly, got it? He jingled a coin pouch. The group cheered, agreed. With Gordon brokering, it'll go smoothly. That huge frame of his is actually useful, reassuring too. All that training, and he's got a nose for money. Suddenly, someone shouted, Hey, someone's coming. Gordon and the others turned. From a distance, a lone rider approached. As the figure grew clearer, the mercenary squinted. What's this? Just one guy? Dressed like a big shot, huh? Bet he'll run scared when he sees Gordon's muscles. Gordon took the lead, waving his men to follow for intimidation. Rubbing his hands, he muttered, Time to teach this naive, noble kid a lesson. But as he turned, his eyes widened in disbelief. Behind the rider were dozens of men. Someone gasped, That dog-shaped helmet. Is that the Cerberus crew? Gordon startled. What? The group buzzed. How's that possible? What happened to make those stubborn bastards obey the boss? Ghislain glanced at Gordon and asked, You the commander here? Gordon stammered, Why yes, sir. Ghislain pressed, Your name? I am Gordon the Muscle. Ghislain gave Gordon's arm a light punch, praising, Impressive. He introduced himself. I'm Ghislain Perdian, Grand Duke of Perdian. Gordon's men sweated, too stunned to speak. Ghislain continued, You've gathered all your mercenaries. Gordon, from now on, we're conquering the Beast Forest. A few days later, outside the Beastly Forest, Ghislain's group had set up camp at this location. All preparations for exploring the forest were complete. Ghislain had established a temporary base for the expedition team. Supplies were fully stocked, and the soldiers were ready. The time to set out had come. With that thought, Ghislain glanced at Belinda and suggested, Check the head count one more time. Belinda immediately got to work. The mercenaries hired through the office totaled 148. The Cerberus mercenary group, led by Ghislain, consisted of 41 members, bringing the total manpower to 192. Hearing this, Ghislain said sternly, All right, have you thoroughly briefed Scovan? Belinda nodded slightly and replied, He's actively helping us keep the forest expedition under wraps. After all, his main job is commanding the outpost near the Beastly Forest, so there's likely no need to worry. The two nodded, and Ghislain smiled, saying, Good. Then, he looked at the group below and shouted his command. Everyone, fall into formation. He told them that right before them lay the Beastly Forest, the place they would explore. They had surely heard the rumors. Unexplored dangers, all sorts of monsters, unknown threats, or even things beyond imagination. Despite facing such perils, he declared, We must conquer this place at all costs. Hearing his words, the mercenaries below, who had never heard of such a task, turned pale as banana leaves, whispering and murmuring among themselves. Hearing this, Belinda angrily scolded, How dare they interrupt while the young master is speaking? Ghislain didn't bother with it and said coldly, Anyone who wants to back out is free to do so, but remember this. If everything goes well, I promise to pay you triple the wages. For those enslaved by coin, that reward is quite the tempting bait. As soon as he finished speaking, their eyes lit up. In contrast, Belinda, standing above, nearly jumped in shock, exclaiming, Young master, what did you just say? The money we brought back last time has already been nearly spent on these preparations. Ghislain smirked and said, That's how you boost morale. If we succeed and secure the Urvain, it won't just cover the costs. It'll leave us with plenty to spare. With that thought, he glanced at Belinda again and asked, Do you trust me? Belinda sighed helplessly. I have no choice but to trust you. She slightly regretted once saying she trusted him unconditionally. Nearby, Chow couldn't help but mutter under his breath, Triple wages. What a promise no one but a madman would make. The master's always so reckless. Gillian calmly replied, He always has a plan in his head. A moment later, the Beastly Forest expedition team was ready to depart. Ghislain, naturally, took the lead, with the others following closely behind. Their group marched into the forest, chopping down trees as they went, looking almost like bandits. The group relentlessly hacked away with axes, Ghislain included. He felled a tree at the center, allowing faint light to begin piercing the dark forest. Seeing the light, Ghislain smiled with satisfaction. Good, the light's finally starting to break through. He then ordered, keep clearing the path in this direction. The felled trees were cut into pieces and loaded onto carts, while those with free hands dug around the roots to make them easier to remove. According to Duke Delphine's beastly forest exploration journal from a past life, the forest was truly vast. One day, they would clear out the monsters and exploit the forest's resources. But what Ghislain needed now was money. Ignore everything else and carve the fastest path to the runestone vein. The wealth Ghislain would gain from this expedition would be a crucial weapon to thwart the schemes surrounding Perdian. Nearby, Chow was surprised to see Ghislain working, and even the mercenaries began whispering among themselves. Naturally, Belinda wouldn't let this go on. She shouted a warning. Hey, less chatter and get to work. They immediately shut up and scurried off. Watching their retreating figures, she huffed angrily. Unbelievable. Then she approached Ghislain, complaining, Young master, we went through the trouble of hiring these people. Why are you doing the work yourself? They're looking down on you because you're working alongside them. Ghislain, busy chopping a tree, didn't care and casually said, Relax, one more person working means the job gets done faster. There's nothing good about lingering here. Belinda pouted at his response. You talk like you already know everything before coming here. Her words left Ghislain momentarily speechless. What could he say? He actually did know. Nearby, Chow chatted while working. The young master has a girl worrying over him. How enviable. Meanwhile, some of us not only have to work for others, but also walk straight into hell. Gillian, hearing this, smacked a tree branch into his back, making Chow furious. He cursed loudly. You looking for a fight? But Gillian ignored him, letting Chow rant until his voice gave out. Ghislain glanced at them, feeling a bit more at ease. Everything had gone smoothly so far. Duke Delphine had once launched a large-scale beastly forest exploration campaign and kept a journal detailing the locations of key resources and the ecology of the monsters. Thanks to that, Ghislain was somewhat prepared before coming here, but the lack of incidents made him even more uneasy. He had only read what was written in the journal and had never seen what actually happened here with his own eyes. So he couldn't help but warn them. All of you, stay on high alert. Even so, they continued cutting trees to clear the path. By now, night had fallen, and they had traveled a long way without encountering a single monster. As they were discussing this, one man approached, demanding his share of the rumored reward. But then, Gordon seemed to notice something, his face turning pale as a banana leaf. Panicked, he shouted, Hey, you guys. The group immediately turned to look at him. Trembling, Gordon said, We've clearly cut down plenty of trees on our way here, right? The others nodded in confusion. Yeah, that's right. After hesitating for a long time, Gordon glanced at them and said, Then why isn't there a single path? His words snapped them to attention. It made sense. At that moment, Ghislain suddenly shouted, Everyone, stay sharp. Following his yell, the three key members moved to shield him, and the Cerberus mercenaries assumed combat positions. Only the amateur mercenaries outside were left bewildered, unsure of what was happening. As they stood confused, Ghislain called out, Gordon, stay where you are. If you move, you'll die. He ordered, Walk toward us slowly, step by step. Though confused, Gordon nodded. Yes, I understand. But as he turned, the log on his shoulder slammed into the giant tree in front of him. Not only that, he fell flat on his face. Seeing this, the group's expressions grew grave. Some couldn't hold back and angrily cursed. That idiot. At the same time, Gordon was just as panicked, because the massive tree in front of him suddenly began to move. In an instant, the enormous trunk formed a gaping mouth full of jagged teeth, striking fear into everyone. Seeing it, the group turned and fled, their faces grim. Their fear was justified, as the tree-like monster suddenly sprouted vines stretching dozens of meters long. The vines ensnared them, hoisting them into the air before flinging them toward its mouth. After capturing its prey, the monster snapped its jaws shut, as if savoring the moment to tear into its newly caught meal. At the same time, Gordon was also seized. But thanks to his brute strength, he clung to a nearby tree. Sobbing, he pleaded, Save me. The nearby mercenaries rushed over, swinging their axes to sever the monster's vines. Yet no matter how hard they hacked, the vines wouldn't break. The axe in one mercenary's hand even began to chip, prompting him to exclaim in shock, "How are these vines so tough?" Gordon, equally panicked, cried out, "They won't cut. Am I doomed to be eaten? What rotten luck!" As if on cue, the vines yanked him toward the monster's mouth again. At that moment, a figure dashed forward. It was Ghislain. Sword in hand, he charged and sliced through the vine, binding Gordon with a single swing. After saving him, Ghislain didn't stop. He channeled mana into his sword and, without hesitation, stabbed into the eye on the monster's trunk. Bright red ooze gushed out like rain, grotesque to behold. Seeing this, the mercenaries outside cheered. The boss cut it down. Is the eye the weak point of these tree monsters? While they were caught in a daze, Ghislain, having landed after his strike, let out a breath and turned to the group, shouting, "Snap out of it. If you scatter, you'll become easy targets. To avoid being caught by the tree monsters, grab your shields and form a defensive line. Until I give the next order, focus on holding your ground." With Ghislain's command, the mercenaries quickly formed ranks, using their shields to fend off the incoming vines. After issuing orders, Ghislain ran to Chow, asking, "Where are the oil lamps?" Chow pointed to the cart beside him, replying, "All right here." Ghislain swiftly ordered, "Good. Light them all and throw them at the monsters. Burn them down." Hearing this, Chow exclaimed in surprise, "So that's why we brought them." At that moment, Gazel shouted, "They're looking this way." Ghislain quickly commanded, "Now's the time. Burn them." Following his order, Chow led the group in hurling oil lamps at the monster. In an instant, a barrage of lamps flew forward. The moment they struck the monster, they exploded, and flames erupted into the air. Watching the scene, Chow muttered nervously, "Will they burn to ashes?" Gazel nodded slightly. With this situation, they might. But in their moment of distraction, the monster's vines shot toward them. Fortunately, an axe suddenly appeared. Without hesitation, Gillian hacked through the vines. Even Belinda joined in, launching 3 throwing knives at the monster's eye. Ghislain glanced at the two and ordered, "Cover the mercenaries and prepare to throw more lamps." They quickly followed his command. As for Ghislain, after giving orders, he charged forward with his sword, aiming to draw the monster's attention. Hearing this, Belinda cried out in panic, "Be careful, my lord." Ghislain paid no mind. He rushed toward the monster, channeling mana into his sword and slashing wildly. Infuriated by Ghislain's attacks, the monster's vines lashed out at him. Perhaps Ghislain was a snake in a past life. He dodged with uncanny agility, successfully weaving through and reaching the monster's front. Meanwhile, the mercenaries, defending behind their shields, watched in awe and exclaimed, "Those tree monsters, do they have legs too? The boss is going to get crushed." But contrary to their fears, Ghislain was perfectly fine. His swordsmanship was impeccable, each swing severing vines. Seizing the moment when no obstacles remained, Ghislain thrust his sword straight into the eye on the monster's trunk. Single-handedly, he deftly handled the monsters, leaving the mercenaries watching in astonishment. All eyes were on their leader. At that moment, Belinda shouted, "Throw all the oil lamps at them. This time it'll work." Following her cry, another wave of lamps flew forward, and flames roared to life, engulfing the monsters in a sea of fire. Seeing this, Chow cheered, "We did it." But Ghislain warned, "Don't stop. Keep throwing until they're completely burned." With his words, the mercenaries continued hurling lamps. Part of the forest was now engulfed in blazing red flames, the heat intensifying. In moments, the monsters were incinerated. The mercenaries outside couldn't help but marvel. That was incredible. So this is how you deal with monsters. They also realized that, at this rate, the fire might spread further, but that was even better, as it would wipe out the monsters faster. Even Gordon cheered. Not so tough after all. In the face of fire, these tree monsters are nothing. While they rejoiced, Ghislain spoke up, "Don't let your guard down. It's not over yet. Now's when they reveal their true forms." As soon as he finished, their vision was enveloped in a blinding white fog. The mercenaries grew even more confused, unsure of what was happening. Gillian and Belinda, alarmed, rushed toward Ghislain. Belinda cried out in fear, "What's going on over there?" Ghislain calmly explained. The fire weakens them but doesn't fully destroy them. The heat vaporizes the moisture inside their bark, creating this mist. Before long, the fog began to clear, revealing a colossal, terrifying monster, even more fearsome than before. Its massive mouth remained, but now it sprouted four enormous petals. Seeing it, the group recoiled in fear, shouting, "What is that? Wasn't it dead?" At that moment, a sword pointed skyward amid the chaos. Ghislain roared, "Everyone focus! Grab your weapons. Now's the time for a close-quarters assault." With that, he charged forward like the wind, sword in hand. Seeing Ghislain charge forward alone, the mercenaries panicked, muttering, "Telling us to fight those giants up close. Isn't that just asking for death? One move from them, and we'd be crushed. How can we not be scared?" But while they were in disarray, Chow led the Cerberus mercenaries in a bold charge forward. Belinda, running alongside, cautioned, "Duke, please be careful." Gillian, who hadn't yet moved, approached Gordon's group. In a cold tone, he demanded, "What are you hesitating for? This is Grand Duke Ghislain's order." Naturally, this angered him. While his master was fiercely battling the monsters, they stood there like statues. Gillian, exasperated, commanded, "Have faith and follow him." Hearing this, Gordon's group flinched but quickly grabbed their weapons and rushed forward, saying, "Forget it, who cares? At worst, the employer will handle everything. Just do it." In an instant, the mercenaries surged with fervor. Ghislain shouted, "Their bark is burned away. Even without mana, you can cut them down. Don't fear, smash them with one strike." Hearing this, Chow charged fiercely, joined by Gillian and Belinda. In moments, a bloody battle erupted. At this point, hesitation meant death. Ghislain's role was to erase his followers' doubts, instilling confidence in victory and inspiring them to turn the impossible into possible. With his extraordinary skill, Ghislain showed them that killing monsters was just that, killing monsters. He thrust his sword into the monster's mouth. Without hesitation, he unleashed a mana-infused slash, cleaving it in half on the spot. Under Ghislain's valor, the monsters began to fall like dominoes. The others, working together, took down a fair number as well. The mercenaries, exhausted and panting, heard Gordon sigh in relief. "We got them all. We've wiped out those monsters." Others exhaled. "We survived." But at that moment, Ghislain warned, "All forces, stay calm." His voice silenced the crowd. Their obedience pleased him. He continued, "This is the beastly forest. Just our first step, and we've already encountered creatures like those tree monsters." In an instant, fear spread across their faces. Ghislain, unfazed, spoke slowly, "But don't worry. I'll always be at the forefront. All you need to do is trust and follow me." The crowd fell silent at his words, but soon, spirited cheers echoed through the dark forest. They pressed deeper into the woods. Whenever a monster appeared, Ghislain directed its swift destruction. Wherever they went, ancient trees and monsters fell in their wake. Chow, growing more ferocious with each kill, had initially followed reluctantly, but now felt exhilarated in battle. Throughout, they encountered numerous monsters. Belinda fretted constantly, checking on Ghislain at every turn. At first, he wasn't fond of it, but eventually, he gave in, letting her do as she pleased. The only constant was the state of Gordon's mercenary group. Each time a monster appeared, they instinctively retreated. Gordon, staring at a massive creature before him, grumbled, "Damn it! What the hell is this? Monsters keep popping up." As they panicked, Gillian and Chow stepped in front of them. Chow, without hesitation, slashed at the creature's leg, but another monster appeared nearby. Gillian swiftly charged, blocking it with his shield. Seizing the moment, a sword struck. Ghislain unceremoniously stabbed the monster's head. After dispatching it, he glanced at the group and asked with concern, "Anyone injured?" They nodded quickly, replying, "Still alive, just minor wounds." Immediately, they assumed battle stances, shouting, "If you want to live, don't stray from the employer. Let those monsters come." Seeing this, Gillian couldn't help but remark, "They're starting to shape up." Chow nodded in agreement. Real combat is the best teacher. Ghislain felt more at ease. He reminded them, "We've got a long way to go. Keep clearing the path." Meanwhile, one man lagged behind, watching those charging toward death ahead. He thought they were all insane. in a mad forest full of lunatics. Soon after, they ventured deeper and came across a lake. Seeing water, the group rushed forward like parched men, scooping it up with buckets to drink. Belinda, watching, couldn't help but mutter, "Who knows what might leap out of there?" Ghislaine, standing beside her, was at a loss for words. So far, they were on the right path. This lake was a critical junction to the runestone mine. With that thought, he ordered, "Set up camp with your backs to the lake. We rest here." Later, in one tent, mercenaries chattered non-stop about the forest. In another, a fire crackled warmly. Gordon, eyeing the man before him, asked suspiciously, "Why'd you call us here secretly? What's this about?" The man, Manus, chuckled softly. "We don't need to keep risking our lives here. Life's worth more than money, isn't it?" Gordon pouted. "We've already cleared a good chunk of the path. The employer said the destination's not far from the forest's edge. We're probably close." Manus grew more urgent. "You believe him?" The employer's nicknamed Purdian's madman for a reason. Recklessly expanding into this forest for glory, isn't it obvious? Torin, nearby, said indifferently, "We've already taken the deposit. Took the money, so we do the job? We're mercenaries, aren't we? It's not the first time we've survived thanks to an employer." Unconvinced, Manus pressed, "I admit the employer's a skilled fighter, but so far, it's just been luck. One mistake could lead to our doom." He believed nobles would use them as meat shields when danger neared. Nobles are all the same. At this, Gordon's group grew uneasy, unsure how to respond. Seeing their expressions, Manus smirked smugly. "Keep hesitating like that. Fighting those monsters alone and returning? That's madness. If something happens, we might end up as bait for him." Suddenly, Torin spoke up. "I mean, without the employer, we'd have been dead long ago. Look over there." He pointed to Ghislaine across the way, treating the wounded and advising, "Be careful not to get water in the wounds. It'll get infected." Belinda, nearby, disapproved, grumbling, "That's precious medicine. Shouldn't we save it for when it's really needed?" Ghislaine replied calmly, "This is exactly when to use it. Skimp too much, and it'll hurt us later." Manus watched Ghislaine tirelessly tend to the others, unsure how to react. Torin continued, "The medicine and antidotes the employer uses are worth more than our lives. If it were you, would you treat mercenaries you're using as meat shields like that?" Gordon's group nodded in agreement, saying, "Yeah, this employer's different from the others. At least he doesn't seem like he'd abandon us." Their words dismantled Manus's plan, making him curse inwardly. "That old man's meddling again. To get out of here, I need to sway at least a few, but this is tougher than I thought." He quickly left. As he departed, Ghislaine approached, warning, "Stop gossiping and rest while you can." He then glanced at Gillian and Chow, saying, "We need to talk." They followed, but Chow hesitated, asking, "Is this okay? If it were me, I'd have cut out his tongue by now." Ghislaine replied calmly, "Let him be. The monsters keep him from doing anything for now. More importantly, we need to confirm something." His words put them on edge. Scanning their surroundings, they noticed an issue. For some reason, oil lamps were placed everywhere. Belinda frowned, asking, "Why suddenly count the hanging lamps? There's about 24. Ghislaine, hearing this, fell into thought. As expected, the number's gone down. Reflecting, he spoke slowly. Since entering the forest, monsters had attacked day and night, but for the past 2 days, there had been no nighttime assaults. Hearing this, the group grew pensive. Chow muttered hesitantly, "Does that mean?" Before Ghislaine could respond, Gillian interjected, "We've entered the territory of nocturnal monsters, a highly dangerous zone." At that moment, Ghislaine sighed, his eyes turning fierce. Gazing into the distant darkness, he said slowly, "All right, now is the most dangerous time." Night had begun to fall over the forest. Everyone had settled into sleep, including Gordon. He was tucked comfortably into warm blankets, but a sudden bright light startled him awake. As he opened his eyes, he saw an oil lamp floating in midair, scaring him so much he nearly wet himself. Kicking it away, he shouted in panic, "What the hell? Flying lanterns." But before he could make sense of it, something bit into his shoulder, causing him to scream in agony. His cry roused the camp. When they awoke, they saw Gordon wildly swinging a torch at the air like a madman. The invisible monsters, spotting the fire, quickly retreated. But to the mercenaries, Gordon looked like he'd lost his mind. They hurriedly asked, "What's going on?" Trembling, Gordon stammered, "Monsters. They were right beside me. But where are they now?" The others grumbled in frustration. "What nonsense are you spouting? There's nothing here." Hearing this, Gordon was dumbfounded. He looked around, unable to believe it, exclaiming, "Nothing." Someone snapped, "Did you have a nightmare or something? Talking in your sleep?" With that, they walked off. But at that moment, a voice cut through, "He's not talking nonsense." It was Gazel and Torin approaching. Gazel said slowly, "A strange feeling woke me up too, and I saw a lantern vanish before my eyes." With his words, others began sharing the odd things they'd noticed. Gazel, after listening, said firmly, "We need to investigate what's out there." In an instant, the tent buzzed with chatter. Amid their confusion, Ghislain appeared, asking, "You saw it clearly, didn't you?" They turned to see him approaching with Gillian and Chow. Ghislain narrowed his eyes at them and ordered, "Everyone, assemble." The mercenaries quickly gathered. Inside the tent, Ghislain called the key members for a discussion. After hearing the reports, Gordon cried out in horror, "Monsters are surrounding us." Gazel added, "And we can't even see them with the naked eye?" Ghislain nodded slightly. "That's right. It's their ability." He stated confidently, "They're near the lake. One of the most formidable nocturnal monsters in this forest, the panhunters. They blend into the darkness, invisible to human eyes, and physical attacks are useless. They stalk hundreds of prey, dragging them into the shadows to hunt." Hearing this, Gazel and Gordon exclaimed, "Hundreds?" Belinda glanced at Ghislain. "So that's why the lanterns are going out one by one." Chow shouted angrily, "Damn monsters. Let's go kill them all. We can't let them toy with us. We strike first." But Ghislain shook his head, stopping him. "No, we wait for their attack. That's the best way to counter them." Belinda hesitated. "We've already lost more than half our lanterns. Are we just supposed to sit and wait?" Ghislain replied calmly, "Charging in recklessly will only provoke their cruelty. They'll shift tactics and torment us more patiently. We'd lose our chance to wipe them all out." Gillian, puzzled, muttered, "Wipe them all out?" He looked at Ghislain and asked, "Is there a way to catch hundreds of invisible monsters immune to physical attacks?" Ghislain nodded, "Yes." "Belinda, where are the magic scrolls I told you to prepare?" Belinda answered casually, "I've given each mercenary a scroll." Hearing this, Ghislain looked at them with satisfaction and ordered, "From now on, I'll teach you how to fight them." He drew something on the ground with his sword and explained slowly, "The pan monsters are surrounding our camp from 3 sides. They're tightening the noose by stealing our lanterns. With their numbers, they can't cover the entire area. Especially since they're not human, a direct confrontation would collapse our flanks." Torin, listening, frowned and muttered, "By setting camp with the lake at our back, we avoided being surrounded on all sides." Ghislain nodded, "Call it luck. The situation isn't ideal, but it's not hopeless. We hold the initiative in this fight." The group stared at him, confused. Ghislain explained slowly, "Split into 3 teams. One with shields to absorb attacks, one with crossbows to hold them off, and an elite strike team, including me. The shield and crossbow teams will form a tight central formation to block the enemy's assault. Meanwhile, the Streitgetrich will focus all firepower to quickly thin their numbers from the left flank." Finishing his plan, Gillian hesitated. "Is this really feasible?" Chow studied the drawing on the ground, saying after a pause, "If the central team holds strong, it's doable." Belinda suddenly raised her hand, interrupting, "These pan things blend into the dark, so attacks don't work, right? How do we deal with them?" Her words unsettled the group. Chow glanced at Ghislain, then at Belinda, naively asking, "Can't we just use mana?" But Ghislain smiled, saying, "Don't worry, Belinda. Soon, night fully descended, perfect for hunting monsters." Ghislain rallied the mercenaries as planned to face the creatures. They'd lost their last lantern. One misstep, and the whole group could be wiped out. According to the Delphine family's exploration journal, it was written, "Pan fear light." This was discovered later when strong light revealed their true forms. So Ghislain ordered everyone to tear open their magic scrolls. Instantly, they complied, ripping the scrolls apart. Each scroll's power combined, and in a flash, light surged into the sky. The pan monsters recoiled in fear from the brilliant glow, unable to flee before the light engulfed them. Their forms became visible to all. Seeing this, Gordon shouted, "The darkness is gone. Their true forms are exposed, eel-like monsters surrounding us." Sure enough, moments later, they charged. The crossbow team didn't hesitate, raising their weapons to attack. But the monsters' numbers overwhelmed them, and the crossbow team struggled. At that moment, the central team was ready. Ghislain raised his sword high, shouting, "Their true forms are revealed. Vanguard, attack." With that, he led Gillian's group in a charge forward. With ferocious momentum, the vanguard relentlessly slaughtered the monsters. Ghislain was even more ferocious. Each swing of his sword left monster corpses strewn across the ground. He narrowed his eyes at the creatures, calculating silently. The pan could blend into darkness, but their resilience was weak. With this formation, they could be pierced through in an instant. With that thought, Ghislain turned to the group and ordered, "Reduce their numbers as much as possible." Gillian's trio swiftly followed, splitting into 3 directions. Gillian absorbed attacks and drew the monsters' attention. Meanwhile, Chow disrupted their ranks. With his combat prowess, his strikes were lightning fast, each move lethal, but the sheer number of monsters left openings. That's where Belinda came in. Whenever a teammate was in danger, she provided immediate support. After attacking with her throwing knives, Belinda shouted, "Young master." Instantly, Ghislain charged like the wind, wiping out the monsters in his path. This was the elite force of Perdian he had built. In the sky above the beastly forest, flashes of green and white light flickered constantly. The mercenaries below attacked relentlessly. Under their fierce assault, many monsters fell, but their numbers were overwhelming, and the mercenaries, drenched in sweat, cried out in panic, "Why are there so many? When will the strike team arrive?" In their moment of distraction, the monsters bared their fangs and claws, lunging at them, filling them with terror. At that moment, a sharp sword struck. It was Ghislain's team. Having cleared their side, they rushed to assist. After eliminating the attacking monsters, Ghislain glanced at the group and said, "Thank you for holding strong." Seeing him, Gordon's group cheered, "The boss is here. We're saved." Gordon quickly regained his vigor and ordered, "Expand the formation. Surround them from all sides. Now we counterattack." Sensing the tide turning, the monsters stopped attacking and turned to flee. Ghislain frowned. "They're retreating before we could encircle them. The pan are sharp." Thinking quickly, he glanced at Belinda and ordered, "Find their leader. It has horns on its head and is signaling the retreat." Chow, behind him, hesitated. "If they retreat, isn't that good?" Ghislain replied calmly, "They're obsessive about their prey. Even if they retreat now, they'll stalk us for days and nights until they finish us. We don't have time to deal with them again. To avoid losses, we must prevent their leader from reorganizing them. We have to take it down here." Hearing this, Belinda was surprised. She noticed how much he'd changed. Resolute, she said, "Understood." With that, she threw a grappling hook onto a nearby branch and shot forward like the wind, charging alone into the monster horde. Soon, she spotted a horned creature. Without hesitation, she swung her hook, successfully ensnaring the leader. Glancing back, she shouted, "Young master, I've got it." Hearing this, Ghislain surged forward. He snorted coldly, "So it's you." Leaping into the fray, he slashed at the leader without hesitation. Blood sprayed like rain, but it wasn't dead yet. Unfazed, Ghislain struck again. This time, he didn't miss, severing the leader's head. The sight threw the surrounding monsters into disarray, halting their attacks. Ghislain shouted, "The leader's dead. Kill them all. Don't let any escape." With his command, the mercenaries' morale soared, and they charged without hesitation, no longer fearing the monsters. Chow, caught up in the heat, yelled, "Troops, don't lose to that old man." Gillian sighed helplessly. Quite the mood, isn't he? Thus, Ghislain's forces began massacring the monsters. The battle raged until dawn. Only when Ghislain felled the last one did it end. Monster corpses littered the ground, blood flowing like rivers. Ghislain looked at his team, smiling sincerely. "Well done, everyone. We've won." His words sparked roaring cheers. How could we not be thrilled? We won, and we're alive. Belinda, concerned, asked, "Young master, are you hurt?" Ghislain shook his head with a smile. I'm fine. You all worked hard. Then he ordered, Belinda, confirm the head count immediately. Chow, bring the Cerberus team here. Gillian and I will dispose of the Pan corpses around the camp. Chow frowned, asking, dispose of them? What's the point? Ghislain replied calmly. The stench will deter other monsters. The Pan are among the strongest at the forest's entrance. Gillian added, the camp will be safer, kid. This irritated Chow, who snapped, what's that, old man? Want to settle this now? Ghislain, watching the exchange, thought wearily, I'm too used to their bickering. It's fine. They had been in the beastly forest for about 10 days. Eliminating the Pan cleared the major threats on their path, leaving only the runestone mine to exploit. The sun would rise after the darkness, and everything would conclude. Ghislain was certain of it. Soon, Belinda returned, reporting, I've confirmed. The Cerberus team still has 41 members, and 126 contract mercenaries remain. Ghislain frowned. No casualties in Cerberus? Chow boasted proudly. Of course. Who's the captain here? Gillian gave him a disdainful look. Ghislain ignored it and asked, 3 contract mercenaries died, correct? Belinda nodded. The issue is we can't find their bodies, so we can't confirm their identities. Suddenly, Gordon asked suspiciously, speaking of which, where's Manus? Torrance sighed. With his personality, he probably slipped away. As they suspected, Manus had fled with 2 others earlier. They felt lucky to have escaped before the battle. Manus, leading the way, warned, talk less. While the monsters are distracted, we need to get out of here fast. But then, the 2 behind him stopped. Annoyed, Manus shouted, didn't you hear me? Move. One of them, trembling, pointed behind, his face gripped by fear. Manus turned and saw glowing red eyes approaching. He muttered in terror, what the hell is that? Before them now was a colossal serpent, which in an instant killed all 3 of Manus's group. Its glowing red eyes were terrifying. On the other side, Ghislain's group, unaware of this, continued clearing the path, felling trees. They worked tirelessly, sawing trees and loading them onto carts, as if determined to tame the entire forest. Chow, watching them, couldn't help but remark, now they're working efficiently without being told. I've never seen those lazy mercenaries so disciplined before. As he said, not only the Cerberus mercenaries were diligent, but even the hired hands were proactive. Gillian glanced at Chow, smirking, unlike a certain someone. Chow flinched, finding the jab reasonable and, unusually, not arguing back. Changing the subject, he said, these guys, will they all disband after this expedition? Seems a waste to use them just once. Ghislain overheard and responded, don't worry. I plan to hire them all as my personal forces. People say mercenaries lack organization and can't match regular armies in group combat. But their experience here has surpassed those limits. They'll be a solid foundation for expanding our influence. At that moment, Gazel approached from afar, reporting, Captain, we've scattered the corpses around the cleared area, as ordered. Chow nodded. Good work. He glanced at Ghislain, grinning. As you said, it's worked wonders. No monsters from the camp to here, not even a stray one, when normally we'd see at least one. His crow's mouth jinxed it. There was indeed a monster deep in the forest they didn't know about. Ghislain felt a bad premonition, hoping it was just paranoia. Just then, Belinda returned from scouting. Ghislain looked at her and asked, what's up? Anything ahead? Belinda nodded, her expression hard to read. Seeing her reaction, Ghislain's heart sank. He shouted to the group, from now on, clear the path at full speed. The destination is right ahead. They pressed deeper into the forest until they saw a light and stopped. When the sight before them emerged, everyone's faces filled with shock, except for Ghislain, who smiled with satisfaction. Gordon's group exclaimed in disbelief, no way is this? Ghislain raised an eyebrow, grinning. This is why we embarked on this expedition, a top-grade runestone vein. Chow, still reeling, stammered. Is something this valuable really in the forest? Gillian, calm, said, I told you, he's got far-reaching vision. Belinda, thrilled for their finances, hugged Ghislain tightly, exclaiming, young master, how did you know about this? They were nearing the runestone vein, something most would never touch in their lifetime. Now it lay before them in abundance. If they mined at all, they'd be filthy rich. But at that moment, a voice rang out. No, you're not going anywhere. Gislin's eyes sharpened, scanning for the source. A figure, neither fully human nor monster, approached slowly, muttering mechanically. It's all over. The mercenaries recognized it as Manus. But as he spoke, he collapsed, dust scattering everywhere. Seeing this, Gordon and Torin rushed forward, only to be stopped by Gislin's sword. He ordered coldly, fall back. Then he charged forward, slashing with a mana-infused strike that cleared the dust. But what emerged horrified them more. Piles of white skeletons lay there, some with fresh blood. The mercenaries panicked. What's with all these corpses? What happened here? Not only were there monster remains, but human ones too. The three behind Gislin stayed calmer, weapons ready. Gislin explained slowly. We can't just mine the runestone peacefully. This is likely the lair of a high-tier monster. The fresh corpses mean they weren't left long ago. Toxic gas from the remains mixed with the fog, so we didn't notice earlier. The records never mentioned any specific dangers near the vein. Caught off guard, Gislin had no choice but to adapt. He shouted, Everyone, get into battle positions. Sure enough, as he spoke, a giant serpent appeared. Its massive, slime-dripping mouth lunged at them. Gislin didn't hesitate, charging with his sword, scatter. The group quickly split into three directions. Gislin faced the beast alone in close combat, channeling mana into his sword for a massive slash. But it barely scratched the creature. Undeterred, he aimed for its glowing red eyes. Though fast, the serpent was faster, dodging his strike. Still, his blade grazed it. Gillian frowned, incredulous. Even with mana, it only left scratches? Chow, equally shocked, said, What are those scales made of? In the fray, the serpent's massive tail attacked Gislin. He dodged, slashing furiously at its head. Green slime oozed out, and Gislin frowned. That's poison. Don't let it touch you. He dodged again, but the serpent was relentless. Gislin spun, slashing its tail, but it took no significant damage. Worse, its tail slammed down, pinning him to the ground. Seeing this, Belinda screamed, Young master. The serpent's massive body then targeted the others. They retreated in panic, with Gordon shouting, Careful, don't get caught. But no matter how they dodged, the serpent closed in, causing them to cry out, What kind of monstrous snake is this? It's going to crush us. Just as they faced being crushed, Gillian rushed in, hoisting two men over his shoulders like sacks and running. Belinda, using her grappling hook, pulled several mercenaries to safety. Chow directed others to flee, but some couldn't be saved. Crushed, their desperate cries echoed. Gislin, pinned under the tail, heard it all. Seeing it firsthand, he felt helpless. This monster was the true master of the runestone vein, a blood-footed beast, one deemed unhuntable in the expedition's plans. It usually dwelled deep in the forest, yet here it was. The odds of victory were slim, and retreating was an option. But hesitation wasn't. If he gave up now, everything he'd done would be for nothing. His eyes hardened with resolve. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, Don't block my path, you wretched beast. I carry too much weight for this mission. With that, Gislin unleashed his mana core. The sword in Gislin's hand began to glow with a massive surge of mana. Without hesitation, he charged again, slashing furiously at the serpent. He carved a deep gash into its head. This time, powered by his mana core, the wound was far deeper, and blood began to pour out. But it wasn't a decisive blow. The serpent lashed its tail at Gislin. Caught off guard, he raised his sword to block, but the beast's immense weight pushed him down, his right leg buckling under the pressure. The serpent didn't relent, opening its massive jaws toward him. Gislin didn't dare falter, striking back. No matter how slim the odds, some battles couldn't be avoided. This was his moment to fulfill his duty. The onlookers, seeing him charge recklessly, were alarmed, but Gislin paid no mind. He slashed at the serpent's head again, blood gushing forth. Leaping down from above, he exhaled, narrowing his eyes at the beast with malice. Yet the blood serpent showed no sign of collapsing. Sustaining the third mana core for too long was dangerous. Gislin would exhaust himself before killing it. As he wavered, Belinda's group rushed to him, worried. She asked urgently, Young master, are you okay? Gislin shook his head, confirming he was fine. Belinda suggested, Step back, young master. We'll hold it off. But Ghislain ordered, everyone, retreat. The command stunned them. Gillian glanced at him, asking skeptically, what are you saying? Ghislain explained gravely. Even I can't guarantee everyone's safety against this massive beast. I can't lose you all here. Belinda, anxious, asked, what about you, young master? Ghislain replied calmly, I have to take it down here. Belinda's eyes widened in shock. What they'd accomplished was already miraculous. She couldn't fathom why he'd push further. At that moment, the blood serpent spat venom at them. Ghislain shouted, go now. But instead of retreating, they formed a defensive line, using shields to block the venom. Ghislain narrowed his eyes, puzzled by their actions. As if reading his thoughts, Gordon yelled, let us fight with you. Torin chimed in, I've never seen a leader like you. You've saved us countless times. Even Chow charged forward, sword in hand, exclaiming, kill this damned snake, and the treasure's ours. Belinda, of course, stayed. She said resolutely, I can't leave you alone. Even Gillian stood firm, blocking Ghislain's front and saying, I'll distract it to create an opening. At that moment, they were united, hoping Ghislain would trust them as they trusted him. His hesitation lasted only a moment. Just when Gillian's group thought he wouldn't respond, Ghislain spoke gravely about the blood serpent. Massive size, deadly venom, blood-red scales hard as steel. Even a mana-infused blade bounces off. One hit, and you're dead. Belinda's face paled. Ghislain continued, but its wounded right eye and open wounds are its weaknesses. With that, he raised his sword skyward and roared, Beastly Forest Expedition Team, we return together. His words sparked a unified shout from the mercenaries behind. Simultaneously, the blood serpent lunged with bared fangs and claws. Ghislain's vanguard, including his key members, charged together. With his earlier words guiding them, their coordination was seamless. Chow stabbed the serpent's eye, making it scream in pain as blood poured out. Gillian drew its attention, creating an opening for Ghislain to strike the other eye. Though he knew the future, not everything went as planned. But if he didn't act, many would die. The mercenaries trusted him in this crisis, and he wouldn't let them down. Ghislain charged at the serpent's head, striking without hesitation. He had to bring everyone back. He alone knew Perdian's future. Instantly, the serpent's massive head was pinned to the ground. The onlookers steadied themselves. Ignoring their reactions, Ghislain kept stabbing, carving a long gash down its head. The serpent's skull was split in two. Belinda's trio cheered, beaming. This was their leader, Perdian's future. With the blood serpent defeated, the runestone vein was theirs. Meanwhile, at Perdian's castle, the Earl's men learned of Ghislain's actions. They were furious. Albert, tearing at his hair, ranted, This is a grave offense, defying the Lord and charging into the beastly forest. Home Run, beside him, urged, Calm down, Albert. But how could Albert stay calm? He shouted, You know the young master's stubborn streak. Off on this long expedition, he thinks he's the Lord now. Home Run sighed helplessly. It's too late to say anything. He's been in the forest for half a month. If Scovin hadn't falsified reports, they could have stopped him sooner. Home Run couldn't fathom why Scovin supported Ghislain. It could cost him his knighthood. The two argued before Swunter, who felt equally powerless, unsure how to handle Ghislain. As they spoke, Randon burst in, urgently reporting, My lord, big news. Come quickly. Swunter asked, puzzled, What's wrong? Randon said hastily, Young Master Ghislain has returned. The room froze in shock. Outside Perdian's castle, Ghislain had indeed returned, stepping forward slowly, one deliberate step at a time. Moments later, inside the castle, Ghislain sat across from Earl Walter's men. 6 pairs of resentful eyes glared at him. Walter, somewhat helpless, was unsure how to proceed. Ignoring their stares, Ghislain calmly said, I've returned, father. Walter hesitated briefly before speaking sternly. I made it clear that exploring the beastly forest was forbidden, didn't I? Ghislain lowered his eyes, replying, I'm sorry, but it was something I had to do. Home Run frowned, skeptical. Had to do. Randon snapped angrily. Are you saying it was worth defying orders? Entering the beastly forest is a grave crime. Not to mention your life. Monsters could flood the territory. Ghislain sighed helplessly. But as you can see, I'm alive, and no monsters have invaded. His words stunned them. Randon, even angrier, demanded, "What gives you the right to talk back?" Before he could continue, Albert interrupted. "Do you find this amusing, young master? You claim the forest incident caused no consequences, so we should overlook it." Pausing, he added gravely, "But for this, you have no excuse, do you?" He placed a document on the table. Gislin picked it up, frowning as he muttered, "Earl Rayfold." Albert nodded. "When you claimed to have visited Rayfold without notice, I had a bad feeling. You coerced Lady Amelia to seize 20,000 gold from the territory's aid funds meant for Perdian. Because of your actions, Earl Rayfold, furious, has cut all aid and voided all agreements. This could shake the entire territory." Gislin didn't respond, studying the document's handwriting. It was indeed from Earl Rayfold, who had a strained relationship with Amelia, not a forgery. Exploiting Rayfold's affection could silence him, but this likely went beyond mere assassins. If things had escalated this far, the leverage Gislin held was useless. Whether collapse or survival, it would all be excuses to hide the truth. A moment's delay, and he'd have been trapped in the territory. Tom wasn't on his side. Seeing his silence, Albert pressed. "Young master, have anything to say?" Home Run suggested. "First, return the 20,000 gold urgently." Randon, clutching his head, sighed. That sum could sustain the night order for a long time. But before he finished, Gislin said coolly, "It's gone. I used it all to explore the forest." His words silenced the room. Albert, recovering, broke the stillness. "You threw all that money into a monster-infested forest?" Gislin didn't deny it, saying helplessly, "I'm sorry. Regarding Rayfold, I have nothing to say." As he spoke, Randon grabbed his collar, roaring, "You damned fool. An heir destroying the territory's future." Home Run chimed in. "Gislin Perdian, you're no longer the young master, but a criminal. Bind his hands and feet, and throw him in the dungeon." Gislin ignored them, saying coldly, "From now on, I'll provide the aid funds, including the 20,000 gold." Walter, breaking his silence, asked gravely, "What did you say?" Gislin, unhurried, glanced at the door and called for Belinda. She entered swiftly, placing a small box on the table. Gislin said calmly, "If I just wanted to go in and out, I wouldn't have bothered exploring." As he spoke, Belinda opened the box, revealing a dazzling light. Gislin introduced, "This is top-grade runestone." The room erupted, everyone standing. Home Run touched it, exclaiming, "This treasure, where did you get it? Did you trade the 20,000 gold for it?" Gislin replied, "I mined it from the forest." Albert, after inspecting it, said, "If this is real runestone, it's valuable, but this amount alone can't sustain the territory. Not enough, right?" Gislin smiled cryptically, adding casually, "This is just a sample for reference." What he brought back was a massive haul of runestone. When Walter's group descended from the castle, they saw mercenaries tirelessly transporting it, leaving them stunned. Home Run, sweating, muttered, "This much in just half a month?" Randon, trembling, asked, "Home Run, am I seeing things?" Walter, still skeptical, looked at Belinda, asking, "Is this all from the expedition?" Belinda replied calmly, "Yes, my lord. The young master directly oversaw the collection. Besides runestone, we have dais resin, blood serpent relics, and more. This is only a fraction of the vein's yield." Gislin addressed them. "I explored for the territory's benefit. Naturally, it's for Perdian's use, right?" Albert, after calculating, reported shakily, "My lord, based on preliminary estimates, this could end our funding woes." Home Run and Randon instantly changed their tune, massaging Gislin's shoulders and fawning. "You're remarkable, young master. You must be exhausted from the expedition. Any requests? With this wealth, anything's possible." Seizing the opportunity, Gislin said, "There are conditions for this aid." Randon frowned. "What conditions?" Gislin nodded. "First, release Scovan and Ricardo. They only followed my orders. Second, keep the forest off limits to civilians. Rumors could cause losses." Both fell silent. After a moment, Home Run said, "Those aren't unreasonable." Gislin smiled, continuing, "Finally, I'll directly manage all repair forces, including mercenaries. Interference during troop deployments wastes time." Home Run exclaimed, A private army? Unacceptable. Who knows what you'll do? Albert coughed. Explain yourself. You're begging forgiveness. Yet it sounds like you want unchecked power. Ghislaine looked at him calmly. You misunderstand, Finance Manager Albert. These are necessary conditions to replace Rayfold's aid. If petty issues stall progress, Perdian's finances will suffer. Albert, unsure how to respond, looked to Walter for help. Say something. Isn't he trading the territory's future? Walter remained silent. Then, a shout startled them. Gillian approached with mercenaries. Ghislaine nodded. Good work, everyone. Gillian reported. Loading the runestone onto carts is nearly done. We're ready to move on your order. Chow added. But you instructed to preserve the dais resin without anti-decay treatment. What about the blood serpent's body? Ghislaine said slowly. Dissect it immediately. Separate the venom, blood, flesh, and hide, ensuring nothing spoils. Following his orders, they dispersed. Walter, observing, looked at Gordon, trembling as he said, My lord, these mercenaries' presence is extraordinary. How did Ghislaine gather such strength? Walter fell silent. They were like an elite army. After giving orders, Ghislaine turned to the group. Walter finally spoke. You've put in immense effort. Ghislaine bowed. Not at all, father. Without their help, this expedition would have been grueling. Walter studied him, then said reluctantly, Fine, return home. He led his men into the castle, ignoring their protests, leaving Ghislaine with, I'll let this slide, but defy me again, and be prepared. Ghislaine narrowed his eyes, saying gratefully, Thank you. Smiling faintly, Walter didn't turn, saying, As the heir to lead this territory, you've got the air of a northern wolf. Ghislaine watched him, silently repeating, Northern Wolf, the title of Earl Perdian, guardian of Latania's frontier. A solitary man with a weak army, dwindling finances, and poverty, Walter fought tirelessly at the frozen northern border, dedicating his life to a territory without his wife, daughter, or even son. The price was a tragic, forgotten death. As Ghislaine reflected, Chow sighed. Finally, some relief. Belinda, hesitant, asked, Young master, will you return to the city now? Ghislaine shook his head. Not yet. Be ready to move anytime. Stunned, Belinda asked, No rest. Gillian urged, You've pushed too hard. Your body hasn't fully recovered. Belinda added gravely, Surviving inside the blood serpent, covered in venom, was a miracle. Do you know how hard it was to detoxify you? Before she finished, Ghislaine placed a hand on her shoulder, murmuring sincerely, Thanks to you. Her trio froze at his words. Ghislaine turned to leave. News of their runestone would spread, reaching the ears of forces targeting Perdian. He had to expand his influence quickly to deter them. As he thought this, his body finally gave out, collapsing, startling those behind him. Meanwhile, in a castle far from Perdian, a man sat on a high throne shrouded in darkness. A pigeon carrying a letter landed on his hand, and he promptly opened it. The message was clear, confirmation of the beastly forest's partial reclamation, the start of a territorial war, and the destruction of Perdian. Reading this, he smirked, the downfall of Perdian. He then relayed the plan to those below. They immediately began whispering among themselves. After a moment, the man spoke gravely. How many remain in Perdian? A subordinate answered, 2 guards and 1 knight. The man nodded. Send the 2 guards to Deegan's territory. The death of Deegan's missing heir in Perdian is a perfect pretext for war. He appointed Victor to lead the operation. Hearing the name, someone exclaimed in disbelief. Using Desmond's strongest card so soon? If Frank had done his job, Perdian would have collapsed already. As they debated, another spoke. My lord, Victor will surely succeed. But revealing our trump card now, isn't it premature? This move seems rushed. The man replied calmly. Because of the beastly forest, all decisions align with Duke Delphine's will. He forbade further questions, adding, Prepare for war. The man giving orders was Earl Desmond, Hero Desmond. He frowned at those below, asking, Does anyone else know of this situation? Elsewhere, in Rayfold's castle, Amelia wept angrily in Bernafa's arms. Bernaf stood still, letting her cling to him. Gripping his collar, Amelia gritted her teeth. That bastard Ghislaine used my 20,000 gold to mine runestone. Even sending the Claw Guild couldn't kill him. I even begged my wretched father to punish him, making me look like a fool. Bernaf hesitated before saying, "That's unlike you, my lady." Amelia took a deep breath, suppressing her rage. "You're right. I let emotions take over. What's done is done." Her eyes turned vicious. Bernaf, understanding her intent, said gravely, "Give me your orders, my lady." Amelia pointed to a map. They found the runestone vein. Perdian will soon escape its financial woes. Bernaf nodded. They must be celebrating. Snorting, Amelia said, "It may look that way, but they haven't sold the stones yet. My latest intel says Ghislain found the vein just 2 days ago. Not enough time to establish a supply chain. We'll exploit that weakness." She knew exactly where Ghislain planned to sell. Bernaf, surprised, asked, "You want to act before they sell the runestone?" Amelia replied coolly, "There's only one buyer in the north. The Crimson Tower, ruled by the seven-ringed Archmage. Runestone is vital for magical research, and towers prioritize securing it. Order the Claw Guild to ambush the main route to the tower. Target not Ghislain, but the stone transporters. Disrupt their delivery and steal the stones in the chaos." Bernaf frowned, hesitating. "But there's also the Scarlet Flame Tower in Bryvant's territory. Are you sure they'll focus on the Crimson Tower?" Amelia said firmly, "In the past, maybe, but things have changed. The Scarlet Flame Tower lost its standing long ago. Greedy Ghislain won't go there. The Crimson Tower pays more. This time, I'll take everything from him." Back at Perdian's castle, Ghislain had been bedridden since returning. When he entered the blood serpent's mouth, it was preparing to digest him. Before passing through its throat, venom dissolved prey for easier digestion. Mana from his core burned the venom on contact, preventing it from entering his body. But the toxic gas produced created a deadly environment for breathing. Most prey would lose consciousness or die. Ghislain had gritted his teeth to endure. Losing awareness would have ended everything. That battle was critical. His future hinged on it. If he couldn't resist the venom, he'd become prey for other beasts. The venom entered his body, but he absorbed it into his mana core, neutralizing it with intense mana control, a skill only masters could achieve. He used it as a magical shield to counter the mana surge. Ghislain awoke from a nightmare, exhaling in relief, feeling better. Sitting up, he rubbed his throbbing forehead. He couldn't recall what happened after, only his father's forgiveness. Before he could think further, he noticed Elena beside his bed. Seeing him awake, she hugged him tightly, sobbing. "You're awake after 2 days. You left without a word and collapsed upon returning. I'm so glad you're okay." Ghislain, dazed by her embrace, was pushed away before he could feel touched. Elena ran out, shouting, "Belinda, he's awake." Ghislain frowned, realizing her words. He'd slept for 2 days. After escaping the serpent, he'd only received first aid from Belinda and kept fighting. He endured until the runestone was transported and sold, but his body gave out. Yet, considering his recklessness, his condition was surprisingly good. 2 days' sleep wasn't enough for such injuries. Something fell off, so he removed his bandages. As expected, his recovery had improved. His mana quality had somehow increased, its very nature altered. Frowning, he muttered, "Did the blood serpent's power merge with me while neutralizing the venom in my core?" In his past life, he never knew he could grow stronger this way. It wasn't planned for the forest conquest, but the risk had paid off. He needed tests, but if this method worked, he could become exponentially stronger. Ghislain approached his wardrobe, dressing while thinking. Selling the runestone quickly was the priority. 2 days had passed. Everyone who needed to know already did. He had to rally the mercenaries immediately. A knock interrupted his thoughts. Frowning, he said, "Belinda, no need to knock." The door opened, revealing Belinda, and unexpectedly, Earl Walter. Walter glanced at him, asking, "You're awake?" Ghislain, stunned, hadn't expected him. Walter continued, "Belinda told me you fought inside the blood serpent and were poisoned. Are you all right?" Ghislain nodded. "Yes, father. As you can see, I'm fine." Relieved, Walter said, "Good." Belinda rushed to him, worried. "You collapsed suddenly. Do you know how scared I was? Are you really okay?" Ghislain sighed helplessly. "I'm fine." Walter called him again. Ghislain looked up, puzzled, as Walter said seriously, "Can we talk privately? I have a request." Ghislain frowned, muttering, "A request?" Moments later, The two stood in the training yard. As Ghislain walked, he reflected that this was his first time alone with his father. In his past life, fear of punishment kept him dodging Walter. Feeling guilty, he said, "Sorry for dragging me out here right after waking." Shaking his head, Ghislain replied, "It's fine. Thanks to 2 days of deep sleep, I'm much refreshed." "So, what did you want to discuss, father?" Walter didn't answer immediately, his eyes narrowing with a hint of hesitation. Seeing this, Ghislain felt puzzled. "When you were young, your mother told me something." "Is this what she meant?" she had said. "She said your father struggles to express his feelings." As a child, Ghislain didn't grasp her words. She patiently explained that he must be a steadfast pillar for the territory's people, always prioritizing others, never revealing his heart except when he confessed to her. Though rigid, she hoped Ghislain would forgive him. Walter wasn't good at showing emotions. Back in the present, Walter picked up a sword, saying calmly, "Take your sword." Ghislain nodded. "Yes, father." He grabbed a sword, facing him. Without another word, Walter charged. The clash of blades echoed through the yard. They exchanged several moves, Ghislain focusing on defense, unable to attack. After a while, they parted. Ghislain frowned. Walter's sword was heavy, carrying the strength to subdue northern beasts yet a gentleness to protect. As he pondered, Walter attacked again, his strikes fiercer. Ghislain didn't dare slack, parrying but also finding an opening in Walter's swordplay to counterattack. This surprised Walter, though he blocked it effortlessly. Father and son fought like battlefield enemies, their moves fierce. After a few more exchanges, they stopped. Ghislain's sword tip pointed at Walter, stopping meters from his throat. Walter's face grew pensive. After a long pause, he sheathed his sword, praising, "Your skills have improved greatly." Ghislain sheathed his, smiling humbly. "Thank you, father." But then Walter's low voice warned, "During combat, ease the pressure on your sword. You have the strength and reflexes to fell giants, but carelessness lets opponents read your intent." Ghislain frowned reflexively. Was that true? In fights, he often sensed opponents' moves. But this might be the first time someone taught him. His swordsmanship was honed through combat and instinct, not formal training, so he'd missed such nuances. Walter pinpointed his flaws, helping him see them. Ghislain had always believed he could only rely on himself, grappling alone. But accepting guidance wasn't bad. "Grateful," he said. "Thank you for the lesson, father." Walter narrowed his eyes, hesitating before speaking gravely. "I plan to punish you. Despite your achievements, breaking rules is undeniable. If everyone thinks merit excuses discipline, chaos awaits." Ghislain listened silently. Seeing no response, Walter sighed. "But you've changed. You're not the reckless troublemaker seeking glory." He sensed Ghislain aimed for a higher ideal, urging him to keep Perdian and its people first, bearing the heir's responsibility. Ghislain was stunned. The word responsibility carried weight. Suddenly recalling something, he called out, "Speaking of which, you mentioned a request, didn't you? You haven't said what it is." Walter's steps halted. Glancing at him, he hesitated before saying awkwardly, "Do you have some money?" Days later, at the mercenary camp in the beastly forest, Ghislain arrived. Seeing him, everyone stood at attention, saluting with utmost respect. Smiling with satisfaction, he asked cheerfully, "Everyone doing all right?" They replied in unison, "Yes, my lord." Chow approached, teasing, "You look better than before." Gillian asked with concern, "How's your health?" Ghislain shook his head. "Sorry for keeping you waiting. How's the little one?" Gillian's face softened at the mention of his daughter. Bowing respectfully, he said gratefully, "I never thought I'd see her walk again. All thanks to you, young master." Ghislain waved it off, then looked at the trio, saying, "I have something to discuss." He revealed Perdian's danger. Their faces paled. Leading them into a tent, he recounted the attack on Elena, how he thwarted a plot to kill her as a pretext for war, the discovery of Deegan's heir's body, and a hidden force targeting Perdian. His tone grew serious. "Someone's watching us, likely operating within the territory for a long time. We lack the time and resources to prepare for an attack." Belinda sighed helplessly. "Now I understand why you're so rushed. We secured the runestone vein, thinking we'd have time to rest." Gillian added gravely, "As you say, Perdian's an easy target, a weak, poor territory now with a valuable runestone vein. Gislin nodded. Exactly. They won't let our land be. Belinda exclaimed. If it's this serious, why not report it to the family and Lord sooner? Not yet. Gislin shook his head. Even Elena's guard betrayed us. We can't distinguish friend from foe, so only we should know for now. Belinda hesitated, but Gislin continued. Elena's survival disrupted their plans, buying us time. But with the runestone exposed, they have no reason to delay. He warned of the grueling battle ahead. Silence fell. Chow broke it, saying, Fine, give me orders. Honestly, being with you is exciting. Gillian added, My life's yours. I'll follow you to the end. Belinda said firmly, Who else would protect you if not me? Gislin smiled, satisfied. Perdian's greatest enemies were Duke Delphine, Earl Desmond, and Amelia. He wouldn't let them act freely. Thinking this, he said gravely, We're heading to the Scarlet Flame Tower. Chow grinned. Finally selling those stones. Belinda, cautious, asked, Why not the closer Crimson Tower? They pay better. Gislin explained calmly. The Scarlet Flame Tower avoids unnecessary trouble. Gillian understood, nodding. Indeed, transporting high-value goods like runestone attracts uninvited guests. Staying one step ahead was wise. There was another reason. Since the Crimson Tower's master, the seven-ringed Archmage, gained fame, the Scarlet Flame Tower had declined. Restoring its former glory was no easy task. Yet Gislin chose it because someone there was crucial to meet. Elsewhere, at the Scarlet Flame Tower, a girl sat in a vast library, buried in books, her face unhappy. She muttered, Master Ronaldo, when will the light you spoke of appear? After days of travel, Gislin's group finally reached the Scarlet Flame Tower. Looking up at the towering structure, Gordon couldn't help but gape in awe. Chow, overhearing, nodded, and Torin chimed in. I've heard of its fame for so long, but never thought I'd set foot here. He scanned the bustling life around them, grinning. Just look at how they live, so different from Perdian. His gaze shifted to stacks of magical scrolls. So this is where they make those spell scrolls. They then noticed a group of mages working by the roadside. Curious, the group watched like country folk in a city. Sensing their stares, the mages stopped abruptly and cast a spell in unison. Vanish. They disappeared on the spot. The mercenaries, seeing this for the first time, were stunned. Unable to hold back a laugh at their dumbfounded faces, Gislin explained. It's an invisibility spell. Seems they don't want us watching. Chow grumbled. Those idiots, acting like we're some backwater bumpkins. Looking at the Scarlet Flame Tower, Belinda said warily, Even if it's not the top tower anymore, it's still a mage tower. Gillian added, After all, Brivant is one of the kingdom's wealthiest territories. Gislin gazed at the tower, lost in thought. It looked impressive, but who'd believe a tower at its peak was on the verge of decline? Halting his horse, he said, All right, we're here. Chow, with his usual gruffness, muttered, Looking up this close hurts my neck. Belinda added, It's so massive, it'd take forever just to reach the main gate. Where's the gatekeeper? And why are those suits of armor scattered around? As they stood confused, a voice boomed from the tower's upper levels. Halt. Following the shout, the scattered armor at the gate began to move, assembling into a complete knight in an instant. Two similar armored figures blocked their path with weapons. The voice from above warned, Not just anyone can enter the Scarlet Flame Tower. One of the mages demanded haughtily, State your names and purpose. Amazed by the animated armor, Belinda asked curiously, What's that? Are those suits like puppets? Chow, less amused, snorted, They don't even bother coming down. Typical mage tower gatekeepers. Gillian, ever professional, introduced, This is Gislin Perdian, heir of the Perdian family. Cutting to their purpose, he added, Summon the trade overseer. We have something valuable. But before he could finish, the mage interrupted arrogantly, We're not buying. Caught off guard by the dismissal, Belinda snapped, Wait, you're rejecting us without even looking? The mage sneered, Isn't Perdian just a beggar's territory in the north? All you've got is junk and cheap potions. Trading with you is a waste of time, scram. As he spoke, the armored figures pointed their weapons at them. Belinda, furious, shouted, Who do you think you are, calling us beggars? Come down here. Gillian asked calmly, What should we do, young master? Gislin didn't rush to answer, silently studying Gillian. After a moment, he said gravely, "You really don't want it?" His words startled the mages. Ignoring their reaction, Ghislain held up a runestone, saying coldly, "As mages, you should know what this is." Impatient, the mage glanced dismissively, muttering, "What?" But upon seeing the stone clearly, their attitudes flipped entirely. Their eyes lit up, hearts racing, as they noticed the long line of carts below. Could all that cargo be runestone? Smirking at their reaction, Ghislain asked, "So, want to buy or not?" Soon after, inside the Scarlet Flame Tower, having shown his goods, Ghislain was ushered in and greeted. A man bowed respectfully, saying, "We failed to recognize such an honored guest. I'm Sylvain, trade overseer of the Scarlet Flame Tower. Whatever you need, just tell me." Ignoring his forced politeness, Ghislain said coolly, "You've seen it. Large quantities. I need someone who can handle the entire deal. I want to meet the Tower Master directly." Hearing Ghislain's demand, Sylvain paled, terrified of further mistakes. "Yes, I'll inform the Tower Master at once. Please wait." He turned to a mage, ordering, "Escort them to the guest reception room." The mage complied promptly. Belinda, holding a grudge, scoffed, "Should have been like this from the start. How dare they insult our territory?" Suddenly, a commotion echoed through the tower. Ghislain asked suspiciously, "What's that?" The mage shook his head. "No need to worry, my lord. Just noise from magical research." Ghislain frowned, sensing it might be what he was seeking. At the same time, in the research room, smoke filled the air. A group entered, led by a man who sneered at a girl on the floor. "I told you, don't ever think about using the research room." As she trembled, trying to respond, he laughed arrogantly. "You can't even use magic, yet you hog the lab." Defying Alfal, the third-rank master heir of the Scarlet Flame Tower, his lackeys joined in. "Can't believe the professor took you as a student. You should be grateful the Tower Master let you in." The girl bit her lip, exhaling, then said hesitantly, "I have the right to use the lab too. I'm a mage." Alfal's eyes darkened, sneering, "Oh, fine, I'll treat you as one." Her face lit up, surprised. But with his vile nature, Alfal wouldn't let it slide. He said coldly, "Then you should be able to block a basic attack with a defense spell. Stop this." Fireballs appeared in his hand, a first-rank fireball spell. The girl's eyes widened in fear. Recognizing the spell, she raised her hand, trying to cast a defensive spell, but failed. She could only brace for impact. At the critical moment, a figure intervened, Ghislain. He deftly slashed the fireballs away with his sword. The scene stunned Alfal's group and the girl, who didn't know him. Ignoring their reactions, Ghislain said coldly, "Magical research, huh? This is what you learn at the Scarlet Flame Tower." Elsewhere, in the Tower Master's meeting room, Hubert sat on a high chair, fuming. "We're out of runestone again? How did it come to this?" Others chimed in anxiously. "At this rate, the gap with the Crimson Tower will only widen." Hubert, ignoring them, pointed and shouted, "I told you to stockpile runestone. What have the elders been doing?" They sighed helplessly. Every time they planned to store it, urgent needs arose, delaying it. Instead, they wasted time socializing with nobles, buying jewelry and rare items. A bold elder spoke. "Runestone aside, the Crimson Tower's master is the seven-ringed Archmage, while our Tower Master is only 6th rank." Furious, Hubert roared, "Don't mention that bastard. With runestone, I'd reach 7th rank in no time." Unconvinced, the elder pressed, "Without runestone, we can't even train. What's your plan?" Growing angrier, Hubert snapped, "Damn that seven-ringed Archmage. How did that smug bastard surpass me to reach 7th rank? Did he buy up all the runestone? What's so special about those stones?" Before he could finish, Sylvain burst in, panting, "Tower Master, urgent news." Irritated at the interruption, Hubert barked, "How dare you barge in? Can't you see we're in a meeting? Who gave you the nerve?" Sylvain hurriedly explained, "Apologies, but you must come now. A massive shipment of runestone has arrived." The word struck like a thunderbolt. Hubert and the elders fell silent, unable to believe their ears. Meanwhile, back in the research room, the clash between Ghislain and Alfal intensified. Ghislain eyed the fireballs hurtling toward him with disdain. With a casual swing of his sword, he swatted them away like flies. They couldn't touch him. Unwilling to yield, Alfal launched a larger fireball. Unfazed, Ghislain gripped his sword tightly and, without hesitation, sliced it in half. The sight shocked everyone. They'd never seen anything like it. Even Alfal couldn't believe his eyes, muttering through gritted teeth. How did he cut through magic? Who the hell is he? As Alfal stood stunned, a rope suddenly appeared, binding him like a dried fish in an instant. Belinda stepped forward, saying coldly, "Daring to attack the young master?" Only when his skin twisted under the ropes did Alfal realize he'd provoked the wrong person, stammering, "Who are you people?" Before he could finish, a shout rang out, "Stop!" It was Hubert. Surveying the chaos, he demanded irritably, "What's this mess?" Behind him followed the elders. The girl on the floor, seeing him, called out shakily, "Tower Master." Ghislain glanced at Belinda, ordering her to release Alfal. She complied, freeing the wretch. The moment he was loose, Alfal played the victim, rushing to Hubert's arms, sobbing. Seeing his prized student bullied, Hubert asked worriedly, "Alfal, what happened?" Alfal, feigning grievance, whined, "Intruders. I was stopping Vanessa from using the lab when they attacked." His performance escalated, trembling as he added pitifully, "I only wanted to protect fragile Vanessa from getting hurt." His delicate act was almost feminine. Belinda scoffed, crying like a girl, pathetic enough to be ashamed. Alfal snapped, "I'm a man." Vanessa quietly explained, "I just wanted to use the lab." Ghislain, silent, observed her. His judgment was spot on. This was indeed Vanessa, the budding nightmare. He hadn't expected her to endure such dog-like treatment. Hubert, perhaps too old to discern right from wrong, scolded, "Not only did you trespass in the Scarlet Flame Tower, but you harmed my disciple. I'll burn you to ashes." Belinda, sensing trouble, asked warily, "Young master, what now?" They seemed dangerous. Ghislain didn't respond, calmly stepping toward Hubert. Placing a hand on his chest in a noble salute, he said, "Forgive my late introduction. I'm Ghislain Perdian, heir of the Perdian territory, here to trade runestone." His words doused Hubert's anger. Alfal gasped, "Runestone? You." Ignoring him, Ghislain focused on Hubert. "My people are waiting outside. Care to meet them?" Without a second's delay, Hubert rushed down to the castle's base. Seeing the carts piled high with runestone like bulk goods, they couldn't believe their eyes. The elders muttered shakily, "Impossible. Where did he get so much runestone?" Hubert stood silently, but inwardly rejoiced. With this, he could crush the Crimson Tower. Still, to save face, he coughed, "Less than I expected. Quality's not great either." Chow, enraged, gritted his teeth. "He dares belittle what we worked so hard for." Vanessa, naive to Hubert's cunning, said innocently, "But isn't this a huge amount? One cart alone could last weeks." Caught off guard, Hubert shoved her, fuming, "Shut up. What do you know? Get out of my sight." Glaring at Vanessa, he sneered, "That damned Ronaldo left a mess. If you're useless, at least know your place." Ghislain watched, his expression unreadable. Hubert signaled an elder, asking, "Don't you agree?" The elders, sly as foxes, chimed in. "With this attitude, no wonder the Crimson Tower overshadows you." If not for his goal, Ghislain would have ensured their downfall. Belinda, unable to hold back, snapped, "What's that? Our young master slaved for these runestones, and you call them fake?" Still haggling, the elders retorted, "Your effort's not our concern. Too many scammers these days. Trusting a seller blindly is absurd." Tired of arguing with these old relics, Ghislain asked boredly, "So, you're not buying?" The elders were caught off guard. Before they could respond, Ghislain moved to leave. "They don't want the runestone. Let's go elsewhere." Panicking that he'd actually leave, Hubert blurted, "Wait." Signaling an elder, who nodded, the elder said, "To honor your effort bringing them here, we should buy, right? You've come far. Returning empty-handed wouldn't do. Let's save the Tower Master's face." Hubert nodded piously. "If the elders say so, I can't ignore them. With my great generosity, we'll buy all your runestone, but at a slightly lower price than the market." Before he finished, Ghislain cut in coldly, "There seems to be a misunderstanding." Glancing at Chow, he ordered, "Leave one cart and take the rest back." Chow, surprised but quick to catch on, saw Ghislain's sly smile. "We agreed to sell only one cart, right?" Hubert's face darkened. Chow, grinning, said, "Right, I forgot." He ordered the mercenaries. "Move the carts." Hubert, frantic as if on hot coals, rushed to Ghislain. "What's this nonsense?" Ghislain chuckled. "Sorry, my men miscommunicated the quantity. Our destination is the Crimson Tower. We just need some travel funds." Hearing his rival's name, Hubert's face twisted as if he'd stepped in filth. His tone turned fawning. "Why so serious? I was just joking since it's our first meeting. Don't go. Let's talk upstairs." Ghislain snorted. "Your attitude." Gillian's trio, shocked, muttered. "What's he playing at?" Hubert, groveling, said, "You're bold. Since you came to us first, we'll buy at double the market price." "Fair enough." But Ghislain smirked. "Fine, we'll sell one card at double." He raised an eyebrow, his expression provocative. Hubert's group sweated. He stammered, "What? You should sell everything you brought." Shrugging casually, Ghislain said, "If word spreads we sold to you at double, the Crimson Tower might offer triple. Why sell all at just double?" Feeling toyed with, Hubert roared, "Triple? You're playing us." "I'm losing patience." But his bluster crumbled as Ghislain turned to leave with a curt goodbye, shattering his dignity. With no choice, as the one in need, Hubert stopped him. "I'll buy everything at triple." Getting the answer he wanted, Ghislain smiled smugly, returning to his seat. Flipping his tone, he said, "Now we understand each other. Truly, the Scarlet Flame Tower is the North's strongest." Learning from the earlier haggle, fearing Ghislain might back out, Hubert rushed, "Don't sit there. I'll prepare the payment now." A sixth-rank mage master, humiliated by a kid, he couldn't fathom it. Hubert swallowed his pride, but if Ghislain pushed further, he'd burn him to ash. Then Ghislain spoke. "Wait, I haven't finished my terms." Hubert exploded. "What now?" Ignoring his outburst, Ghislain said calmly, "Vanessa, hand her over to me." The room fell into an eerie silence. Hubert's face paled, his eyes widening in disbelief. Ignoring their reactions, Ghislain said seriously, "Yes, I want her as my personal mage." His mind drifted to memories of his past life. After a battle, as they rested by a fire, Ghislain sipped water and warned, "Hey, the meat's burning." His companion grumbled, "Why don't you cook it yourself? What's a one-armed guy supposed to do?" Hearing muttering, Ghislain snapped, "What?" The man shook his head. "Nothing." Then, as if recalling something, he grinned, changing the topic. "By the way, Captain Ghislain, ever heard of Blood Serpent Vanessa?" Ghislain, clueless, asked, "Blood Serpent?" The man explained, "Got some interesting intel recently. You know the mage who burned northern Latania to ashes? She reached seven-ringed archmage status." "Seven-ring." Sipping his water, Ghislain said coolly, "Seven-ringed and Blood Serpent sound impressive, but what's special about her?" Expecting that reaction, the man chuckled. "Rumor has it she's completely mad. A mage, but she trained in mana cultivation." Intrigued, Ghislain asked, "Why would a mage train mana?" The man laughed. "Probably because she's nuts. She burns and kills everywhere, bankrupting lords. That recent kill order was to take her out." Ghislain fell unusually silent, lost in thought. After a while, he said, "A mage reaching seven-ringed through mana cultivation instead of traditional magic?" Growing more fascinated by Vanessa's unique story, Ghislain smirked. "Claude, let's bring her in." Claude, stunned, blurted, "Huh. But that past life plan never came to fruition." Vanessa couldn't control her magic, and by the time they found her, she was nearly dead. Yet, despite her lack of control, she had the talent to reach seven-ringed. With a bit of guidance, she could shine. This time, Ghislain was determined to recruit her. Unable to guess his intentions, Gillian's trio speculated why he wanted Vanessa, even advising against it. Meanwhile, Hubert's group debated whether to hand her over. After discussion, Hubert smiled. "Indeed, Vanessa will serve the Scarlet Flame Tower." Before he finished, Ghislain added, "Also, we need combat mages of third ring or higher sent to Perdian." Like a thunderclap, Hubert's rage flared, glaring at Ghislain. Unfazed, Ghislain pressed, "We need mages for territorial wars." The word war alone made the elders panic, asking, "Territorial wars?" Ghislain nodded. "Triple the market price, third ring or higher mages to Perdian for a year, and Vanessa as my personal mage. These are the three conditions for the runestone." Gillian's trio grasped his plan, while Hubert's group was thrown into chaos. Hubert stayed silent, but soon his aura shifted. The castle's glass shattered, magical sparks flying. Ghislain glanced at him wordlessly. Hubert, however, sneered. You think I'm a fool? Scarlet Flame Tower, mages don't meddle in territorial wars. You don't just ignore kingdom laws. You want our core third-ring mages on a battlefield. It was an insult to the tower. Hubert vowed to reduce everything to ashes. Sensing danger, Gillian's trio drew weapons, ready to fight. Ghislain, calm, remained seated. Narrowing his eyes at Hubert, he said after a pause, You'll regret this. Hubert flinched. Ghislain explained slowly. We found a massive runestone vein in our territory, dozens of times larger than what we brought today. The shocking revelation made the elder's eyes widen. Ghislain smirked. And this news is spread across the north. What does that mean? Hubert asked, frowning. It means many will hunt for this runestone. Ghislain replied, chuckling. You catch on quick. He clarified he didn't want war. Perdian just needed the tower's help to grow stronger. If Hubert aided them through this crisis, Ghislain promised exclusive runestone supply. Hubert wavered. Exclusive runestone was too tempting. Ghislain continued. If that happens, it's only a matter of time before the Scarlet Flame Tower surpasses the Crimson Tower and reclaims its top spot. Seeing Ghislain's confident hand extended for a bright future, Hubert's eyes narrowed, torn. Gritting his teeth, he clasped Ghislain's hand. The deal was sealed. After negotiating, Hubert found Alfal to discuss aiding Perdian. Alfal, defiant, protested. Master, there are plenty of other mages. Why me? Hubert smiled. I chose you because you're the greatest talent in the tower's history, for our future. Flattered, Alfal's cheeks flushed. Hubert continued. This experience will prepare you to lead the tower. Monitor them closely. Ensure no runestone is smuggled. If a territorial war breaks out, withdraw immediately. Patting Alfal's shoulder reassuringly, he added, Just endure 1 year, and we'll surpass the Crimson Tower. Alfal, listening quietly, replied, Yes, master. Reluctantly, he joined Ghislain's group. Days later, Ghislain awaited Alfal outside the castle. Seeing him, he raised an eyebrow, smiling. Welcome to Perdian. The tower mages scanned their surroundings, whispering. Alfal, inwardly scornful, thought, just a remote rat's nest. I'm only here because master ordered it. The heir of the Scarlet Flame Tower, stuck in this filthy manner. Barely hiding his disdain, he said, I'm the tower's heir, tasked with leading the mages. Ghislain reminded him calmly. There's much to do in the territory. Don't slack, work hard. Infuriated by Ghislain's casual tone, Alfal seethed. This ignorant hick thinks I'm his servant? Just wait. When I'm tower master, you're first. As he cursed inwardly, Ghislain called, startling him. Frowning, Ghislain asked, Where's Vanessa? Alfal glanced back casually. Probably lugging our luggage. Vanessa staggered forward, trembling under the weight of 4 heavy suitcases. Reaching them, she panted, My apologies. Bowing, she said, I'm Vanessa. Greetings, my lord. Before she could rest, Alfal snapped. Hurry up. I thought you'd never show. Frowning at Alfal's rudeness, Ghislain approached Vanessa, ordering, Drop the luggage and come here. Confused, she said, But I haven't finished carrying everyone's bags. Alfal, smug, remarked, Let it be. She's used to this at the tower. She can't even use magic, so let her do menial tasks. As he spoke, a heavy suitcase slammed into his face, knocking him down before the stunned tower mages. Pushing it off, Alfal raged. What the hell? Ghislain said calmly. Vanessa no longer belongs to the Scarlet Flame Tower. She's mine now. Don't mistreat her. I'll let this slide, but next time, it'll cost your life. Vanessa's eyes welled with emotion, while Alfal, livid, turned pale, then red, muttering, This lunatic dares treat me like this? As he spoke, the mages behind him readied weapons. Ghislain, unfazed, snapped his fingers. Instantly, soldiers surrounded the tower mages. Realizing they were encircled, Alfal gasped. What's this? You barbarians point weapons at mages? We're mages. Treat us with respect. Losing patience with Alfal's tantrum, Ghislain ordered, Shut up. Contract or not, I have full command over you for a year. Through a legal deal with your tower master, I secured exclusive runestone supply. If you break the contract, whose side will he take? Alfal stammered. Well, Ghislaine pressed. Your role in Perdian is as mana reserves. Want better treatment? Earn it. Feeling insulted, Alfal snapped. How dare you call me a reserve? Tired of arguing, Ghislaine turned to leave, saying casually, Gillian, Chow, teach them their place. Their eyes sharpened. Chow and Gillian said, Life at the tower must have been cushy, huh? Let's make sure they adjust to our ways. Despite trembling before the burly soldiers, Alfal barked, You crude bastards. Vanessa stood quietly. Ghislaine approached her, saying softly, You're my personal mage. Her eyes sparkled with doubt. Then she shyly lowered her head. Thinking she wouldn't respond, Ghislaine was surprised when she hesitated. As Alfal said, I can't even use magic. A personal mage, smiling gently, he offered, Follow me. Extending his hand with a hopeful smile, he said, I'll help you wield magic. Moments later, in the training yard within the castle, Ghislaine brought Vanessa to the area. Though she followed, Vanessa had no idea what he was planning. As she stood there, bewildered, Ghislaine called her name. Startled, she replied timidly, Yes, young master. He frowned, asking, How far have you progressed in magic? Vanessa answered softly, I've studied up to the 5th ring, sir. Only in theory, though. Seemingly pleased, Ghislaine smirked. 5th ring? Not bad. Confused by his satisfaction, Vanessa's eyes widened, but her deep insecurity made her lower her head, saying, But it's useless. I can't use magic. Ghislaine, unruffled, asked, Any reason why? Vanessa replied slowly, Since I was young, I couldn't sense mana. Still, she believed she'd wield magic someday, so she kept trying. But the more she studied, the more she realized she might never succeed. Clutching her magical staff like a precious treasure, she said mournfully, And now my teacher who taught me has passed away. Sighing heavily, she added, Is that why I was cast out? Ghislaine narrowed his eyes, calculating. In terms of raw potential, Vanessa's 5th ring knowledge rivaled the Elder's magical expertise. Magic wasn't just memorization. It required comprehension, understanding activation principles, and infusing one's will and interpretation. Vanessa grasped it all mentally, but her body couldn't keep up. She must have endured countless efforts, experiments, failures, even draining her life force. Feeling pity, Ghislaine thought, Your efforts weren't in vain, Vanessa. You just took a different path. The mage who'd burn northern Latania in the future was her. In his past life, Claude told him Vanessa became a 7-ringed archmage, training mana like a warrior despite being a mage. No wonder he thought she was mad. Smirking with calculation, Ghislaine said slowly, From now on, I'll teach you mana cultivation techniques. Still unclear on his intent, Vanessa stared blankly, asking, I'm a mage. Why learn mana cultivation? Ghislaine chuckled. Because both magic circles and mana cultivation rely on mana. She'd never tried it. Her confusion grew, but she shook her head vigorously. No, it's impossible. Madness. Using cultivation for magic? One mistake could cripple me for life. Ghislaine looked at her firmly, extending his hand. Vanessa, try it. His eyes burned with conviction and ambition. Seeing this, Vanessa hesitated, glancing at her palm, overwhelmed. Could she really wield magic? Clenching her fist, she decided to trust Ghislaine to guide her. Sitting down, she began loosening her clothes, unbuttoning the back to reveal her pale back. Ghislaine narrowed his eyes. In her past life, she carried the same look he once did: regret, resentment, rage, endlessly craving magic, only to fall into an abyss. Practicing an unknown mana technique turned her into a calamity, acting on instinct, burning everything. Looking at her lonely back, Ghislaine vowed not to let her fall again. He'd pull her back. Decisively, he channeled a massive surge of mana into her body. The mana raced through her cells, nerves, and veins, causing Vanessa to grit her teeth in pain. Closing her eyes to sense it, the burning sensation made her moan softly. Ghislaine's sharp warning snapped her back. Keep your mouth shut, or the mana will destabilize. He added urgently, This is my mana flowing into you. Don't lose that feeling. You must sense its flow. Obeying, Vanessa shut her eyes, focusing on the mana spreading through her. It coursed through every corner, converging at her core. In an instant, a vast mana wave enveloped her. Memories flooded back. She overheard her teacher, Ronaldo, pleading with Hubert to protect her. Hubert scoffed. Sure, I get it. But it's obvious, Ronaldo. His dismissive words scarred her, fueling her insecurity. She saw herself again, haunted by guilt over Ronaldo's departure. If I had more talent, maybe you wouldn't have left the tower, she'd said. Ronaldo, gently patting her head, reassured her. I'm not leaving for that. I'm searching for a way to help you use magic. Fondly, he added, look up at the sky. He told her no place stays in darkness forever, promising light would find her. True to his words, that light was Ghislaine, pulling her from the shadows. In a trance, she saw his hopeful hand. Without hesitation, she grabbed it. From now on, she'd live in light, not a dark hell. After absorbing the mana, she fainted. Elsewhere, near the sea, a burly man fought a group of soldiers. He laughed scornfully. Weaklings, come at me. Think that scrap metal can stop me. Infuriated by his arrogance, a soldier charged, shouting, ridiculous. But the man, far faster, blocked the sword effortlessly. Within moments, he dominated, knocking the soldier down decisively. Another soldier lunged with murderous intent, but the man, as if with eyes in the back of his head, grinned, striking before the sword fell. Both crashed out of the wooden house. Brushing dust off his hands, he sneered. I haven't even warmed up, and you're all done? The surrounding soldiers whispered, truly a general of our era. These pests dared disrupt our banquet. Someone overheard, slamming a glass on the table. As night fell, outside the wooden house, the man lounged. A visitor approached, asking, training going well? The man asked gruffly, got something to say? The visitor said seriously, it's an order from Earl Desmond to march. Victor, the sea conqueror, Desmond's strongest trump card. Falling silent, Victor sat up after a long pause, grabbing his helmet and putting it on, hiding his face. He said slowly, let's go. I'm bored out of my mind anyway.
A few days later, at the Baron's castle, Walter was reading some document, his hands trembling non-stop. Inside it said, my son Jegole was murdered by Ghislaine Perdian. I will take revenge. He took a deep breath, then ordered, assemble the soldiers. War had been declared. The Perdian family's war flag would finally be raised once more. After that, he summoned everyone. Redolf, upon hearing, angrily cursed. Those bastards have lost their minds. Ghislaine killed Jegole. The people present kept discussing the matter non-stop. Walter just sat there silently, unsure what to say. At that moment, a statement that startled him rang out, it is because of the runestone. The one who spoke was Ghislaine. He slowly explained, when I was at the Crimson Flame Magic Tower, were not two family retainers sent as envoys to Deagle. They must have leaked internal territory information. Hearing this, the vassals present immediately panicked, incredulously shouting, the family retainers betrayed us. What evidence do you have to say something so dangerous? Walter stared intently at him. Runestone, acting for the territory but putting oneself in danger is something that often happens. But he realized something, it seemed Ghislaine had foreseen everything turning out like this. While he was pondering, Redolf furiously yelled, why think so deeply, anyway, our forces outnumber Deagle's. Make them pay dearly for daring to provoke us. Right then, urgent footsteps echoed from the hallway outside. Fergus rushed in panic to report, big trouble, Lord, they have arrived. His face looked somewhat unsightly, as if he would seen something terrifying. Indeed, in the distance of Perdian territory, a group of soldiers was slowly advancing this way. Leading them was a knight in full iron armor covering his face, calm like a marshal, making the people of Baron Walter on the castle walls freeze in horror. Redolf, seeing this, grew even more furious. They have arrived so soon after the declaration of war. When did they prepare everything? According to confirmation, the main regular army arrived first, plus reinforcements of 1,000 troops departing later, and siege weapons were also detected. Clearly, they would started manufacturing them beforehand. Albert glanced at Randon and said, what is this? With this situation, the force disparity is too great. Deagle was as poor as Perdian. How did they get such a large army? They kept arguing continuously, making Walter lose patience and shout, calm down. They immediately shut up like clams. He angrily scolded, arguing only delays our response. Assemble all soldiers to the walls. He ordered the territory's civilians into the city and sealed all gates. Soldiers held their positions firmly. War had truly begun. At the same time, below Perdian territory's gates, those soldiers had approached closely. The leader smirked and said, Jegole, my son, though useless, thanks to him I have a pretext to attack Perdian. What a beautiful castle. The speaker was Thomas Deagle, Baron Deagle. At this moment, he glanced at the person beside him and said, Follow me, Victor. I have something to say to my brother Perdian. Right then, from atop the walls came a shout, Killing my brother, what kind of atrocity is this? Thomas laughed coldly. Why call it an atrocity? My beloved son Jegole died on this land. He aggressively questioned, Your son, Perdian's heir, Ghislaine Perdian did it. Who would not be enraged when their child dies? Hearing this, Walter's face turned grim. Thomas continued, If you surrender now, I will end this without bloodshed. Ghislaine, hearing this, could not help frowning. Redolf gnashed his teeth in rage. That bastard dares lie so brazenly. Albert chimed in, Lord, talking more is pointless. Ghislaine sighed softly. Even if we saved Elena, Jegole's death would sooner or later lead to this. Their preparation of siege weapons shows determination to annihilate Perdian. Everything is just as you predicted. While Ghislaine pondered, Walter gravely spoke, My son did not kill Jegole, that is my only answer. With that, he was extremely resolute, lowering his voice, If you value your lives, go back. These words made Thomas fearful, his face red as a tomato. Victor glanced at him, inwardly admiring. Walter Perdian truly had the aura of a famed general who guarded the north for years. Thomas took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm, cautiously saying, Truly the North's wolf with your foolish choice, who knows how much blood will spill. Do not regret it. As Walter Perdian finished speaking, the old man turned back to his ranks. Walter looked down from the gates, unsure how to react. Seeing his hesitation, Redolf immediately urged, Lord, hand all troops to me. They are just a mob of numbers, I will sweep them clean in return. Home Run hurriedly advised, Are you mad? No matter how strong you are, the force gap is too big, one defeat and Perdian falls. They continued arguing. Walter said nothing. Everything had become chaotic. He could not organize his thoughts. They would declared war suddenly yet were fully prepared. Moreover, that army exceeded Deagle's capacity who was backing them. How to save this place, Walter simply could not think. But at that moment, Ghislaine suddenly spoke, Please prepare city defenses. Walter startled, glancing at him, not understanding his intent. Ghislaine gravely explained, Compared to Deagle's nearly 7,000 troops, Perdian's total gathered forces are just over 2,000, a threefold disparity. They have prepared fully with high morale. In about half a month, once siege weapons are complete, they will launch a full assault. The best plan now is request reinforcements and hold out in the city. These words awakened Walter. He slowly said, Yes, normally we would do that, but I see no way out. Ghislaine suddenly smirked faintly, then whispered something in his ear. After hearing, Walter froze in place. Before the battle, the final half-month grace period granted, Ghislaine would go all out to turn the tables. In the soldiers' camp, Ghislaine called his key subordinates here. They all knew what happened. Gillian could not help sighing, Sao does not know what to do. Used to mercenary life, how would I know about sieges? Belinda gravely said, Real war has broken out. Ghislaine frowned in thought for a long while before slowly speaking, Right, from now I will tell you what to do. Next, this was the plan to reverse the battle's tide. Ghislaine slowly said, Surprise raid before they attack, we will proactively strike their supply team first. Once supplies are cut, they will struggle to prolong the war. Belinda frowned doubtfully, but is that feasible? Deagle's army has surrounded the front. They are watching closely any movement and they will detect us immediately. Ghislaine knew this, calling Sao and Gillian. They looked at him. Sao spoke first, Per your orders, we have positioned forces around the fierce beast forest's edge. If needed, we can hide in the forest without detection. Gillian added, Cloaks made from Deuce's inner hide, per the Grand Duke's order, have been distributed, dark material perfect for night raids. Hearing this, Ghislaine nodded satisfied. He continued, A large army would be spotted immediately. But a small elite unit well camouflaged is hard to detect. The issue is we do not know the supply team's exact location, so Ghislaine needs Belinda to pinpoint it. Belinda was somewhat flustered hearing this, but for the greater good, she nodded firmly. I will do it right away. Ghislaine stared at her, inwardly calculating, a dangerous mission infiltrating enemy rear at life risk, but Belinda would accomplish it effortlessly. Finally, the trump card to end the war. He still had an unplayed ace, the mage Vanessa he would just recruited. A few days later, at Deagle's supply camp, Barbro, former Perdian retainer now supply commander, was drinking in celebration. Finally war's begun. Soon even a retainer like me gets a territory. He felt following Baron Desmond was wise. With such troop support, he easily got this rear position. Sipping wine, Barbro smirked coldly. Farewell, Perdian, now part of that land is mine. But they did not know someone was silently infiltrating outside the camp. It was Ghislaine's group. He would found them thanks to Belinda. All his elites had arrived. Gillian gravely spoke. Oh heavens, the weather's so gloomy and heavy. Sao nodded, black as ink, can't see a thing. Ghislaine sighed, weather perfect for a raid, right? Immediately, he ordered, no prisoners. Kill them all clean. No sooner had the words ended than Ghislaine mounted his horse, sword in hand, and charged forward. The camp guards still had not detected the lurking danger. By the time they realized it, the attackers were already at the gates. At this point, there was nothing left but to offer their heads on a platter for the chop. The soldiers inside rushed out only to witness such a bloody scene, inevitably terrified. But at most they could only frown before being slain on the spot. Ghislaine, clad in his knight's iron armor, raised his sword high to command, my mercenaries, from now on we act according to plan, leave no one alive. In an instant, the place turned into a battlefield for Ghislaine's forces to massacre. Until midnight, when Barbro realized he was ambushed and hurriedly rushed outside. Yet the old man still confidently bellowed, we have 1,000 troops, do not panic, stop them right now. His subordinates, hearing this, hesitated, their foreheads beaded with cold sweat. After a long while, he finally reported, the thing is, more than 70% of our troops have already been taken down. Under Ghislaine's valiant leadership, wherever they went, corpses lay scattered like piles of goods for sale. Hearing this, Barbro's face turned grim. After hesitating for a moment, he issued the order, run fast, if we keep this up, I will lose my life. Forget about this patch of land. But before the two of them could flee, 3 darts suddenly flew in from afar, embedding straight into the subordinate's throat. Barbro was so frightened he nearly pissed himself in terror, collapsing to the ground. Belinda rode up imposingly on horseback, snorted coldly, and declared, lucky to catch you all here, vassal of Perdian, Barbro. The moment he saw her, his expression grew even more unsightly. At the same time, flames erupted in this camp, with corpses strewn everywhere. It was not long before Ghislaine's nighttime operation ended in perfect success. At this moment, Ghislaine rode up to Barbro on horseback. Belinda had already tied him up. Seeing the young man, she reported, this is Barbro, one of the vassals sent as an envoy to Deagle. He not only sold information but also served as logistics commander. Knowing he had lost the battle, Barbro hurriedly kowtowed and begged, please spare my life, Lord Ghislaine, I surrender. Ghislaine turned a deaf ear, asking coldly, who bribed you? Barbro did not dare lie, I will confess everything, it is Earl Desmond. They threatened my life, I had no choice. Hearing that name, Ghislaine could not help but furrow his brow. So he had indeed supplied troops to Deagle. Seeing no response from the young man, Barbro's heart pounded like a drum. He quickly added, even though I have ended up like this, have not I served for a long time, surely the Earl will pay a handsome ransom. Hearing this, Ghislaine finally ordered, lift your head. Barbro thought his dog life was spared and hastily grinned. Lord Ghislaine, thank you for giving me this chance. With the life you have spared, I will serve Perdian with everything I have. But no sooner had he spoken than his head parted from his neck. Before reporting to the King of Hell, Barbro never imagined he would die like this. Ghislaine looked at the old man's head rolling on the ground like a ball and snorted coldly, I do not make deals with filthy scum like you. Traitors to Perdian had only one path, death. After dealing with the last one, Ghislaine led his men away from the camp engulfed in flames. Belinda walked beside him, seemingly lost in thought. Sao hesitated before asking, Captain Ghislaine, what do we do next? Ghislaine replied calmly, we will head straight to the castle, because the enemy has surely begun their assault by now. All attention will focus on the castle, while they attack our base and sow chaos. As he spurred his horse forward, Ghislaine ordered, Sao and Belinda, support the left wall. As soon as we arrive I will handle the right. With that, he glanced at Gillian. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Gillian, I am entrusting our base to you. This is a surprise attack, but you will have to fight thousands of enemies with a small force. Can you do it? Gillian slightly furrowed his brow, falling into contemplation. After a long pause, he firmly replied, No problem if it is your order, young master. Hearing this, Ghislaine broke into a satisfied smile. It was great to have such reliable comrades. Sao, up ahead, overheard Gillian's assignment and pouted unhappily, that old guy's always getting the interesting tasks. Belinda paid it no mind. She hesitated before asking, Young master, who will handle the gate? Are we leaving it unguarded? Ghislaine replied nonchalantly. The three of them were immediately stunned. Who leaves the gate open in a fight, inviting the enemy in for tea? But Ghislaine offered no explanation, merely flashing a confident smile. This battle would mark the beginning of a new chapter in Perdian's history. On the other side, at Perdian's castle, Walter was commanding everyone in the assault. The walls were continuously bombarded, with booming explosions resounding non-stop. Randon, on this side, was also directing his knights, Fire, do not let them get close. But Deagle's soldiers were too numerous. Perdian's crossbow and archer units were not enough, and soon they were climbing the walls. Walter did not panic, charging into close combat. We absolutely cannot let them take the walls. At the same time, Thomas Deagle below watched the smoke and fire on the walls and laughed maniacally, smugly declaring, This is thrilling. Even without seeing it, it is clearly over. He immediately ordered, Trebuchets, prepare the second volley, crush them as quickly as possible. Victor, beside him, glanced up at the walls, thinking to himself that this was the end of the Northern Wolf. He had a sliver of hope, but that was all. Walter was now fighting Deagle's soldiers. Though his swordsmanship was excellent and he would slain many, the overwhelming numerical disparity meant he could not hold out forever. Both he and Redolf were surrounded by soldiers. Randon glanced at Walter and said worriedly, My lord, the walls are one thing, but at this rate, the gate will collapse soon. Give the order. Walter took a deep breath, silent for a long moment before speaking, Abandon the gate, hold only the walls. Hearing this, Randon's face showed reluctance, but there was no other choice. Walter then turned to Scovin and asked, What about reinforcements? Scovin hurriedly replied, The territories we sent envoys to all refused aid. Even the envoy to Earl Logis has lost contact. Hearing this, Randon could not hold back his fury. Damn it! Why has not a single one of them sent support? Those ungrateful bastards. On the other side, at the Deagle army's camp, Thomas Deagle was smugly preparing to claim victory when a subordinate rushed in panic to report, Bad news, my lord, the supply unit has been attacked. This left Thomas Deagle and Victor stunned. The soldier continued, The soldier we sent to request supplies has not returned. It must be something wrong with the supply unit. Thomas Deagle shook his head slightly, incredulous. Don't jump to conclusions, it is impossible. How could those rats trapped in the city know the supply unit's position to attack it? Victor thought differently. Having seen the smoke rising from that direction, it was definitely from the transport unit. So someone in Perdian was bold enough to devise such a strategy. Thinking this, Victor smirked and said, How interesting. Thomas Deagle, somewhat panicked, cried out, Lord Victor, what do we do? The battle's just begun, and now we have no food supplies. Victor waved it off upon hearing this, saying calmly, We do not need food supplies because we will take the castle by the end of today. Thomas Deagle's eyes widened in disbelief, mouth agape. A moment later, at Perdian's castle, in an open clearing, Victor led his troops to assault this spot. The attacks on the left and right walls had been ongoing for a while but had not breached the defenses. Perdian's elite forces were surely holding those lines firmly, but having expended much effort defending the walls, the main gate here was the weakest point. Realizing this, Victor nodded in understanding. He pointed his sword straight at the walls and roared fiercely, All troops, advance today, we crush and break through their gate. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Victor charged forward at the lead. But at that moment, he suddenly remembered something. He glanced back and called, Adon. Immediately, a warhorse appeared beside him. Atop the horse was a knight clad in iron armor, holding a long spear in his hand. He was Victor's right-hand man, Adon. Victor glanced at him and declared, I will personally shatter this main gate. Thus, he ordered Adin to stay behind and hold this position. On the wall side, Deagle's soldiers kept climbing up relentlessly. No matter how Walter's group resisted, some still slipped through the net. At this instant, Scovin suddenly cried out in alarm, "My lord!" Walter heard and glanced over, then spotted the siege tower. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Damn it! How do they know the height of the walls?" Randon chimed in agreement. "And we are already outnumbered. If that siege tower gets close, we are done for." Right then, Walter immediately shouted, "Are the catapults ready?" The soldiers here had just finished setting them up when he ordered, "Fire to stop that siege tower from approaching." In an instant, a massive boulder was launched, hurtling straight toward the siege tower. But just as it was about to hit, a hand suddenly rose up. Then without hesitation thrust a sword directly at the stone projectile. With a boom, the boulder exploded outright. Seeing this scene, the faces of Walter's group turned grim. Randon gnashed his teeth and cursed, "Who the hell is that monster doing that?" The one who acted was naturally Victor. After dealing with that boulder, he slowly advanced toward the main gate. Seeing him, Walter's expression grew even more unsightly. He seemed to recognize him, having heard of his reputation before. Victor drew his sword at this point, snorted coldly, and declared, "It is useless. You Perdian lot, no matter how you struggle, defeat is inevitable." He ordered his soldiers to bring forth the battering ram and charge straight at the main gate. No sooner had he spoken than the soldiers maneuvered the battering ram forward. Walter had wanted to stop the ram, but he was blocked by Deagle's troops. The battering ram began its assault on the gate at the same time. Walter felt the situation growing increasingly dire, but before this, he could only pin his hopes on Ghislaine, as the young man had said. The battle to breach and defend the city unfolded with extreme intensity. On another front, inside the fortress, a group of mages were tied up in a circle here. And Phi kept struggling and shouting loudly, "Let us go! You wretched peasants, we are mages. We have nothing to do with this rotten territorial war." Fergus looked at him indifferently and said calmly, "This is the young master's order, please remain calm." And Phi grew even more dissatisfied, angrily cursing, "Are you blind? Do I look calm to you? Look over there, they have let that battering ram get this close. This battle is lost for sure. This castle is doomed." Vanessa narrowed her eyes at him and spoke in a low voice, "Young and Phi, do not worry." Hearing the voice, and Phi immediately looked up to see Vanessa approaching his face, firmly stating, "The young master will definitely handle everything." As if hearing a joke, and Phi sneered disdainfully, "Don't mention that Grand Duke's name in front of me. It is because of that bastard that I have been dragged into hell. Now I am about to die. Handle everything. What a load of crap." Vanessa had absolute faith in Ghislaine. She still firmly said, "Anyway, the young master will surely." But before she could finish, and Phi coldly interrupted, "Shut your mouth, are you really going to follow that madman's orders?" Vanessa glared at him and shook her head in denial. "He is not a madman." At that point, she suddenly paused. A few days earlier, after a long time, Vanessa had finally managed to circulate the mana within her body. But her sustained time was not very long. She looked at Ghislaine apologetically and sighed, "I am sorry, I finally learned how to use magic, but right now, this is all I can do." Ghislaine shook his head lightly, not minding as he said, "As long as you can use magic, that is enough. The depleted mana will accumulate gradually. Follow me. There is something I want to show you." Then the two went to an open area, only to see the mages laboring away at something. Vanessa instinctively frowned, "They are burying runestones." But what for? While she was confused, and Phi suddenly ran up to the two. His face full of grievance as he accused, "Why are you making our mages dig like this? Don't you have soldiers for this work? If you are hiding those runestones, why not move them outside the castle?" But no sooner had he spoken than a muscular arm clamped around his neck. Gordon warned, "No talking while working." Everyone who saw this scene, even the timid Vanessa, felt a bit scared. She looked at Ghislaine in bewilderment and asked, "My lord, this is?" Ghislaine slowly explained, "This is preparation. In war, the simplest and most effective tactic is to overwhelm with numbers, crushing the enemy with quantity. No matter how they try, they can't withstand our endless assault. The main gate will surely break, but that does not mean there is no way to win." Hearing this, Vanessa was startled and hesitantly asked, "Could it be that you mean?" Back to the present, Vanessa was now casting magic to control the array. She did not know if she could really pull it off, but for Ghislaine's command, she would hold on to the end. And Phi, Tied below, looked at the mana enveloping his body and cried out in disbelief. This powerful array, could it be channeling mana? Vanessa at this moment gripped her staff tightly, her eyes filled with confidence. Yes, she could do it, she absolutely had to. At the same time, outside the main gate, Deagle's forces continued their relentless assault. The soldiers handling the breach were trying their hardest. The main gate was on the verge of collapse. But right then, Randon seemed to spot something and pointed afar, crying out, "My lord, look over there." Walter followed his pointing finger and saw a force charging through the wind. As they drew closer, upon closer inspection, he was immediately shocked. It is Ghislaine's army. Indeed, Ghislaine had finally arrived here. At the same time, Victor seemed to sense an anomaly. Sure enough, not long after, a subordinate came to report, "Lord Victor, unidentified cavalry units are flanking us from behind on both sides of our army." The force he spoke of was Ghislaine's troops. They were relentlessly slaughtering soldiers. Ghislaine on horseback swept his sword valiantly in a horizontal arc, sending a group straight to the underworld. Seeing his ferocious momentum, the soldiers behind cried out in panic, "In ambush!" I heard Perdian had no reinforcements. By the time they regained their senses, they saw Ghislaine charging toward them. They hurriedly raised crossbows to fire back. But his speed was too great, the arrows only hit empty air. Ghislaine galloped straight through, no different from flying. His eyes at this moment were extremely fierce. Ghislaine began massacring the soldiers before him. In the blink of an eye, the place became a river of blood with corpses strewn everywhere. Seeing this, the soldiers retreated in fear. "Are you a monster, taking down so many in an instant?" Right then, Ghislaine raised his sword high. He roared fiercely, "From now on, it is our turn to counterattack." Following Ghislaine's shout, the army behind also charged forward accordingly. But Deagle's soldiers were frightened by the fierce momentum of this army and retreated. The battle situation at this moment was that the two flanks led by Ghislaine and Sao were attacking the edges of the city wall on both sides. Deagle's army was sandwiched between Perdian's forces both inside and outside. And at Deagle's main camp, Gillian was leading another elite team to breach the walls. He glanced at Gordon and Toran and ordered, "I will attract their attention. Spread out and neutralize their key defensive facilities." Understood. The two immediately nodded in acknowledgement, then split into two directions to attack, causing Deagle's troops to fall into chaos. Thomas Deagle, seeing this scene, panicked and shouted, "What is going on? Why are we the ones being ambushed?" Before he could even understand what was happening, Gillian had already charged forward with his large axe. He coldly declared, "Enemy commander, Count Thomas Deagle, I will take you as a prisoner." Hearing this, Thomas Deagle was so scared he nearly wet his pants. What real strength does this old man have? He is just a paper tiger. Gillian thought he could capture him alive, but he was blocked. Sensing the weapon hurtling toward him, Gillian quickly swung his axe to deflect it away. When he looked closely, he saw a man on horseback, holding a long spear and shielding himself in front. Gillian frowned and observed the man. He realized one thing: this guy was quite strong. That person was Adon. He coldly said, "A surprise attack on the main camp with such a small force, how bold." He arrogantly introduced himself and told him to state his name before dying. Gillian narrowed his eyes at him and coldly replied, "I have no title." He said he was merely a weapon under the Grand Duke. At the same time, on the left city wall, thanks to the support from Ghislaine's army, Perdian's soldiers had regained the upper hand at the city gate. Belinda below used grappling hooks to pull people. Then Sao would rush in from afar to finish them off. The two coordinated extremely seamlessly. Dozens and hundreds of soldiers had died in the same manner, with fresh blood continuously splattering everywhere. Looking at her blood-soaked body, Belinda dissatisfiedly said, "Do you have to make the blood splatter over here?" Indifferently shrugging, Sao pursed his lips and replied, "Dodge it yourself, miss. I do not have time to worry about that." Hearing this title, Belinda immediately flew into a rage. She gritted her teeth and said, "What, miss?" On the other side at the right city wall, Ghislaine was still charging in from outside to break through Deagle's encirclement. His momentum was too terrifying, practically writing on his face the 5 words, "I will take on all of you alone." The soldiers felt they could not handle it, so they turned and fled. Seizing this opportunity, Ghislaine commanded his troops, "Everyone charge. The enemy is panicking, this is the chance to wipe them out." He said he would take down their siege tower. As soon as his words ended, the mercenary army behind him seemed injected with chicken blood, raising their weapons and shouting loudly, "Follow Captain Ghislaine, crush these bastards." The leader of Deagle's army, seeing his own troops continuously fleeing, angrily cursed, "These disorganized idiots. Which fool dares to turn their back in battle like this?" Right after, he ordered, "Spearmen block the front, do not let him charge up." Ghislaine ignored the spear tips pointed at him. He fiercely rushed forward. In a flash, all the spear tips thrust toward his face. But upon closer look, they had only caught the horse. The rider on its back had vanished without a trace. The soldiers blankly looked around for the person. If they looked up, they could see Ghislaine above their heads. He landed on a soldier's head, then began swinging his sword to kill. Ghislaine chopped down the soldiers in front of him like cutting vegetables. These small fries were fundamentally no match for him. In just a few seconds, the entire unit was annihilated. After finishing them off, Ghislaine looked ahead, where a group of soldiers were using the siege tower to assault the walls. At this rate, the city wall would collapse before his army arrived. The enemy numbers were too many. If delayed, the formation would be surrounded. Ghislaine's cavalry was advancing, but it was very difficult to approach the enemy's main force. This would be a tough battle. He needed to decide quickly. So he decided to charge in alone. The leader on the other side immediately shouted the order, "Stop that guy. The siege tower is in position. The city wall will fall soon. Hold him back so the siege engines can move." Ghislaine narrowed his eyes at them. He had no time left. Before they could succeed, he would strike hard at their weak point. Thinking this, Ghislaine immediately grabbed his sword and charged, beginning to kill. The soldiers followed orders to block him, but blocking was futile. Ghislaine killed gods when meeting gods, killed Buddhas when meeting Buddhas. Whoever blocked his path, he sent to the western heaven. Countless soldiers died under his sword. As soon as one fell, another rushed to their death a second later. Ghislaine stepped on the enemy corpses to approach the siege tower. Anyone who blocked him, the outcome was death. Fresh blood had now dyed his sword red. The last one in the vanguard blocking team was killed by Ghislaine. Seeing this, the soldiers above were also terrified. They hurriedly shot arrows at him. But Ghislaine's speed was very fast. He dodged like a bird evading. Right after, he charged straight to the leader among them. Without hesitation, Ghislaine struck him dead with one sword. Thinking it was over, but then he thrust his sword straight into that guy's body, then used force to throw him toward the siege tower. His body smashed hard into the soldiers there, disrupting the crossbow archers' formation. At the same time, Ghislaine activated the magic string, successfully pulling his sword back. Then, he charged toward the siege tower again. Ghislaine gripped his sword tightly, channeling mana into it, beginning his continued slaughter. Seeing him charge, the soldiers froze in place, too scared to move. Well, they could only become ghosts under Ghislaine's sword. He fiercely raised his sword and chopped down. The unlucky one under his blade was instantly killed. But not only that, Ghislaine used his strength along with the mana in the sword. The siege tower was split in half by him. The soldiers outside were so scared they nearly peed blood, never dreaming the siege tower could be destroyed like that. At the same time, Victor was silently observing the entire scene. He frowned in contemplation. "The siege tower has been destroyed. You seem quite strong, the battle is just beginning now." After destroying that thing, Ghislaine slowly walked out. Victor glanced at his subordinate, doubtfully asking, "Has the city gate been breached yet?" The person immediately shook his head and replied, "Not yet. The gate is sturdier than we thought. The internal defense interference has slowed us down a bit, but we can breach the city gate in about 10 more minutes." Hearing this, Victor fell into contemplation. A moment later, Victor slowly spoke, "Do it in 5 minutes. I will handle their commander. You ensure the city gate is destroyed quickly, or else die under his hand if you fail." Hearing this, the person immediately trembled in fear and murmured, "Yes, sir." But at this moment, a sudden sound rang out. "Hey, big guy!" Victor startled and turned his head, only to see someone riding a horse approaching, a low voice emerging from the smoke. "You are not going anywhere." Victor narrowed his eyes at the newcomer and coldly asked, "Who are you?" The person smirked and said, "Sao, commander of the Cerberus mercenaries, come play with me." As soon as he finished, he pointed his blade at him, his face full of provocation. Right after, Sao charged forward. Victor was a bit surprised, but of course, he would not let him succeed so easily. He quickly turned his horse, dodging to the side, and at the same time, Victor's warhorse kicked out at Cao's horse. Cao was a little panicked. He hurriedly jumped off the horse's back. Luckily, he dodged in time, or Victor's sword would have chopped his head instead of the horse's. But Cao did not falter. Without a horse, he used his body to leap high. He madly slashed down, forcing Victor into a defensive position. Up to this point, Cao's eyes were extremely determined. He had to win. But how could Victor give him that chance? Every strike Cao made was blocked by him. Gritting his teeth fiercely, Cao could not help but sigh inwardly, "This guy, can he block every single move?" At this moment, Victor disdainfully said, "Types like you. I have encountered so many they could fill a cart." Saying that, he swung his hand to parry the sword, smoothly pushing Cao backward. Victor narrowed his eyes at him, his tone full of contempt. "Pathetic mercenaries who think they are so strong." Right after, he slashed out a sword strike carrying powerful energy. Not daring to be careless, Cao hurriedly raised his blade to block. However, his strength was too great, forcing Cao to nearly fall, and finally, he lost balance and tumbled backward. His arm was also slashed by Victor, fresh blood beginning to flow out. Victor snorted coldly in disdain, nothing easier to deal with than beasts thrashing on instinct. Cao quickly sat up from the ground, clutching his wound, cursing inwardly, "This bastard, he is really strong, just like what Ghislaine said." Going back to earlier, before setting off for the attack, Ghislaine had called Cao aside to instruct. "His name is Victor. Desmond's secret ace card. One of the forces targeting Perdian." At that time, Cao had doubtfully asked, "Is he stronger than the captain?" Ghislaine calmly replied, "Among all the enemies you have faced, he is the strongest, except for me." 10 points for that confidence. But it could not be denied, that guy was using overwhelming numbers to force all of them to concentrate on defending the city wall. Then he would breach the city gate when it was weakest and launch a full assault. Everything was unfolding just as Ghislaine had calculated, including what Vanessa was doing. However, as long as Victor left the city gate, the entire plan would collapse. These were the words Ghislaine had said to him before. Cao narrowed his eyes at the man on the horse, repeating the reminder from the kid, "Cao, when that happens, tie him down." So he absolutely had to tie this arrogant bastard down. Thinking this, Cao reached out to pull his blade stuck in the ground, then coldly smiled and said, "Really, at least give a guy a chance to win." On another front, at Deagle's main base, a fierce battle was raging. Gillian and Aden were madly clashing like crazy. Thomas Deagle's subordinates hurriedly pushed the old man back, advising, "Stay back, you will get caught up in it." At the same time, the mercenaries behind were not idle. They had started slaughtering the opponent's soldiers. Gillian fought while calculating, "This guy's quite troublesome. I do not have time to waste here." Aden's massive shield blocked attacks from all directions, nearly impenetrable. How long had it been since he would faced someone this stubborn? However, he did not think he would lose here. Thinking this, he immediately swung his axe down and shouted, "I can't waste any more time on you." Aden blocked with his shield and snorted coldly, "Useless, that strike was strong, but you will never pierce this shield of mine." Gillian was a bit startled, then realized Aden had slipped around the shield and thrust his spear toward him. Not daring to be careless, he hurriedly blocked. But Aden's moves did not stop there. His spear continued thrusting. The innocent horse was thus wounded by his stab. Gillian was a little panicked. He was forced off the horse's back. At the same time, Aden raised his large shield again. He snorted coldly, "You should fall now." As soon as he finished, he smashed the shield down on Gillian. In that instant as Aden struck, Gillian had raised his axe to block. At the same time, Cao on this side was also struggling greatly against Victor. His body was now covered in many wounds. The siege engine was still relentlessly battering the city gate. The gate's door had now been destroyed. Seeing this, the faces of Walter and the others immediately turned ugly. Victor smiled satisfyingly, finally succeeded. Ghislaine became even more panicked. He did not know what was happening inside the city gate. At the same time, inside, Vanessa was still trying to cast the magic array. And Phi kept shouting to stop her, "Hey, the city gate is breached. You are draining mana. Do something." Vanessa fiercely pursed her lips, shook her head, and said, "Not yet, just one more minute." Outside, Victor shouted the order, "The city gate is open. All units attack with full force, seize the castle." As soon as his words ended, Deagle's surviving soldiers immediately swarmed in like ants. Victor glanced at his subordinate beside him and ordered, "Bring the count here. I will go handle their commander." At this moment, Cao propped himself up again, trembling as he murmured, "No, you are not going anywhere." Victor was a bit surprised. He could not help but praise, "Cao, right, with your level, you should know where to die and where not to. So why keep charging?" On the other side, Adin stood before Gillian, raising an eyebrow and saying, "Look, the city gate is breached. Your side has lost." Gillian knelt on one knee on the ground, saying nothing. He arrogantly lectured, "Your bold ambush was indeed unexpected, but the outcome remains unchanged. Stuffing in useless mercenaries and elite troops was the mistake that sealed the family's fate. No matter the skill, mercenaries can't defeat properly trained knights. A mercenary should know when to retreat when the tide turns." These were the words of those two arrogant bastards. They had nothing worth dying for in this war, but their words did not affect Cao at all. Even Gillian was the same. He just silently sat there listening. Until he rambled enough, Cao's face turned grim again. Perhaps sharing the same spirit, both Cao and Gillian at opposite ends of the battlefield simultaneously gave the same response without prior agreement. So what, mercenary or knight, on the battlefield, there is only win or lose. Right after, both charged at their opponents without hesitation. Adin snorted coldly, cursing, "The excuses of losers are not worth hearing." Right after, he swung his spear to block Gillian's attack. The sound of metal clashing and scraping continuously rang out, but at this moment, Gillian used force to pin Adin's axe to the ground. This startled Adin quite a bit. "What the hell is in that axe?" Thinking this, he hurriedly countered. But it was too late. Gillian had swept horizontally with an axe, killing his warhorse on the spot. Adin's body thus fell to the ground. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You beast, a mere mercenary dares." Gillian ignored his nonsense and swung the axe again. Boom! A clash of weapons sounded again. Gillian used force to pin Adin to the ground, coldly saying, "No matter how solid the defense, there is always a flaw. I have dedicated this life as a weapon of the Grand Duke." As he spoke, he reached behind his back to touch the sword. Without a hint of hesitation, he drew it out. Gillian's eyes were now filled with killing intent. He coldly declared, "So I exist only to bring victory to him." Adin's pupils involuntarily contracted. He had not thought he would lose like this. Whether he believed it or not, his eye was pierced by Gillian's stab, fresh blood splattering everywhere. On the other side, Cao was still trying to hold Victor back. He knew the guy was stronger than him and he might die, but Ghislaine had instructed him to tie Victor down. So just this one strike, just need to land it. Ghislaine of Perdian wondered, "You want to know how I did it, but did what?" Cao was waving his hands and feet in a very funny way. "You know, that thing, that time when the two of us made a bet, remember?" He dashed past, dodged, and then slashed in one strike. He was very embarrassed. "Teach me." He smiled as he looked at Ghislaine of Perdian who had shown him. "Those movements are not the focus. The first time someone fights him, they would think like this." The white-helmeted guy had assessed him like a beast, only knowing how to charge in. Ghislaine of Perdian's words still echoed in his head. At this point, they would underestimate him. Cao attacked chaotically in succession, his face maniacal to the point of throwing his weapon at the opponent. The white-helmeted guy dodged very quickly and easily knocked away Cao's weapon. He looked down on him. Idiots always do reckless actions because they have nothing to lose. Yet they do not realize that is their last chance to grasp life. He swung his sword up and thrust straight at Cao. He was very calm and remembered Ghislaine of Perdian's teaching. But if you can hide your true intention in the action. Right as the sword came down, Cao dodged easily and grabbed his hand. He borrowed force from the opponent's hand to jump high and retrieve his weapon. The white-helmeted guy saw this and suddenly realized. At that moment, he would definitely have a chance to land a hit. Cao thrust his sword straight down. That sword was just a bit away from hitting him. The horse cried out in pain. The white-helmeted guy immediately jumped off the horse, and Cao fell to the ground. He had guessed Cao's intention, the unusual movement, catching the sword after throwing it. Even in disadvantage, you want to use that advantage to turn the tables. Only those prepared to die can do it. He sincerely praised him, seems you are not just a dumb beast, well done, while also mocking. Sometimes a few people cross the line between life and death just to break limits. Bad luck for you that strike did not hit. He raised his sword once more and wanted to finish him. Any last words? Cao was in dire straits at this point. The white-helmeted guy was very vigilant. Cao smiled triumphantly, I have already landed a hit. This made the white-helmeted guy surprised. What? At this moment, 3 swords appeared above his head, but he also dodged them. Belinda had appeared right at that moment, even throwing out a hook. The hook caught Cao, then she leapt into the air, jumped onto the horse, and fled. Meanwhile, the white-helmeted guy was still wondering. You landed a hit, in his mind, he thought, was that earlier strike aimed at him, if not for her, that guy would have died under his hand. Over here, Cao was complaining, hey, I almost died. And Belinda threatened, want me to throw you down? The white-helmeted guy was still thinking, that guy is not stupid enough to bet his life just to land one hit. Right, so everything he did had a purpose, something worth betting his life on. Suddenly he turned his head and realized behind was the city gate and his army. Don't tell me the city gate suddenly lit up with purple light. That light started from Vanessa's position. She was casting magic. He realized the truth too late. It was just to hold him here. Vanessa was trying her best. When the city gate was breached, the enemy would rush through the gate. Vanessa was remembering Ghislaine's guidance. With her magic, she could quickly create a wide area destruction strike. At that time, she had not believed in herself much. Can I really do it? Ghislaine of Perdian had encouraged. You can do it, Vanessa. A surge of power with her as the center began to spread. Vanessa created a fire blast. Where there were soldiers, the red of flames appeared, creating a massive explosion. It was so large it spread even outside the city gate. Everything nearby turned into a sea of fire. Now even Walter of Perdian fighting had to look up. Belinda and Cao also stopped to watch. Even Gillian was no exception. Ghislaine of Perdian smiled satisfactorily. The soldiers continuously screamed, too hot, spare me, retreat, get out of the castle quick. Ghislaine of Perdian continued riding and slaughtering. He had ordered, surround the city gate, do not let anyone escape. Victor's subordinate came over. Sir Victor, it is bad. Most soldiers were burned alive. Please order retreat. He felt shocked, truly a big loss. This war had been prepared meticulously for years in secret, blocking all lifelines of Perdian. Yet their warhorses and that mad dog, even a high-level mage who could burn thousands of soldiers in one strike. He had figured out the cause of this defeat. All these factors seemed random but combined perfectly, blocking my path to victory. Victor felt regret. Did I fall into the trap myself? He quickly accepted reality. Call the soldiers back, we will retreat. There is no forest here. Once they escape the flames, regroup at the base. Conquest will take longer than planned. But there was no other way, call Aden here. But he only saw Aden's limp head. It was Gillian who had taken Aden's head. He wondered upon seeing him. You are the commander of Jegole. Victor was stunned. He could not confirm his guess. Aden, but Gillian dealt him another heavy blow. Your army and base are destroyed. Surrender. Ghislaine of Perdian's forces were gaining the upper hand, and the flames had burned everything. Victor laughed madly. He felt like he would heard a joke. Don't make me laugh. You think my war ends like this? I will personally take each of your heads. So Victor got into a fighting stance. His power exploded. My war is just beginning. The battle was still raging. Now Walter of Perdian pressed the attack with all his might. They were like fish out of water now, arrows falling like rain. He continued directing the battle. Don't let them escape the flames. Ghislaine continued charging forward. This is our chance to turn the tables. Do not let a single one survive. The battlefield was already in ruins. Belinda ran to him. Young master, are you injured anywhere? He also inquired about the situation. No, are you all okay? She hesitated a bit, looking behind. Infai was heavily injured, but Cao still tried to act like he was fine. Seeing this, he smiled. Belinda looked very reluctant. If we were a bit late, things would have been bad. The first time we heard your plan, we thought it was truly insane. Ghislaine also asked back, but it worked. Did not it? Belinda arrogantly said, I won't execute a plan like this again. All the buried runestones were used up in just one strike. When it is done, remember to praise Vanessa. He suddenly asked, "Where's Gillian?" Belinda just remembered. Ghislaine immediately rode off to search. She did not understand at all. Young master, try to run really fast. Ghislaine. Over here, Victor was attacking fiercely. Gillian could hold his own, but he would not let up. He was continuously pushed back. Gillian had to admit the force was too strong. And above all, this overwhelming momentum. He tried to counterattack. But all were dodged by Victor, who also struck back, and this blow injured Gillian. He was very surprised to see himself wounded and also very surprised by Victor's power. From strength to speed, all astonishing. Not a single opening. At this rate, Victor was very angry. "You damn mercenaries, I was just playing around a bit, and now you are getting arrogant with me." His strike was blocked by Gillian, and he wanted to control the sword with the axe. Gillian felt very dangerous. In the middle of the axe head, he used the sword like a lever to flick the axe away. And Gillian's axe was flung far off. Victor wanted to regain his dignity. "You bastards, you have gone too far." Gillian's face at this point showed no expression. He also stabbed him, making Gillian panic. His eyes were very sharp. Victor had seen through his thoughts. He twisted the sword to avoid a fatal spot. "Ah, so defeating Adin makes sense. Only that guy could withstand my attacks. You went all out against Adin, and now you are fighting me, truly foolish." But he also acknowledged that Adin dying under your hand is not bad at all. Victor struck viciously. "Die." Unexpectedly, at this moment, a sword flew in from behind. He immediately alertly turned and dodged. That sword embedded between Gillian and Victor, separating the two. He immediately shouted, "Who is it?" Immediately, a foot appeared. The Black Knight Ghislaine had arrived just in time. He did not recognize him. "You are." Gillian was so heavily injured he could barely breathe. Ghislaine had picked up his axe and raised it high. He slung it over his shoulder and walked forward. Victor immediately realized the Black Knight Ghislaine had exploded with core release power. He stomped hard on the ground, then dashed forward and raised the axe to attack Victor. He immediately raised his sword to block. This attack was so strong he had to exert all his effort to defend. Then he countered by flinging him far away. Victor continued attacking, and Ghislaine executed another move. The two clashed in battle. Both were evenly matched. Ghislaine's techniques were very fast, but Victor still easily dodged. He also smoothly attacked from above. He drew his sword right away and used it to block the attack. Ghislaine's eyes emitted a purple light. He used the axe as a pivot and leapt high to kick Victor away. Ghislaine controlled Victor's head from mid-air and made him fall from height, making him groan in pain. Victor quickly sprang up and jumped back. He had to admit, his movements are too unpredictable. "Just lose vigilance and I will lose my life easily." "Perdian has another strong one like this," Ghislaine suddenly said. "I know who you are from your army to tactics, even the forces behind you. I know everything about you." Victor immediately understood. This was a trap. He quickly grabbed his sword and charged again. Cut the nonsense. He consoled himself that there is no way Perdian knew about the secret campaign. He wielded the axe proficiently and continuously attacked Victor. He was a bit puzzled. "I have hidden my trump card at Count Desmond's mansion." The two continuously exchanged moves and wondered, "You think I will fall for your cheap trap?" He leapt high to dodge the move, surprising Victor, then jumped back to the ground and continued attacking him. Victor countered immediately. Both charged at each other again. He kicked him away, making Victor furious. Seizing the momentum, Ghislaine attacked continuously. Victor could only defend with difficulty, but still could not block. This strike was so strong it raised smoke and dust. The helmet was also flung off, revealing Victor's true face. He was in dire straits now. Ghislaine dragged the axe toward Victor. He even praised, "The axe is really good, but this still suits my hand better." He wondered, "Who the hell are you?" Ghislaine immediately replied, "Me. I am the Grand Duke of Perdian." Ghislaine. Ghislaine reached out to remove the iron mask amid the bloody battlefield, his stern face glaring at the enemy. "I am the Grand Duke of Perdian." Ghislaine, his deep blue eyes under the golden hair emanating killing intent. Victor was stunned upon seeing this. Ghislaine, he suddenly snorted coldly and burst into a mad laugh. His tall and imposing figure, with the collar of his cloak still covered in pure white fur. Ah, a great black knight of the north defeated by a thug, Ghislaine spoke in a low voice, raising his eyebrows high in response. Yes, today you will know who the strongest black knight of the north truly is. Victor gritted his teeth in rage, stood straight up, and shouted, "Insolent!" Victor staggered as he tried to stand firm, gripping his sword tightly, coldly saying, "I won't ask how you managed to plan like this." In war, any means to seize victory is an unbreakable rule. Victor raised his sword, surrounded by blazing red flames burning everything. The process does not matter. The one standing until the end is the winner. Then, his eyes lit up fiercely. Victor gripped the sword with both hands, spinning to release a tremendous monosurge. His blood-stained face was filled with killing intent. Right, Ghislaine also immediately prepared his fighting stance and replied, "Exactly." His cloak fluttered in the fiery wind. Ghislaine entered a state of readiness for battle. Then he coldly said, "Let us fight." On the side of the others, they were fighting with all their might. Thus, the two sides charged at each other fiercely. Ghislaine's sword concealed much fury, decisively clashing with Victor's. Amid the flickering flames on the brutal battlefield, the two dueled extremely savagely, as if in their eyes now there was only the thirst for combat. Due to the intense fight, the sounds of weapons clashing strongly echoed non-stop from both of them. Victor seized the opportunity, suddenly pushing hard, forcing Gillian to retreat a few steps. He could only defend and block each of his strikes. Suddenly, Victor lunged forward, thrusting his sword at the flank in a thoroughly fatal blow. Fortunately, Ghislaine's reflexes were very quick and agile, allowing him to block and counterattack. He swiftly parried the sword, flinging him far away. The scene at this moment was truly brutal. The battlefield roared with growls and strong winds. Both continued clashing intensely, neither yielding to the other. Ghislaine suddenly gained momentum, leapt onto Victor's sword, and then kicked hard into his face, nearly deforming it. Victor felt dizzy from this, retreating a few steps back. Ghislaine saw the opening and charged like a gust of wind, attacking continuously, forcing him to barely hold his sword in defense. Victor refused to yield and spun around to counter with relentless strikes. The sounds of weapons clashing created thunderous noises. He used his strength to fling him flying far away immediately. Ghislaine luckily could still brace himself and slide across the ground. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, calmly standing from afar to observe Victor closely. He also returned that gaze, a slight smile curling on his lips. Both stood silent as if in a truce, quietly watching each other in the blazing red sea of fire. Suddenly, Victor charged forward with full intensity. He swung his sword powerfully at Ghislaine, but it was still enough for him to block. Immediately, Ghislaine retaliated with a strike no less powerful. Victor spun around, causing him slight surprise, but Ghislaine's sharpness helped him dodge his move easily. Ghislaine flipped several times in midair but could still parry Victor's sword slashes. Upon landing, he did not slow down even for a second and charged up to slash down hard at him. The two swords clashed, ringing out a clang amid the blazing red sea of fire. As long as Ghislaine slashed down, Victor would block immediately. Both pressed close to each other, face to face, neither yielding. But compared to him, he was gradually being overwhelmed. His strength was showing signs of waning. Victor had to forcefully parry the sword aside, directing it to thrust into the ground, then followed Ghislaine's sword path, swinging to slash at him. Ghislaine quickly ducked to evade the strike, simultaneously grabbing his collar tightly. Ghislaine executed a graceful spin and threw him far away forcefully. He crouched low then propelled toward Victor with his gleaming sharp sword. He tried rolling a few times on the ground, then Victor gripped his sword tightly, intending to unleash another strike. He had used the ground to kick up dirt and sand hurling toward Ghislaine. He could not help but be surprised by this sudden tactic. He had to cover his eyes with his hand, his entire view nearly obscured. By the time the dust cleared, before his eyes was Victor's gleaming sword charging in. Ghislaine looked toward his opponent. He could not help but acknowledge, "You are truly very strong, Victor. There is not much difference between us. I have already released my third core." Ghislaine recalled memories from his previous life. "When I started the war and attacked the Duke's house, you were the one who blocked my path." He remembered clashing with him before and thought inwardly, "I only defeated you when I found your fatal flaw. But because of fighting you, the war lasted much longer than expected." With someone like you, leading the army and commanding troops to assault Perdian, the fortress would surely fall. That day, Ghislaine's memories faded, bringing him back to the fiery duel in the present. Victor impatiently charged, wanting to end this fight immediately. Ghislaine frowned, staring fixedly at him. Any fool who targets us, when both swords point at the opponent simultaneously, death will follow them. His sword at this moment had pierced through Victor's body, red liquid thus splattering out. He froze, eyes wide in shock, unable to believe what just happened. Victor stammered, unable to form a sentence. Desmond. He struggled, then was coldly flung away hard by Ghislaine. He stood amid the sea of fire, looking at him lying gasping on the ground. Victor's face covered in blood, eyes half closed. He felt somewhat unwilling, but had to accept defeat. Over here, Ghislaine coldly gazed at Victor with his golden hair fluttering in the battlefield flames. He turned his back heroically and walked away. His voice rang out, making Ghislaine pause. Only Victor, lying on the ground, dying, struggled to say word by word, "I just want to ask one thing." On his battered, bruised face, he asked, "Who the hell are you?" He slightly tilted his head to look back, but remained silent without answering. Victor's breaths now were very weak. He labored to say, "The Ghislaine I know is the disgrace of the Perdian house, a northern rag." Victor uttered a final word with his last breath and then closed his eyes forever, never waking again. Whatever, knowing would not help anyway. The sun rose from the east. At this moment, he just lay still on that ground. What a great fight. Ghislaine, and he sheathed his weapon behind him. Ghislaine walked away truly majestically, carrying powerful might. As the sun rose, the gruesome scene became clearly visible. Ghislaine, covered in blood all over his body, struggled to support Gillian as they walked forward. Both were severely injured, their breathing somewhat labored. He narrowed his eyes looking ahead. Ghislaine saw the group of Slor, nearly all covered in blood, standing there with difficulty. Then he glanced to the side, where Belinda's group stood nearby. They tensely watched him. Upon confirming everyone was safe, Ghislaine smiled lightly in relief. He joyfully looked at them. Is everyone still alive? After those words, all emotions could no longer be contained. They ran to him, mouths incessantly calling, "Young Master Captain." Many soldiers also gathered around, excitedly asking, "From the time I became a mercenary until now, I have never seen a battle like this. What was that magic earlier? I have been on edge from start to finish." Ghislaine smiled faintly, "Thank you all for fighting with me. You did great." Sal hugged his shoulder, glancing at Gillian and teasing, "Come on, old man." Groaning because you got stabbed by that guy, he calmly replied, "It is not too bad." Belinda, seeing the wound, worriedly shouted, "Not bad how? Blood is flowing everywhere." "Stop being stubborn. Hurry and get treated." "Use me," Ghislaine spoke up to ask, "Where are Belinda and Vanessa?" Belinda calmed down and replied, If you are asking about her, she is completely exhausted. Old Fergus took her into the castle with the other mages, so she should be safe." A loud shout from behind attracted Ghislaine's attention. Lord Randon laughed loudly and ran to hug him tightly, mouth incessantly praising. "Well done, truly the heir of the Perdian house." Ghislaine, being hugged like that, felt a bit helpless, unable to resist. "You fought well too, Captain of the Black Knights." And before he could finish, Walter's figure appeared before him. Father, his face looked a bit pale, eyebrows furrowed, forehead covered in sweat. Ghislaine approached him. Walter said nothing, suddenly hugging him tightly. He praised, "Well done." This situation left Ghislaine a bit astonished. He froze for a few seconds. Walter whispered, "When I first heard your plan, I thought it was truly absurd." He smiled satisfactorily and patted his shoulder, "But you did it." Ghislaine was silent for a long while before replying, "That is thanks to you holding out well on the city walls." Walter sighed, gently shaking his head, "No, it is all thanks to you." Then he suddenly grabbed his hand, raised it, and shouted loudly, "This victory is ours." The soldiers cheered in unison, "Victory for Perdian," everyone immersed in the joy of victory. Everyone had radiant smiles on their lips. Looking at those images, Ghislaine was momentarily stunned, the corner of his mouth involuntarily curling up. "Yes, that is it." He looked at them with gentle eyes, "This is the reason I came back." Suddenly Ghislaine clenched his fist until it trembled, but the war was not over yet. His sharp eyes blazed with killing intent. He stepped closer to Randon and asked, "Brother, what do we do now?" "You will go check on the soldiers' condition," Walter interrupted. "You should call your soldiers back to rest too. We have a lot to do, so take this time to rest a bit." Ghislaine bluntly refused. He looked at him with serious eyes. "We do not have time to rest. We need to make Count Jegole surrender as soon as possible." Walter hesitated slightly. "That can wait until tomorrow." Ghislaine became even more resolute. "That would be too late. I will go to Count Jegole's territory with my soldiers, so please grant me the authority as Lord's representative." Randon stammered and questioned. "Lord's representative," Walter quickly advised, "the battle just ended. You and your soldiers must be tired too. No need to rush like this." Ghislaine approached him closer, using a firm tone. "Father, the war is not over yet." Walter froze for a few seconds. He continued, "Count Jegole started the war, broke the alliance to seize us. We can't give him time to plan, or he will find an opportunity to retake it." Ghislaine clenched his fist tightly, showing determination. "So we must strike first, force him to compensate so he won't dare resist us anymore." Walter looked at him in surprise. In his heart arose thoughts. He thought he would enjoy the victory, but unexpectedly, he had plans after the win. After some consideration, he accepted his request. "Go ahead, be bold so you can get what you want." Ghislaine bowed his head. "Yes, father." Walter worriedly instructed, "Even so, Count Jegole was once our ally and a noble who swore loyalty to the royal family. So treat him as politely as possible." Ghislaine looked at him, smiling reassuringly. "Rest assured, father." He turned to look at everyone behind and asked, "Sao, Belinda, can you two still move?" Sao nodded in response. "Yes, just a few scratches." With that, he decisively jumped onto the horse's back. "All right, then let us set off." The others quickly mounted their horses, departing following Ghislaine, heading straight to Jegole's territory. Now, at Jegole Castle, the white flag on the roof fluttered in the wind. A sudden curse rang out. "Damn it!" Thomas Deagle overturned the table, angrily clutching his head. "How could this happen?" he madly roared. "I secretly agreed to follow their plan, just because that Desmond was strong. Yet he lost to those loudmouths from Perdian. Is he messing with me?" Lowell fearfully tried to calm him. "Please calm down, my lord." But in return, only his anger. "Shut up, Lowell." Thomas Deagle pointed at his face and cursed. "What are you standing there for? Start preparing for surrender negotiations. Tell the administration to prepare compensation terms quickly." Lowell stammered and questioned. "Compensation terms?" His hand clenched so tight it trembled. "Count Perdian is a fool who always respects tradition and honor, so he will surely agree to negotiate. Their territory is in financial distress, so just offering compensation is enough to get us out of this mess. Then we just blame everything on Count Desmond." Lowell's face turned pale. But we have poured all our finances into this war. Where do we get money to compensate?" Thomas Deagle suddenly lunged forward, choking Lowell's neck. He went mad, roaring, "You idiot, what have you been doing all this time? Just plunder the commoners." He pressed his face close to Lowell and warned, "What, feel bad, because you are from the commoners too? Are those pigs more important than me or am I?" He struggled to reply, You are." Thomas Deagle swung his arm to throw him hard to the ground and ordered, "HMPH, you should know who your master is. Go do it." Lowell clutched his neck, coughing violently, inwardly calculating, "I have been running Jegole's government by force, but I can't endure this tyranny anymore. This might be the time to rise up." A guard rushed in from outside. "Bad news, Lord." He panicked and shouted, "Perdian's army has arrived." The summoned soldiers gathered in the study, standing aside on both edges of Thomas Deagle's table. He clasped his hands, bowing his head down. "TCH, these annoying bastards came too fast. What is this pressure?" His eyebrows furrowed tightly, sweat pouring like a stream on his forehead. "But things won't go as planned. Come on, Walter of Perdian." The sound of footsteps made him look up attentively. Ghislaine along with Sao and Belinda proudly entered inside. Ghislaine opened with a question, "Are you preparing for surrender negotiations, Count Jegole?" He looked at him in surprise. "You? Who are you?" Walter did not come and sent his son instead. Ghislaine calmly replied, "My father is busy focusing on restoring the territory, and as representative, I have come to negotiate with you." His eyes blazed with killing intent. "Hand over that guy." A few hours earlier, Ghislaine and his army rode their horses like the wind, taking quite a while to cross through the forest. At this moment, Sao was riding behind, his eyebrows furrowed tightly, sweat pouring down his face like rain, not even bothering to wipe it away. He just angrily said, "Tch, that Deagle or whatever, he runs really fast." A noble daring to abandon his soldiers and flee back to his territory that quickly, a fat guy from behind spoke up. This guy's expression was a bit more timid compared to the red-haired one. "Sorry for letting him escape." Cao slightly curled his lips at this point, revealing a sharp cold smile. "To be precise, it is the old man who let him escape, not you guys. You all did your duties. That is what I mean." The wind blew through the light golden strands of hair, light reflecting on his handsome face making his eyes appear profound. Ghislaine's gaze became razor sharp, his lips pressed tightly, showing no expression, inwardly thinking, should I drag the whole Ghislaine into the next bet? The sound of horse hooves echoed, followed by dust swirling up in clouds. Two figures rode side by side, charging forward quickly. At this moment, Cao pulled the reins, his voice dissatisfied. "But Captain, negotiating surrender means we will let that count live, right?" "Why?" Ghislaine slightly tilted his head, his eyes like sharp blades, his voice steady as if unaffected by emotions. "Everyone knows that Deagle is the bastard who wanted to seize Perdian, but from the outside, this is just revenge against the heir. If we demand too much compensation, it will be hard for our side too. They will surely just pay the price. Negotiate the compensation and be done." Cao rolled his eyes incessantly dissatisfied and said, "That kind of bargaining negotiation will drag things on forever. Why not charge into their territory and wipe them all out?" From behind, Belinda approached Cao, her gaze sharp, her face not hiding her contempt. "That's simple, this is noble business, not street mercenaries. Use your brain a bit." Seeing this, he could only mumble and continue, "Well, mercenaries or nobles are all just people. Do nobles think they are gods? They attacked first. Why do we have to consider face?" Ghislaine riding ahead, his words echoing back, "Don't worry too much, Cao. This is how my father would do it." Hearing this, Belinda became a bit timid, sweat also pouring down her beautiful face. "What about the person then, young master?" In a flash, the corner of his mouth slightly curved up, revealing a faint smile. "I am different." The horse hooves thundered swiftly. Not long after, before them was a massive fortress. "I will take Jegole as my own territory." Thomas Deagle's face at this moment was surprised to the point of wide eyes staring at the three people casually and proudly entering. Back to the present, his voice also became stammering. You are." Ghislaine did not answer his question, just advanced toward him, his face cold with sharp eyes, speaking. "Are you preparing surrender negotiations?" Count Jegole looked at him standing before him, angrily slamming both hands on the table, loudly saying, "Why is not Lord Walter present? Why send his son here?" Ghislaine just calmly replied as if nothing happened, "My father is busy restoring the territory. As acting lord, I will handle the negotiations." His purple pupils became sharper than ever, his voice also more stern. "Make him kneel." Immediately, Cao and another subordinate went over to force him to kneel. His face was now dotted with sweat. Even resisting was useless. He shouted loudly, "What are you doing? Release me. Dirty commoners dare touch me." Finally, he had to kneel before him. From above looking down, he was no different from a lowly person. Belinda seeing this, she approached and whispered in his ear, "Young master, do you really want to do this?" Ghislaine decisively replied, "Yes, even if the Lord scolds later, this was not my proposal." Thomas Deagle glared and shouted as if wanting to lunge at him, "I have sworn loyalty to the kingdom. Do you think you can do this to the king's subjects without consequences? Show respect." Immediately, a sharp sword pointed straight at him, making Thomas Deagle's eyes widen looking at it up close. His voice cold, each word sharp and stern rang out, "Thomas Deagle, you are a traitor who broke the alliance and plotted to seize Perdian, seduced by the enemy's sweet words." Ghislaine stood towering above, like an executioner. "For those targeting Perdian, only death awaits." His face as if not believing the truth, eyebrows furrowed tightly, gritting teeth in rage looking at him and saying, "Do. Impossible. You are really going to kill me." He raised his voice looking at him with cold sharp eyes, emanating full killing intent. "If you dare sacrifice thousands for war, you must also put your life on the scale or pay a worthy price." At this point, Thomas Deagle was terrified to the point of unable to hold back, tears welling in his eyes. This madman, in iron armor, his hand raised the sword. Expression unchanged, making him even more fearful. He said truly when the sword swung down, he had shouted, "Wait!" Thomas Deagle's words came out softly. Careful, I just need to pay a suitable price, right? His face had turned pale, trembling, saying each word. Fine, fine, I will give up the territory. Hearing this, everyone felt unavoidably surprised, while Ghislaine just slightly curled a triumphant smile. His eyes lit up as if achieving his wish. Knew you would say that. Not stopping there, Ghislaine continued, his threatening voice to Thomas Deagle. But to inherit a territory, must be a family member or legal heir. Besides, this violates inheritance law. As Count, you must know. Hearing him say this, he immediately became wrinkled. I will handle that. You do not need to worry. Thomas Deagle panicked, hurriedly saying, yes, I will claim you are a distant relative. I will have my people make fake inheritance papers. You just accept it. Saying that, he immediately shouted loudly to the subordinate behind, old man, bring paper and pen here. His eyes focused, stern with glowing blue pupils. Not necessarily. He knelt prostrate on the ground, gritting teeth, saying each sentence. I will compensate with money too. I do not have cash now, but I will collect taxes from the people and bring it. Give me more time. Looking at Thomas Deagle, forced to kneel on the ground, only able to weakly beg, so please spare my life. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow, face extremely disgusted. Is your life really that precious? Hearing this, he opened his eyes wide, boundless joy clear on that face. All right. I will give you a chance. But before he could react, a strong force had dragged him away. By the time he realized, he had been thrown rolling out of the castle. Before Thomas Deagle now were many people in the castle. The people in the castle still did not understand what was happening, continuously whispering to each other. On everyone's face showed clear surprise mixed with fear. What? Lord, what? What is going on here? He turned back with a face angry mixed with confusion. Listen, young master, what do you think you are doing in front of these commoners? Each of his words revealed clear contempt and threat. Watch your mouth. Anyway, you are standing before those who now have the right to decide your life. Then Ghislaine's powerful voice rang out, full of authority and decisiveness. People of Jegole, I am Ghislaine, heir of Perdian. His voice echoed with power. Count Jegole declared war on Perdian for revenge and was defeated. As a result, he planned to make everyone pay the war costs. Ghislaine looked straight at the people and said, who wants to voluntarily pay? On the faces of the people standing there could not hide their shock. What? They could not help feeling indignant, angrily saying loudly, last time they took everything from me. Now again, where do we get money to pay? You nobles settle among yourselves. Ghislaine calmed down, his tone softer than before. As temporary lord of Perdian, I will show mercy by giving everyone a choice. Then looking down at Thomas Deagle kneeling on the ground looking utterly pathetic, you can pay a large sum to keep your count's life or kill him and join Perdian. His words firm, carrying serious implication. As a result, you people won't have to bear this war's costs. He trembled, turning back when seeing himself being humiliated by him. You bastard Ghislaine, how dare you humiliate me like this? Suddenly a stone flew straight into Thomas Deagle's head, making blood pour out, followed by many other stones thrown at him continuously. The farmers held many stones and weapons in hand, looking at him with eyes blazing with killing intent. You bastard, you have taken everything, even my mother's relic and bread for my children. All the anger, hatred of the people now poured toward Thomas Deagle. Do you know how many have suffered because of you? He had no way to deny, only stammering incoherently, Thus all the people charged forward, beating and tearing at Thomas Deagle. He was beaten continuously until his face was bruised and battered. Ignoring those people, Ghislaine turned and walked away. Belinda and Sao were silent upon seeing this. No one said anything. His face still unchanged, just coldly ordering, let us go back. Before leaving, he did not forget to say one sentence, the war is over. Ghislaine also looked toward Belinda and said, about my father. She quickly understood his intent, wanting to say, yes, as always, I believe you have your own reasons. She stammered in response, I am not worried. At this moment in Perdian Castle, all those present in the room like home run, and Bach as well as Walter could not help exclaiming, what? He was not afraid or hesitant at all. His handsome cold indifferent face said, just as everyone heard, Count Jegole is dead. Walter seeing this was very angry, shouting, did you forget what I instructed? Try to show respect as much as possible. Before he could finish, he immediately interrupted. I did not forget. It is just after witnessing firsthand, Cao saw this way was best. Each word full of unshakable decisiveness. If giving him a surrender chance, he will just target Perdian again. Randon, hearing this, could not help exclaiming, he will attack again. Homerun looked toward Ghislaine with an unbelieving face. Impossible. He very calmly said, Jegole attacked Perdian with 7 armies. Everyone must realize that is far more than what he could mobilize himself. Each word full of unshakable decisiveness. If giving him a surrender chance, he will just target Perdian again. Eyebrows furrowed tightly, each line on his face tense. Ghislaine extremely seriously said, Desmond provided troops and puppet support behind. Everyone seeing this were shocked. The whole room became bustling. Desmond and Jegole. You mean those 2 large territories are targeting us, but House Desmond is considered neutral. And Jegole, because of old matters, he sat silently on the chair, eyes contemplative. The reason reinforcements did not come from allied territories is surely because Amelia killed the messengers to block all information. That is always her favorite tactic, isolate the prey. But if I control Jegole, everything changes. Because our territories border, they can't attack Perdian immediately. If they act, I can respond instantly. Walter brought his hand to his forehead, face showing fatigue mixed with tension. So that is why you killed Count Jegole. Besides that, he still was not free of worry, but even if the Lord dies, that land does not automatically belong to us. Everyone knows it requires blood relation or legal heir, right? Ghislaine gently placed a pre-sealed scroll on the table. Look at this. Holding the paper, Walter could not help being bewildered. This document clearly states distant relative and primary heir of Jegole. Ghislaine sat leisurely, full of confidence, explaining that Cao received it directly from Count Jegole. With this, most issues of territory and inheritance are resolved. The whole room fell into a silent void. The person standing beside him softly called, Sir. Sir Lord. Walter sternly, sharp eyes staring straight. Ghislaine, governing is not easy. Do you have enough people to manage that whole area? Ghislaine smiled full of confidence and said, Don't none, I have chosen the perfect person for it. Right after, the scene shifted to another place. The Forest Kingdom territory situation. In that large and famous casino, the atmosphere was extremely lively and bustling. On the other side, many people were gathering around a table where a very tense betting was taking place. Wow, he is really all in. The bet was he would cry when saying goodbye to his right arm. The dice placed on the table in a straight line, a cup slid over, capturing them all. An extremely skilled hand, shaking the cup continuously and quickly. Before them was a notorious casino boss. He held a cigarette in his mouth and exhaled smoke, tone threatening. You know what happens if caught cheating, right, Claude? The man not afraid at all before the bald guy and still casually teasing, come on, smile. It is fun. The atmosphere at this moment became tenser than ever. The dice lay upright on the table. He triumphantly spoke, now place and roll the dice. In the main hall of the Grand Palace, before the witness of many people, a clear voice rang out, for your great merits, in the name of His Majesty the King. Walter held the scepter, his eyes intently looking at Ghislaine. I bestow upon you the title of Baron Fenris. He extended his hand respectfully to receive the scepter. Those present jumped for joy. They cheered in unison, long live Baron Fenris. Ghislaine's eyes were filled with determination. After the war ended, I became a lord. Not long before, Ghislaine sat at the tea table, silently looking at the map placed on the table. He pointed to a spot on the map. As everyone can see, the territory of Jegole is divided into 5 baronies. Except for the royal lands, I plan to establish my base in the central barony of Fenris. He looked up at the elders, that is all. Any questions? Randon and Home Run looked at Ghislaine, thinking inwardly, questions, it is really just an announcement, is not it? Gillian whispered into Walter's ear, my lord. After hearing, he looked at him and waved his hand in approval, yes, do as you wish. Anyway, someone has to take on that role. Ghislaine nodded slightly, thank you everyone. Walter suddenly coughed a few times, by the way, it seems our territory suffered serious financial damage in the war. He raised an eyebrow in confusion. Damage? Walter asked further, are you planning to sell magic stones for money? Ghislaine suddenly remembered something. Ah, yes. Now we do not have any left. That statement left Walter stunned. Why? He leaned back, acting as if it was obvious. We blew them all up at the city gate. Do not worry, soon I will have people dig more. Back to the present, Belinda smiled brightly and called out, young master. Behind her were Gillian and Kaonon and Sao. They shyly looked at him. Please have your meal, congratulations, my lord. Ah no, lord. Our captain has finally made a name for himself, too famous. Belinda shyly said, back then we were worried how you would develop. Maybe thanks to my excellent upbringing. Sao could not help teasing a few words, that is why he is so twisted now. Belinda kicked him hard in the stomach straight-legged, then turned back to smile at Ghislaine. Our little young master has really become a lord. Awesome. A soft voice rang out, attracting his attention, Oppa. When he turned his head, he saw Elena pulling Rachel running over. Elena, that little girl excitedly elbowed Ghislaine. Are you really the Oppa I knew, or should I call you lord? He put his hands in his pockets, a bit helpless. Call what, make it reasonable. Ghislaine glanced to the side and saw Rachel standing shyly aside, then spoke. Rachel. The girl looked up at him. Ah, hello Oppa. Ghislaine instructed, if Elena bullies you, tell me. If she hates something, she hits first without thinking. Rachel helplessly nodded. Elena exclaimed in surprise. What? Ghislaine ignored the girl punching him. He turned back to look at Gillian. Looks like you have fully recovered. He bowed his head in response. Thanks to you, my lord. He clapped his hands loudly. Ghislaine looked at everyone in the room, slowly speaking. All right, everyone listen. You have been excellent fighting alongside me throughout the war. His eyes became determined. From now on, I am the Lord of Fenris. I will be in Fenris, not Perdian. Ghislaine continued, so, I want to recruit you as my personal guards, not just mercenaries. Those people were surprised. Personal guards, meaning officially becoming the army, exactly. He slightly curled his lips in a smile. I also plan to train each of you to become Black Knights. Before everyone's astonishment, Ghislaine added, the bravery you showed in the recent war is worthy of Black Knight status. You qualify. Belinda confusedly looked at him, but that would cost a fortune, right? Ghislaine nodded. That is why we have to earn a lot of money. He turned to the person beside him. Gillian, how's your body? He cautiously replied. Yes, no issues. Ghislaine was silent for a long while, then spoke. Gillian, lead everyone to Fenris first. Gillian froze for a few seconds. He questioningly looked at him. You are not coming along. Lord Ghislaine calmly replied. I have to stop by a place first. His tone became serious. The war just ended. Security everywhere must be chaotic. Go ahead to stabilize things there. Gillian silently did not respond, but Ghislaine's next words surprised him even more. You're the one I trust most. He stepped over to place a hand on his shoulder. So I am entrusting this to you. Gillian took a long while to reply. Yes, my lord. When Ghislaine turned to walk away, he bowed respectfully. Take care. He stepped to Belinda and Sao. Belinda, Sao, you come with me. Prepare. She curiously asked. Where are we going? To the Ngia's territory and the Zine kingdom. Belinda surprised. Abroad. Sao hearing that name immediately realized. Wait, is not Ngia's the city famous for gambling? Both became excited. Want to go? I want to go. I love going abroad. War's over. We are going to celebrate, right? Ghislaine immediately poured cold water on them. We are not going there to play. In a certain room, Vanessa hugged her staff, determinedly saying, please let me absorb once. Alpha, horrified, backed away. Are you crazy? Absorb what? Vanessa approached closer. If I absorb the Lord's mana, like last time, I think I can really cast magics I have only imagined. He yelled, why my mana? She confusedly looked at Alpha, HMPH. But the young master said your role is just a mana battery. He was totally shocked. What? Right then, Ghislaine pushed the door in. You guys sure have a lot of energy. Both looked toward that direction. Alpha immediately accused. Hey little lord, do something. She is demanding to suck my mana. Ghislaine paid no attention to him and went straight to Vanessa. You okay? She softly replied. Yes, yes. Ghislaine stepped over to pat her head. This was your first real battle. Must have been nerve-wracking, but you did great. Vanessa shyly, thank you. Alpha grumbled on the side. Heavens, am I air or what? You do not even look. Ghislaine then remembered him. Alright, you did well too. Glad to see someone fulfilling their role. He gritted his teeth. You bastard, just wait till I return to the Crimson Magic Tower. Ghislaine suddenly interrupted. Speaking of which. He smiled looking at him. You come along too. Alfil arrived at the Ngia's territory kingdom. In the casino, Cao excitedly said, "Ah, this atmosphere, this smell. It has been a while since I felt it." Alfil surprised asked, "Hey lord, are not we going to the Crimson Magic Tower?" Ghislaine tossed Alfil a pouch of money. "Alfil, go wander freely. I will call if needed." He caught it. "Oh, okay." Alfil looked at the money pouch, raised an eyebrow asking, "Money? How do we wander with just a few coins like this?" Cao immediately smiled sinisterly. Cao stepped over to sling an arm over Alfil's shoulder. "My cute mage knows how to cast magic but knows nothing about the ways of the world." Huh, he confused. Ways of the world. Cao smiled with intent. "Watch closely. This is a game where I bet money and eat others' money." Belinda followed behind Ghislaine then asked, "Actually you want to come here to play, right? Admit it. With your status, no one will blame you for gambling a bit." He calmly replied, "I said no." He seriously said, "I am here to find someone to appoint as territory steward. He is living in the casino due to circumstances. I have to bring him back before he loses his hand." Belinda horrified, "Here. You want a gambling addict as steward?" Ghislaine helpless, "I said, circumstances." He reassured her, "Don't worry, he really has ability. His name is—" A shrill shout attracted the two's attention. "Claude, that bastard finally caused trouble." A man pinned down on the table. Two others yelling while drawing swords. "Turns out all those lucky wins before were scams. He always bragged about being smart. Look now, caught cheating red-handed. What transparency left?" Claude looked at them and said, "Boss, chop that bastard's hand. I warned you, right, don't use cheap tricks." He fiddled with the die in hand, switching dice with weighted ones inside. "Think you can use fakes to fool us?" He gritted teeth then crushed that die. "You have been plotting for a while, huh, Claude?" The man immediately defended, "I do not know what you are talking about. I never prepared or switched any dice. You said no cheating, now blaming me." The boss crossed arms showing disbelief. "Come on, how would you know that? Don't be too aggrieved." He mocked smiled. "We were not born to understand each other." The man gritted teeth hissing. The boss signaled. The guy beside swung the sword. "Do it." The man closed eyes, gritting teeth enduring. Waited long without feeling anything. He opened eyes. "Looks fun. Mind if I join a bit?" The guy's sword had been blocked by Ghislaine. The boss stammered asking, "You? Who are you?" He looked at them indifferently replying, "From the kingdom of Luthania, Baron Fenris." Upon hearing that name, Crank froze momentarily. A foreign noble. The two subordinates standing beside showed no respect, raising their swords high to attack. "You bastard!" Just as they were about to charge in and fight, Crank spoke up to stop them. "Stop!" He curled his lips in a smile, extending his hand toward Ghislaine. "Welcome, noble from the neighboring country, to the Karkin Casino. Sir, however, I hope that your people and you yourself won't cause a disturbance here." He glanced at the two subordinates and shouted, "You lot too, put away your weapons quickly." Ghislaine also sheathed his sword. Belinda stood beside him seething with killing intent. Crank crossed his arms and asked, "But for what reason does a noble like you come on this day to a rundown place like my casino?" He replied indifferently, "I need to find someone. Coincidentally, he is here too." He softly called to the man lying face down on the table, "Claude. Get up." He narrowed his eyes looking at him. "I have come here to pick you up." The dice fell one by one from the cup. As soon as it rolled onto the table, all three dice showed 1 pip. Countless gold coins were pushed in front of Alfil. "Sir Alfil is the winner." The people at the table immediately roared. "Damn it! How could we lose to a newbie like that? Why does all the luck pour onto that bastard?" Cao joyfully jumped over to sling an arm around Alfil's shoulder. "TCH, if we keep playing like this, how much money will you win? Our bookworm really has talent." His face slightly changed. The whole world at this moment seemed to consist only of him and the gold coins before his eyes. "I have just earned several times the amount. Money earned from selling magic scrolls all day, and in such a short time too." Alfil suddenly clutched his chest. His face flushed red, sweating profusely. "How long has it been since my heart pounded like this?" The shout from upstairs attracted Cao's attention. "What?" Belinda exclaimed in surprise. "The gambling expert the young master is looking for is this kid." Ghislaine confirmed, "Yes." Crank held his pipe, pondering, "I am sorry, but that might not be possible." That guy did not participate in a sacred game like this honorably but used tricks, so he must pay the price for that action. Ghislaine raised an eyebrow. Tricks, Claude suddenly grinned sinisterly. He knelt down on the ground, loudly begging, "I am sorry, Baron Fenris," he cried and whined, "the precious money that you, Baron, gave me, I was tricked by them and lost it all." Claude continuously accused. All the dice used here are managed by them. They even check the belongings guests bring to completely eliminate cheating tools. Yet when I decided to bet big, problematic dice appeared. Isn't that too unreasonable? Belinda, horrified, quickly approached Ghislaine. What is that guy suddenly saying? When did our young master meet you that you dare lie so blatantly? He suddenly raised his hand to stop her. Ghislaine asked Crank as if to confirm, is what he said true? Crank did not rush to answer. He thought inwardly, that Claude, I was wondering where he got such a large sum of money. He lit his pipe, indifferently saying, I do not know how you know Claude, but what that guy says is completely untrustworthy. Cheaters always cry innocence. Crank exhaled a puff of smoke. Moreover, this is a casino owned by Baron Austin. Even if you were a foreign noble, if you keep causing a ruckus like this, diplomatic disputes can't be avoided. Veins bulged on his forehead. Let us just pretend nothing happened earlier, and you and your people can quietly leave. Okay. Ghislaine frowned. That might be difficult, because it is no different from you swindling my money clean. Crank's face changed. He sighed, oh well. Ghislaine pulled Claude to sit down before him. Come on, do not frown anymore. Both you and I want this guy, right? So let us discuss if we can compromise. He curiously asked, compromise? Ghislaine seriously said, play around with me. If I win, I will take back all the money you won from Claude before. Conversely, if I lose, I will bet my current status and all my assets. Claude, Crank, and Belinda exclaimed in shock. What? Claude softly advised. I am very grateful that you have stood up for me, but who exactly are you to go this far for me? Ghislaine immediately slung an arm over his shoulder, pulling him close, firmly saying, I am someone who desperately needs your support. Crank, intrigued, laughed loudly. It has been a long time since I saw a bold noble like you. All right. He shouted, if you have come to the casino, of course we have to play around. All the people in the casino excitedly cried out. It is a big match. A wet behind the ears noble comes here and dares challenge Boss Crank. Today really no time to be bored. Crank poured a die onto the table. Come on. The rules are simple. The one who rolls the smallest number wins. If tie, we continue until there is a winner. He disdainfully provoked him. Nobles like you probably can't handle anything too complicated. Ghislaine propped his chin, indifferently replying, I know. Start quickly. Crank smirked, you are more hot-tempered than I thought. Fine. The referee tossed a coin in his hand. Ghislaine and Crank both guessed, tails, heads. When the coin fell, everyone buzzed, it is heads. Big brother Crank goes first. Crank took the die and put it in the cup. Excuse me for rolling first. He serious-faced, covered the cup's mouth with his hand, then shook the cup skillfully. Belinda looked at him with contempt. Just for one die making such a fuss. In a flash, Crank opened the cup's bottom, swapping in another die. He slammed the cup down on the table. When the cup was lifted, the die showed 1 pip. Everyone in the room shouted, Big brother Crank 1 point. They excitedly watched the show. Big brother got 1 point. That noble has not done anything yet. Is this round over already? Really incomprehensible. Why challenge this with Mr. Crank? Belinda at this point was also a bit worried. Young master. Claude looked at Ghislaine with puzzled eyes. Crank triumphant. Oh, too bad. Setting up such a big bet only to end it quickly is tricky. This from the start was. Ghislaine not worried at all. Shut up. He reached out to take the die. Your mouth and your body really do not match. He pursed lips. Oh, yes. Crank looked at Ghislaine with contempt. HMPH, keep pretending. You are just acting calm to hide your anxiety. I see through what you are thinking inside. He smugly smiled inwardly. However, all your efforts are futile. Crank recalled his earlier cheating. That is the special cup. Depending on how you hold it, the bottom can open. I just hide the cheating die that always rolls 1 in between my fingers and through the shaking motion conceal the swap. He became even more confident in his victory. Moreover, using this technique, I have never been caught even once. The corner of his mouth could not help curling up. No matter how many times you roll, You can't avoid defeat, you arrogant noble. Ghislaine condensed magic power in his hand, then used that hand to slam cover the cup's mouth. The whole room fell silent. Everyone quietly watched Ghislaine. He slammed the cup down on the table. The one with the lowest points wins. You said that, right? Ghislaine lifted the cup revealing a pile of powder debris, 0 points. Crank shocked shouted, "WH what?" The others in the room were no less surprised. The die turned to powder. 0 points, how to count that, is playing like this allowed? Doesn't that mean Big Brother Crank lost? Belinda and Claude also did not expect this scenario. Crank stood up abruptly. He angrily pointed at his face shouting, This can't be. That result is cheating. Even if you are a noble, you can't be this unreasonable." Ghislaine grabbed his hand, forcefully twisting it to reveal the die. Then what is this? Crack, the die fell. Rolling across the table. Huh, no way. Everyone in the room got another shock. In the Big Brother's hand. Why another die? What? Turns out that guy has been cheating all along. Ghislaine looked at him with cold eyes. Participating in this sacred game must be done honorably. Did not you say that? Crank's face now poured with sweat beads. How could he have known everything from the start? He quickly drew a sword from his belt, then without hesitation thrust straight at Ghislaine. He tilted his body to the right, successfully dodging the surprise attack. Both Belinda and Claude froze before this sudden situation. Ghislaine smirked. You should have revealed your true nature from the beginning. Would not that be better? A thug like you pretending to be polite is so clumsy. The subordinates immediately drew swords. Hey, what the hell have you been saying all this time? Whatever, things have come to this. I can't let you leave peacefully anymore. He pointed his sword at Ghislaine, ordering the attack. Ghislaine frowned, staring intently at them. Under their sword blades, Ghislaine easily dodged everything. He leapt lightly off the ground, using the momentum to step on several subordinates and charge toward Crank. He anxiously drew his sword, sweat pouring down his forehead. Crack. Just as Crank thrust his sword upward, Ghislaine arched his body and flipped behind him. He stood firm on the ground, pressing his sword to Crank's neck. Under the sharp blade, he swallowed hard with difficulty. The two subordinates panicked and shouted, "Be Big Brother Crank." With that, 2 other swords pressed against their necks, making them tremble non-stop. Those 2 swords belonged to Sao and Belinda. Sao glanced at him and smirked, "You small fries. You should know to pick your opponents before causing trouble." Belinda frowned and softly asked, "Young master, what should we do with them now?" Ghislaine spoke, "As I said before, I will take Claude and all the money you won from him." Crank stammered, "You can't." The two continued negotiating. Crank, as the manager of the Karkin Casino, the main source of income for Baron Austin, you were caught red-handed trying to commit gambling fraud against a foreign noble. What is the fate of a casino that has lost the trust of gamblers? I believe you understand that. The sharp sword pressed closer to Crank's neck, a trickle of fresh blood dripping down. If in the future you dare repeat what happened today, a cut mark appeared on his neck, the sword reflecting Ghislaine's razor-sharp eyes. Then at that time, CR0 Crank terrified, sweat pouring like rain. After some hesitation, he made a decision. I understand. Achieving his intent, the corner of Ghislaine's mouth involuntarily curved up. He frowned and ordered, "Let us go, Claude." But when he turned back, the table no longer had his figure. "Claude," a shrill shout rang out, "that guy slipped away." Belinda grumbled irritably, "What? That gambler not only slipped away but also took all the money the young master won. If not for us, he would have had his hand chopped off. What an ungrateful bastard." Sao clicked his tongue. TCH, a leopard like that escaping means his destination is just another casino. But Belinda clenched her fist tightly. Makes sense. Now we will have people search the whole area. Ghislaine spoke to stop them. No need. It is unnecessary, because I know where he will go. Outside the casino, Claude rode his horse, carrying the money bag, galloping fast into the night. As he ran, he glanced back. Phew, finally survived. Who exactly was that noble who stepped in to help me? He gripped the bag tightly in his hand. TCH. Anyway, thanks to him I got what I needed. Consider the goal achieved. Claude smiled bitterly helplessly. Some foreign noble, really sorry to you, but I really need this money. 1 year ago, in a rundown house deep in the forest, coins fell one by one onto the floor. Anna, look at this. Claude sat down, excitedly telling, amazing, right, gambling is not a game of probability. It has a formula to always win. If I keep earning money this way, we won't have to live in hiding anymore. He talked non-stop, we can quickly return to a normal life. Anna suddenly interrupted, stop it. She coldly said, you can stop now, Claude. This reaction surprised him a bit. Anna, she reached out with trembling hands to grasp Claude's. I know clearly that my father's death, who was also your master, was not your fault. Looking at Claude's bruised and battered face, her whole body involuntarily shook, so, please. He smiled lightly, it was my fault. Claude said softly, because of my stupidity and foolishness that turned master into a traitor. A voice full of contempt rang out, the scholar of the Royal Academy builder is a traitor, and you are the child of a traitor, Anna. Anna was tied up, guarded by Crank and subordinates. The ringleader ordered, take her away. Claude lay on the ground, struggling to hold on. Anna silently stepped closer to him, you said your name is Claude, right? He leaned on his cane, saying softly, I will give you 1 year to bring 2 gold here. He gleefully rubbed his chin, that girl's fate was supposed to be death. But if you bring enough ransom, I will release her. Escaping the memories, Claude held the money bag, mouth silently calling, Anna. His eyes full of hope, I will save you right now. At Austin Castle, in the study, conversation sounds rang out. The prisoner camp is full already. Feeding those lowly prisoners is just a waste of food. TCH. The fat man held a quill, sitting writing something, if even ransom can't be obtained, there is no reason to keep their lives. Baron Austin waved his hand at the subordinate, within the next week, execute all those who can't pay ransom. Yes, understood. The subordinate approached closer, there is this matter thing, Baron, it has almost been a year. Austin raised an eyebrow irate, but suddenly he smiled lewdly, rubbing his chin, ah, you mean the daughter of that traitor. The two continued talking. Still no news from that punk Claude. Yes, I heard he not only could not earn money but also loafs around in casinos all day. If so, Crank is still doing well. Austin clicked his tongue, TCH. Normally I would think of using that girl as a maid, but since she is a traitor's daughter, I feel uneasy somehow. Throw her in with the execution group and be careful not to let news reach Claude. The subordinate probed. What if he brings the ransom? He calmly replied, you take the money then deal with him. A gambler like him dying won't matter to anyone. Saying that, he revealed his greedy face clearly, of course, that is only if he gets the ransom I demand. The study doors slowly opened, another subordinate ran in to report, sorry for disturbing, Sir Baron. Austin irritably asked, what now at this hour? The subordinate exclaimed. There is a guy named Claude making a ruckus demanding to pay ransom. The heavy money bag was slammed down on the table. Claude stood before Austin, saying, 2 gold ransom, I have prepared it fully here. He earnestly begged, please release Anna. Austin opened the bag, narrowing eyes to examine each gold coin. He frowned, thinking inwardly, not fake money. Austin looked up probing, where did you get this money? Claude replied, I gambled and won bets. He tossed a gold coin back into the bag, is that so? Austin loudly ordered, arrest this guy for me. Claude blankly looked at him. 2 subordinates rushed to restrain Claude. He panicked and roared, what is this? HMPH, didn't I prepare the full amount as you demanded? Austin pretended to ponder, how to say, I find the origin of this money quite suspicious, so I need to verify with Crank. He pointed at Claude, shouting, and you, if you do not want to be executed immediately, obediently go to the dungeon. Claude bowed his head smirking, ridiculous. Austin mocked a few sentences, a gambler like you could really prepare the full ransom I demand. He looked at the pile of money with greedy eyes, who do you think would believe that? Claude angrily roared like a wild beast. The 2 subordinates had to exert effort to restrain him. Something hit hard into the necks of the 2 subordinates, making their eyes roll white. Then they collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Austin, stunned, looked toward the door. Claude, panting, turned his head back. A hand silently placed on his shoulder. Ghislaine patted his shoulder lightly, softly reassuring, you have worked hard. Ghislaine stepped before Austin, pleased to meet you, Baron Austin. He panicked, stammering, you. Who are you? He snapped his fingers, then introduced himself, from the kingdom of Luthania, I am Baron Ghislaine. After the snap, Belinda threw the tied-up Crank to the ground. Austin stunned as if unable to believe. Sal placed a chair down before Austin. Ghislaine sat down, crossing his legs on the table, arrogantly looking at him. Bring out a cup of tea to treat your guest first. Austin raged, his face twisting as if deformed. What? The subordinate beside pointed a sword at Ghislaine, truly rude. Why do not you bow to the Baron right now? Another sword suddenly pointed at him, making him startle and step back. Cao coldly warned, stop it. This is not something you can interfere with. He trembled asking, what did you say? Austin pointed and yelled, you dare act wildly before me like this. What are you all standing there for? Drag this guy out for me. Ghislaine calmly looked at him, when did I act wildly? He propped his chin, eyes icy cold. I have come here to demand compensation from you. The whole room suddenly fell silent. Austin confusedly asked, compensation? Ghislaine extended his hand and called Belinda. With that, she kicked Crank down. He squeezed his face. At the casino owned by you. This manager named Crank was caught by me in the act of cheating. Because of his fraud, Claude and I nearly lost all our wagered assets. Austin hearing this was shocked, turning back to look at the pile of gold. Crank quickly spoke up denying, Baron, no, I am wronged. The ones using tricks must be them. Belinda angrily kicked hard into his head. This bastard keeps lying, Austin gritted teeth saying. This idiot Crank should know to choose targets. So now what do you want me to do? He calmly replied, in a casino, reputation is the most important. Cheating is absolutely intolerable. So Baron Austin, you must provide proper compensation to me and Claude. He turned his head avoiding the gaze. Wait, that guy is also claiming innocence. I do not know who to believe. Why do not you go to a judge and settle among yourselves? What does this have to do with me? Ghislaine silent for a moment before speaking, it does relate. Austin frowned, what do you mean? Ghislaine leaned back, gently pushing the chair backward. The Karkin casino owned by you is a place where nobles from many other countries frequently visit. I hear more than half the total income of this territory comes from that casino. If rumors spread about the manager cheating being discovered, you will be seen as aiding fraud targeting nobles. He relaxed, the chair slamming down on the floor. Ghislaine looked at Austin, eyes carrying provocation, then your future will surely be interesting to watch. His face darkened. Austin gritted teeth, hissing each word, you bastard, you mean I have to pay hush money? Ghislaine nodded confirming, yes, I want compensation double the amount you just received. Moreover, Austin worriedly looked at the money bag on the table. Ghislaine added conditions, you must immediately release Anna. Claude silently looked at him. Ghislaine softly eased, if you do that, I will pretend today never happened. Austin spoke, so that is it. Now I understand everything. He roared in fury, Claude, you ungrateful bastard. Hearing him yell that, he widened his eyes in shock. Soldiers from outside pushed the door rushing in. I gave you a chance to save a woman who should have been executed, yet you dare secretly collude with a foreign noble to deceive me. Cao pushed Claude aside, old man, you are in the way standing here. Get out. Belinda pouted, what kind of nonsense talk, as if we have colluded from before. Ghislaine ordered, Belinda, get me a dagger. Austin angrily yelled at the soldiers, anyway, if I kill all of you here, this will be as if it never happened. Kill them. The guard receiving orders immediately held sword charging to slash Ghislaine. He kicked hard into the money bag on the table. By inertia, the bag flew hitting hard into the guard's face. Ghislaine grabbed a dagger then jumped forward before Austin's astonishment. He thrust the dagger hard down into his hand. Austin roared in pain. Behind, Cao and Belinda were blocking the swords of two soldiers. Ghislaine coldly instructed, Belinda, no killing. Cao charged in, annoyed replying, fine. Each wave of soldiers' swords was easily blocked by Cao. He swung his fist into the soldier's face, knocking him out. On Belinda's side, she used magic to control the soldier's sword, then flipped and kicked hard into his neck. Ghislaine used the sword fighting two other soldiers. One after another was easily taken down by Ghislaine. Austin's close subordinate slashed over, but he dodged. Ghislaine spun behind, slamming the sword hilt into his nape. He cried out then lost consciousness. Claude stood frozen on one side watching them fight, sweat cold on his forehead, face unbelievable. Who are you? Cao, Belinda, and Ghislaine fought continuously amid Austin's screams. Why exactly are you going this far for me? Claude recalled his words in the casino. I am someone who desperately needs your support. He pressed his lips, tears rolling down his cheeks. All this time, I have learned to the bone that there is no kindness without reason in this world. Who knows how long passed? Austin's soldiers were all taken down, lying scattered on the ground. Ghislaine pulled the dagger stuck in Austin's hand out. He trembled, threatening, You bastard, how dare you humiliate and do this to a noble like me? He looked at Austin with contemptuous eyes. As I said earlier, I will take the money and Anna. If you have complaints. A hand placed on Ghislaine's shoulder. Claude stepped closer to him. If you have gone this far for me, how can I refuse? He looked at Austin then spoke. If you have complaints, come to the Fenris territory in the Kingdom of Luthania to find me, Baron Austin. Claude forced a smile. I will entertain you as a guest. This is better than living forever in regret. Evening came. Twilight flickered behind the castles, passing towering mountains, crossing a long forest stretch, through vast fields, still the old house. On the road back to Perdian City, the carriage slowly rolled. Claude intently looked ahead. Ghislaine suddenly asked, You really do not plan to live with Anna? You are really okay? Claude bowed his head replying, Yes. Compared to being beside the one who caused her father's death, me living in her hometown, Anna would surely feel more at peace. He looked up at the sky. Anyway, I did not completely save her with my own strength. Ghislaine looked at Claude, silent without speaking. He turned his face away, thinking inwardly, Consider this settling the debt with you, Claude. He recalled his own past. The one who once madly drowned in revenge has paid the debt I owed you. Now I feel truly relieved. The corner of his mouth involuntarily curved up. On the way, the two continued chatting. How do you feel now that we are here? Fresh air. If there is a chance, take the Lord's head here someday. With the territory in such bad shape, occupying it would be easy. Hey, you are telling me to cut off my own head, eh? Claude looked at him suspiciously. This beggarly poor village is your territory. You looked rich so I followed, but... Ghislaine reached out, slinging an arm over his shoulder, pulling close. From now on, you are my territory's chief steward. He extended his hand, pointing ahead. Everything you see here, you will have to pour your effort into it. Claude froze for a long while, then the two continued talking. After thinking carefully, I think I want to go back to the countryside to live with Anna Moore. Please let me go. Too late, you bastard. Inside the dark room, a man silently sat in the center position. Those sitting around, faces serious, murmuring. Perdian Fenris, face darkened, Ghislaine's eyes full of killing intent. He extended his hand, ordering, Send a letter to Amelia, report that we will accelerate the plan. At the Fenris territory, Fenris Castle, the group of Belinda, Sao, Gillian, Alphal, Vanessa, and Claude stood in neat rows. Ghislaine leaned on his staff, standing before them. He asked sternly, Everyone has gathered fully, right? Ghislaine smiled faintly, Let us start the work. They replied in unison, Yes, my lord. The territory's condition after being liberated from Rayfold's brutal rule is at its worst. I have appointed Claude to various administrative positions to begin stabilizing the territory. Ghislaine led the group on an inspection. He used the staff in his hand to point directions. First, start by surveying the population. Find all survivors and bring them back to the village. He glanced at Claude, noting behind, after the survey, based on that, purchase large quantities of food, enough for at least 6 months. The food issue is most urgent. Prioritize solving it first. He nodded, Yes, all right. The two continued walking forward. Soon we will farm, so distribute strong oxen with plows to farming households in the territory for them to handle plowing. Besides, check if we can log the nearby forest to expand arable land. Claude unexpectedly asked back, Sir, you really plan to cultivate on this cracked barren land? Yes. The two surveyed each place in the territory. We will grind Bluebia dragon bones into fertilizer. Besides, facilities are outdated, all old equipment, anything unusable must be replaced entirely. Build warehouses, drainage systems, this, that, and that too. Claude forced a smile, Sir. You are joking, right? Chief Steward of Fenris Territory, Supervisor, Administrative Officer, Secretary, Finance Officer, Oversight Officer, Civil Affairs Officer, Supplies Officer, Requisition Officer, Tax Officer, Collection Officer, Enforcement Officer, Food Officer, Mortality Officer, Management Officer, Logistics Officer, and many other positions. Claude. In the study, Ghislaine held a quill, frowning, asking, What? Claude flustered replied, I am handling way too many jobs alone. Ghislaine bowed his head, continuing to write ledgers. You have never done these before. But take this chance to try. If needed, recruit helpers. Claude turned, running out of the study at top speed. Ghislaine calmly called, Wendy. Wendy appeared from somewhere, hurling hidden weapons at fleeing Claude. She spun, Claude immediately bound by ropes. She bowed, introducing, honored to meet you. I am Wendy, ordered by head butler Belinda to bodyguard Sir Claude. Please take care of me. Claude screamed loudly. Ah, help! Ghislaine propped his chin, thinking inwardly, since we are in the territory building phase to the end, endure a bit, Claude. You from back then handled these things like eating cake. The next morning, Ghislaine led Claude and Wendy on further inspection. As nobles, we have responsibility and duty to protect people living on our territory. People's loss of faith in nobles stems from exploitation and oppression by greedy nobles. People's loss of work will due to poverty repeating. The more hunger ignores these issues, nobles isolate themselves more. Must solve basic problems soonest to stabilize territory foundation. He closed eyes thinking, however, a surprised shrill scream echoed through the castle. You say we do not have enough money. Ghislaine sat at the desk looking at ledgers. If we spend at this rate, in 3 months I can't even pay your salaries. Gillian stammered. This is a major issue. Sao blankly asked, what is the problem exactly? Can't we just dig more runestone? Ghislaine replied, can't sell them all. I have other uses, and for mages to research too. He propped chin thinking, runestone veins are not infinite. We can't rely forever. We need sustainable capital. Suddenly, Claude rushed in, slamming door open. Ghislaine held quill writing, seeing him exclaimed, oh, Claude, perfect timing. I have a job needing someone. Claude urgently ran over, no need to think about that. Now you do not need to assign me such tasks. His voice carried firm confidence, because I have prepared the best plan to save this territory. Claude grinned slyly. He proudly proposed, that is building a casino. After that sentence, Claude was kicked flying out of the castle. Belinda reminded Wendy, next time before he spouts nonsense, act first. She nodded, carefully noting, understood. Claude loudly complained, no way, then tell me what to do. Claude showed determination, farming won't work, runestone can't be used freely. Isn't my suggestion turning this wasteland into an entertainment city the most realistic? Alphal approached from behind, I fully agree with you. Ghislaine looked up at him, I will consider your suggestion later for revisions. Proceed with the tasks I assigned. He objected, number. Do you think we have food to last until then? He carefully analyzed for Claude. Building a casino without solid foundation may earn money short term, but I can't prevent underworld formation. His brows slightly furrowed, long term, not good if wanting to confront them. Claude crossed arms. Now our food is so scarce we must keep buying. And you talk about later, I mean we must do something now, before even buying, food runs out. Alphal also spoke, other lords do not farm not because they hate it. I think building a grand entertainment area here is right. Ghislaine nodded, then leave food issue to me. Claude confused replied, yes. Ghislaine instructed, if I make crops grow on our land, from now you follow my words without complaint, okay. He sighed, really, I told you. This is uncultivable land. He curled lips smiling, you dare be sure, Claude and Alphal confident, no matter what, absolutely uncultivable. Ghislaine smiled gently at them. 3 months later, Claude and Alphal stared dumbfounded at the field before eyes. Hey. Mage sir, am I dreaming? The barren field now fertile. Full of ripe wheat. People held sickles excitedly harvesting. Success. How many years since we harvested on this land? Claude surprised looked at Ghislaine. How did you do it? He calmly explained. Rye can grow well even in harsh environments. Before sowing, I sprinkled nutrient-rich Bluebia dragonbone powder on plowed land. Then sowed rye seeds enhanced by growth magic arrays. He bent to lift a wheat stalk. Seeds sown this way grow very fast. So we can harvest more frequently. Alphal shocked, gritting teeth unwilling. Damn, so you had our mages create growth arrays for this. Vanessa looked at him admiringly. Sir. You are truly amazing. How did you think to use growth arrays, meant for humans, on seeds? Ghislaine hesitated a bit, that matter. He closed eyes thinking, that was not my idea originally. He recalled, back then, growth magic arrays drew power from runestone to boost mana growth many times faster. There were objections, wondering why use precious things on wheat, but seeing results, they had to accept. This method verified by future mages and scholars. Ghislaine smiled faintly. As for principles, not something I need concern. The people before Ghislaine excitedly cheered. Lord, from now we will trust and follow you unconditionally. No more fear of starving. Long live Baron Fenris. While they noisily celebrated, Claude and Alfil tried sneaking away. The call from behind startled them. You too? Ghislaine already stood behind. Where to? Fulfill the bet first. Claude forced dumb smile asking, be bet what? Ghislaine calmly opened coat pocket. If you win, I give 5 gold and freedom. From pocket, he took a small scroll. If I win, you slave unpaid for me 10 years. Claude and Alfil immediately surrounded. We bet already, what else? They looked at each other, only bitter laugh. Haha, damn. And so the first harvest ended. Now with stable food assured, runestone could be used for purposes beyond selling. Herbert raised eyebrow confused asking, here, you want me to build a crimson magic tower branch here? Ghislaine nodded confirming. Yes, tower master. Herbert more puzzled. No, I heard from my brother you became lord, so I visited to greet. Suddenly you say that, Ghislaine calmly replied. It starts from Lord Rafeld's unilateral declaration of war. In that battle, we got Crimson Magic Tower's help but barely won by exploding runestone. Sweat poured on his forehead. Herbert looked at Ghislaine, thinking, he just said he exploded that precious runestone. That kid only told me he won, never mentioned that. Ghislaine sighed, if a developing territory like Fenris attacked again, I would have to explode runestones meant for Crimson Magic Tower to stop them, like before. Herbert panicked stopping, hey do not think extremely like that. He smiled satisfied looking at him. Alright, then please send more mages. Mages shine more utilizing talents building various structures, residential areas, waterways, churches, Fenris Crimson Flame Magic Tower branch. Everyone held staffs, excitedly cheered. We are mages. Thanks to mage manpower from Crimson Magic Tower support, Fenris quickly completed large-scale constructions. That heartless bastard making mages do manual labor, unfair enough. Though sometimes small conflicts with new friends not yet adapted to territory, soon both sides reached peaceful agreements. The excited group earlier now lay flat on ground. Ghislaine casually ordered, Alfil, get those contracts here. He thought, can't be just me slaving. The territory quickly restored original functions. However, Claude panicked pushing door in, huff, big trouble, my lord, he frantically reported, heard a riot in Rafeld. Countess Amelia. Ghislaine frowned thinking, that riot happened faster. Surely due to my intervention. Desmond and Amelia puppets acting on Duke Delphine's will. Since failed using Rafeld to take Perdian, now no choice but direct action. His eyes blazed killing intent, my war not ended yet. Gillian asked, do you have a plan what to do? Belinda also worried, if Lady Amelia takes our territory. Ghislaine slowly opened mouth, if you dare think exploiting me, I won't sit idle. We will head to the kingdom of Luthania. In a cluttered room, from the dark corner, a hand silently extended, but upon touching light, it immediately burned. That person looked long at trembling burned hand, looked up at sky, I just want to die. In a vast city brimming with bustle and vibrancy, people hurried along the streets in throngs. Numerous merchant carts lined up in procession. Black knights stood guard with utmost seriousness and solemnity. They gazed up upon this magnificent city in disbelief. This is. Finally, Ghislaine's group had set foot in Luthania. The fat man, seeing this, could not help but speak up. The territories we have seen before were just like toys in comparison. The fat man stammered in admiration. The thing built in our territory is not even a proper castle anymore. Sao turned to glance at them, smirking in response. If you were so bold, go say that again in front of the commander. Vanessa in the carriage peeked out with sparkling eyes. Look, Sir Alfil, they are selling ingredients we have not even seen in the Crimson Magic Tower. Alfil clicked his tongue, scratching his cheek, reluctantly admitting her words. It seems this place is built with more meticulous scale than our Crimson Magic Tower, just a bit. On Ghislaine's side, he muttered something under his breath, clearly displeased, making Claude beside him strain to hear, yes. Ghislaine looked up at the opulent castle before him with a voice full of coldness, disgusting. This castle is so arrogant I just want to smash it to pieces. Claude found this utterly confusing. Leaning over to whisper to Wendy, why is he suddenly throwing a fit? She half closed her eyes, coldly replying, "If the Lord says so, then just accept it." Claude rolled his eyes in exasperation and said, He seems to have some abnormal side, huh?" He looked toward Ghislaine, still showing clear hostility toward the place, boldly guessing, could it be that in his past life, this place had some grudge against him? Meanwhile, he sat silently on horseback, glancing at this impregnable fortress. The unbreakable fortress. Luthania, known as the city under the goddess's protection. This made Ghislaine inevitably recall the days drowning in seas of fire in his previous life. "But I once conquered it, and this is where I died. I attacked the capital to kill Duke Delphine, who schemed to seize the throne. But that guy was not here. Blinded by the thirst for revenge, I made the mistake of turning everyone into my enemies, but alone I could not achieve anything." A few days earlier, at Perdian Castle, Walter widened his eyes in astonishment. "You say you are going to the capital?" Ghislaine, on horseback, standing beside, immediately replied, "Yes, father. It is a very important matter." Walter could not help but worry and ask, "Then, what about your Fenris territory?" He placed his hand on his chest, expressing utmost sincerity. "I will provide 1 year's worth of food to Perdian territory. Therefore, while I am absent, please dispatch Chief Steward Home Run and Black Knight Captain Randon to support Fenris territory." Home Run and Randon's eyes lit up upon hearing, exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, 1 year's food." Walter frowned, still feeling uneasy about this. "Food is not the issue. Didn't you yourself say before that Jegole is targeting us? With the rebellion erupting in Jegole, leaving like this, you know what that means, right?" Ghislaine drew his bow toward a bird soaring in the sky and replied, "I understand. As father said, if Desmond and Delphine ally and attack us in my absence, we won't have the strength to resist." However, with that, his arrow was released, flying swiftly. It easily pierced the body of the high-flying bird. Ghislaine frowned, speaking, "Emilia has just taken over internal affairs in Jegole, so we still have time before she stabilizes the regime there. In that time, we must build strength to counter the enemy." Hearing this, Walter could not help but exclaim in surprise, "Strength to counter?" He responded with a casual tone for his premeditated arrangement, "Yes, I plan to pull the kingdom to our side." A merchant clasped his hands, bowing respectfully, "Yes, as per your request." They had now stopped before a majestic yet utterly gloomy and cold castle. "I have prepared for you a grand mansion with gardens, spacious grounds, and very reasonable price." Ghislaine smiled triumphantly, glancing at Belinda beside him. "What do you think, sister?" She could only force a smile, helplessly replying, "Yes, it looks quite grand." Claude and Alpha reacted intensely, shouting in unison at the merchant, "Hey old man, why does this place look so rundown?" He had to explain, because this place has been unmanaged for quite a long time." A flock of ominous crows flew out from the forest, startling the fat man, who yelped, The accompanying Black Knight mocked, "That cowardly look, how did you survive and return from the demon beast forest?" The fat man hugged himself, trembling, "Well, it is a bit chilly here." Vanessa turned her head, rubbing her chin in puzzlement, "Just wear more clothes." The merchant cleared his throat a few times, then recited his sales pitch, "Anyway, rumors like ghosts in this mansion or wandering souls of the dead are all baseless slander. I guarantee this place has no issues." With that, Ghislaine immediately agreed to buy. "Fine, let us settle on this." "How much?" Claude beside hurriedly stopped him. Stop. He grabbed the merchant, pointing at his beaming face, and said, "Look closely at this guy's expression. He is clearly thrilled to finally offload this burden. Do you think concepts like feng shui exist for show?" Ghislaine smiled lightly, calmly replying, leaving Claude speechless in helplessness, "No problem. Even if there are ghosts, they can't kill people, beat them up and done. What is to fear?" He rushed over to grasp his hand tightly, excitedly saying, Truly a wise choice. "Sir Baron, originally including the land, this is worth over 1,000 gold, but since we erred in management, I will let you have it for 500 gold." Ghislaine turned to him, starting to haggle. 200 gold, freezing the merchant. "Yes." He looked around the castle, pretending worry. "Heard there are ghosts. I am scared of ghosts. If not selling for 200 gold, I will look elsewhere." Hearing this, he grew anxious. "Sir, no. A mansion this big for 500 gold is already cheap. Nowhere cheaper in the capital." But Ghislaine's firm words poured out relentlessly, "A hard-to-sell item like this. If you manage it properly to sell, management costs exceed its value and still won't sell. Meanwhile, you pay property taxes yearly, leaving him unable to retort, that. He curled his lips in a triumphant and satisfied smile. Think about it. Besides me, who else would buy it? The noise outside was observed by a mysterious figure from inside the castle. The next second, the figure vanished without a trace. Belinda placed hands on hips, voice booming with energy. All right, everyone get to work quickly. In the castle, everyone busily cleaned, wiped floors, dusted. Let us erase all the gloom in this mansion. A voice rang out, making Ghislaine tilt his head to glance. Claude, holding a broom, paused cleaning, asking him, "You said you would build relations in the kingdom to connect with Fenris territory's power. How do you plan to do it? Would anyone here bother meeting a rustic noble from the borderlands?" Ghislaine turned away, calmly replying, "As you said, from the kingdom noble's standpoint, they have no reason to meet me." Hearing that, he stammered in confusion, then. Then the corner of his mouth curled into a meaningful smile. "Then I will make them desire to meet me." A while later, the room filled with various ingredients and a few pots. Claude, seeing the room piled high, was astonished. What? All this stuff? Alphal also voiced surprise. "What is this? Don't tell me you are using alchemy here." Ghislaine calmly circled, observing the prepared ingredients. "In a way, it could be considered alchemy." Then he continued, "From now on, we will manufacture cosmetics." Alphal widened eyes upon hearing, "County cosmetics." At this point, Ghislaine began explaining, "I will make sample products and send them as gifts to all noble mansions in the capital." Claude, surprised, "You plan to use that to build relations in the kingdom?" The others felt a bit worried. "Will it work, just with a gift like that?" He turned to them, looking and smiling lightly, "Try using what I make and you will know. Then those people won't endure without seeking me out." Nobles view outstanding appearance as a symbol of power and dignity. Nobles are those willing to plunge into boiling water or fire just to become more dashing and beautiful. In the not-so-distant future, it was revealed that cosmetics using popular colorants of this era like lead, mercury, white lead powder harm the skin, severely leading to death. And Duke Delphine's family amassed huge profits by creating cosmetics overcoming those flaws. I obtained that cosmetic formula after seizing the Duke's house power in my previous life. The formula for a transparent cosmetic solving all current cosmetics drawbacks. Genup. Then everyone got to work. First, use magic to oxidize zinc and turn it into powder. Meanwhile, put beeswax in a double boiler pot, heated and melt it. Mix evening primrose oil and shea butter extract evenly. After removing from heat, add the prepared zinc oxide powder. Ghislaine held a small glass vial, lips curling into a smile, blending with special essential oil extracted from elf blessings. Then he directly poured it into the just-cooked pot. A rich fragrance immediately spread throughout the room. Vanessa bent to peer into the pot, eyes shining like stars. "This scent is amazing." Alphal, surprised in astonishment, "This is cosmetics." Claude, witnessing this, could not help but stunned, thinking inwardly, "How does a minor noble like him know how to make this?" Ghislaine held his creation, shaking lightly a few times, and said, "Not done yet. Let it sit a day for the solution to solidify. Just using Genup once makes other cosmetics trash. It will become essential for nobles." He looked at the liquid in the glass, smiling triumphantly. "Duke Delphine, I will make good use of this Genup." Ghislaine turned to order, but a black shadow had been watching from the window. "Claude, once solidified, package and send gifts to the nobles." "What?" he exclaimed in surprise. "You are not testing first?" He still stood there observing their conversation. He calmly replied, "No issues." "Probably." The blood-red eyes had witnessed everything from earlier. That night, a rainstorm arrived, thunder rumbling throughout the castle. Inside, everyone had fallen into deep sleep. The central room of the castle gloomy and cold. A flash of lightning illuminated, revealing a strange black shadow. It glanced around to ensure no one else. Then approached the table laden with the cosmetics they just made. It reached out, taking a jar, gently twisting the lid, a rich scent wafting. He took out a soft solid substance, gently rubbing it. Unbeknownst, when Ghislaine appeared from behind, speaking, "You're the ghost in the rumors," it startled immediately. Turning, he calmly said, "I can guarantee that works on you." The thunder and rain outside the castle grew louder. The two stood in the room silently, facing each other's appearance. The mysterious person swung their sword in a flash, attacking Ghislaine. He did not hesitate, swiftly drawing his sword to counter. Ghislaine tilted his body, easily blocking the opponent's surprise strike, then flipped the situation to take the initiative, attacking. Both charged into fierce and intense combat. Ghislaine struck to control the enemy. Unexpectedly, the person caught it. Then the mysterious one lightly spun, the sword slashing from behind at him, but Ghislaine had no trouble blocking that blow. Afterward, both separated a few steps apart. He silently stared at the opponent with extremely sharp eyes. The opponent was utterly mysterious, covered head to toe, raising the sword high, preparing for swordsmanship combat. Then, that person charged in again for another decisive fight. While fighting, Ghislaine observed and sensed each sword path of the opponent. The grace, each swung stroke a special sensation he could see. The control, the mysterious one performed an elegant rose spin to escape Ghislaine's powerful sword path, then raised the sword high, preparing a decisive strike. Each movement drew an elegant arc, but he could still block it easily. Seizing the chance, Ghislaine grabbed the sword-holding hand of the opponent. If I remember correctly. Then, he twisted the situation, immediately pressing his sword to the mysterious person's throat. The person was surprised upon seeing this. At this moment, Ghislaine spoke, "A lady like you playing the ghost role here." His blue eyes lit up, both sharp and cold. "What relation do you have with the Renford family?" A while later, the rain outside the castle subsided, surroundings returning to its initial quiet demeanor. At this time, Belinda and Gillian rushed in. She worriedly shouted hurriedly, "Young master." Gillian, also with no less urgent appearance, "What happened making such noise?" But before them was the image of Ghislaine standing pensively looking out the window. "Young master," he softly replied, "everyone go back to rest." The bright moonlight shone through the window frame in the silent night. Perhaps things will progress well. In a splendid and beautiful flower garden in the mansion, a pale and noble woman's hand gently lifted the cosmetic jar very carefully, on lips lightly makeup with fresh red lipstick. She appeared before the mirror with a very dignified air, to the point the maid beside exclaimed, "You look as beautiful as always, madam." Countess Mel of Fenris, she looked at herself in the mirror, frowning, face becoming displeased and hateful. "Duke, no, this heavy face covered by thick makeup. When young, I led the capital's trends. All noble ladies imitated my makeup and dress, but over years, my fame faded into the past." Mel recalled her aged, ugly face, not without anger. "Makeup is just a veil hiding age. Is it really impossible to return to those days?" The maid beside reminded, "It is time for your salon, madam." She sighed lightly, then replied, "All right, let us go." Mel's eyes flashed a chilling coldness. What she saw was the smooth white skin of the maid beside. Then, Mel grabbed the face and kneaded it with both hands. She squeezed hard, speaking, "This moisture, this firmness." The maid, confused, Madam Mel seemed about to go mad, roaring, asking her, "What did you do to your face? Tell me everything." No details omitted, she terrified hurriedly spilled. Baron Fenris was gifted some cosmetics but said unnecessary and gave to maids. From those words, a group of black knights with carriages approached Ghislaine's group's castle. They said a new noble to the capital sent as greeting gift. Claude and Alphal, seeing this, could not help surprised and stunned. They amazed looked at the grand entourage escorting the carriage toward this castle. "What, is the queen herself coming?" Claude frowned, looking, sweat pouring like stream on forehead, thinking, "This must be a big shot." He looked at a beautiful woman stepping down from the carriage. So the cosmetics really work. Wendy behind pushed Claude hard, making him bow forward. "What's standing there? Go greet." Claude's stammering voice, Please come inside to talk." Then he led Mel, followed by a black knight guard, into the castle grounds. Claude looked at Ghislaine leisurely sipping tea, warily speaking, "My lord, Countess Mel comes to meet you." He heard but calmly fed the nearby crow. Mel held fan, gently covering mouth, slightly surprised, exclaiming, "You are Baron Fenris." Then Ghislaine stood, gently taking the pale smooth hand, speaking, "Honored to meet the lady." Per etiquette, he lightly kissed the back of her hand. "She is Ghislaine, Lord of Northern Fenris land. Truly honored the lady personally came to this remote place." Mel silent a moment, then spoke with reproach. "I did not get a gift, only my husband did. Surely my fame has not reached where you live." Ghislaine smiled lightly, replying, "Not so. I just thought it disrespectful to bring something unworthy of a lady leading the capital's trends." Hearing this, she smiled satisfied, hidden behind fan, "So you have knowledge. Skip the pleasantries." After greetings, both sat at the tea table. At this, Mel proposed, give me that cosmetic of yours. Ghislaine serious asked back, has the lady tried it? She nodded lightly, very satisfied replying, yes, excellent, so good I do not need old makeup anymore. Mel looked up with cold decisive eyes, I will hold monopoly on it. You just focus developing and supplying cosmetics. Ghislaine seeing this kept a very amiable smile replying, if buying large quantities, I welcome. She narrowed eyes smiling, then Mel continued in calm tone but with slight threat, but surely you know doing business alone in the capital is extremely hard. No matter how good the product, hard to surpass established powers. Moreover, staying in this rundown mansion shows your finances are not great. Still, he maintained calm attitude as if nothing happened. Belinda outside witnessing this uncomfortable, that woman dares threaten the young master. And Claude softly said, this mansion's location is just the Lord's stubbornness. Ghislaine silent a bit then asked, supply price will be high. Can the lady handle? Mel lightly waved hand, arrogant voice, you joking, Renford family one of the richest in capital. He slightly narrowed eyes, gently said, price is 100 gold per jar. This successfully froze her widened eyes in shock. Mel could not believe exclaiming, you joking, Ghislaine still calm replying, I am not. He smiled tilting head saying, flattery full in Ghislaine's words, the lady is the queen of high society. If Countess Mel eyes this product, that price is reasonable. Hearing this, her eyes lit up brightly. His words successfully convinced Mel, but immediately her face changed, darkened in anger, you old fox. Jewelry or furniture fine, but 100 gold for cosmetics, to profit, raise above supply price, meaning monopoly deals with me. Ghislaine smiled quite triumphantly at Mel's reaction now. Then he spoke another proposal, pulling her from her thoughts, how about this? Ghislaine extended hand forward, simultaneously Belinda carried a wooden chest over. I can't give lady exclusive distribution, but I can give honor. Hearing this, Mel surprised exclaiming, honor, the wooden chest opened, inside many carefully packaged cosmetic jars. Her eyes lit up seeing it, this is. Ghislaine unhesitatingly introduced to Mel, this is my self-made cosmetic, called Genup. It is a commemorative gift for our connection. Then he held one jar up saying, still many nobles do not know Genup's effectiveness. It is an item that can change the market. Ghislaine smiled formulaically, extending hand forward, and the lady will be the one changing that market. She hearing this narrowed eyes, silently thinking, then Mel lowered fan smiling very naturally replying, Baron, why do you always say such flowery words? She extended hand closing the wooden chest, all right, do that. Then Mel extended fan forward, lightly touching Ghislaine's chin, you handle cosmetic distribution. She stood looking down with triumphant face, and I lead the trend. On this side, Ghislaine smiled inwardly rejoicing, excellent. He escorted her outside the castle. Mel very happily chatted with Ghislaine, I will go now. If need anything, just say. If in my ability, I will agree. Right as she prepared to board the carriage, he spoke, may I ask the lady a request? Mel hearing stopped, request? Ghislaine seriously expressed his request, please tell Marquis Renford, for a splendid castle atop a towering hill, that Baron Ghislaine can solve his daughter's issue. Marquis Renford's mansion. In the study, the man sat pensively beside the desk. He pressed lips as if to say something, eyes glancing aside with calculation. Claude excitedly tossed gold coins into the air and shouted loudly, we are rich. The castle's living room was now overflowing with crates full of gold coins. This is amazing, truly amazing. Countess Mel's reputation must be huge. Those expensive cosmetics sold out right after production. He thrilled rushed toward Ghislaine and said, with that much capital, we can gamble to death. Belinda glanced at Claude with disgust and thought inwardly, Lord, abandon the territory and do business here. Alfil beside could not help feeling puzzled and said, why is this guy excited when it is not even his money? Truly you, my lord, can easily build connections in the kingdom. But Ghislaine lightly shook his head denying, no, still not enough. His blue eyes suddenly lit up with a sharp glint. What I want is. Under the dark night, Ghislaine stepped into his castle's courtyard, eyes slightly narrowing as if seeing something. Standing in the main courtyard was a mysterious person already waiting, wearing extremely sturdy and solid iron armor. He sensed Ghislaine's presence, speaking, you are Baron Fenris. Right after, he strode boldly to the grand majestic castle before him. You are summoned by Marquis Brantford. Before the room's door, 2 black knights in full armor stood guard bravely ready. When Ghislaine approached, both reached out opening the door for him to enter. Inside, the room full of dignity and elegance. 3 people already waiting. One among them sitting seriously at the desk. Following Ghislaine on both sides were Belinda and Claude, permitted to accompany. Facing them, his calm face unchanged. Marquis Brantford seriously looked toward Ghislaine, then Ghislaine and Claude placed hands on chests. Bowing to show respect and courtesy, honored to meet you, Marquis Brantford. I am Ghislaine, Baron Fenris. Brantford's eyes hiding countless unpredictable things slightly narrowed, then his facial muscles relaxed. The deep authoritative voice of Brantford softly rose, stating Ghislaine's identity clearly, currently, son of Marquis Walter Perdian, heir to Perdian. The voice gradually carried pressure aimed straight at him. The arrogant brat who killed a count in the war with Rayfold and seized Perdian's lord seat. Then finally, Brantford concluded coldly, you are far different from your father. Ghislaine upon hearing frowned slightly, thinking inwardly, so he monitors even remote lands. Marquis Brantford, royal minister in charge, the most powerful in nobility, head of the royal faction against Duke Delphine. He slightly bowed head, feeling extremely cautious toward the big figure before him. All kingdom matters pass through his hands. Without Countess Mel, another royal faction backing me, I could not meet him this fast. A butler approached pushing a chair and said, please sit. Quickly, Ghislaine glanced and saw his cosmetic product on the desk. Then he slowly sat down, facing Marquis Brantford directly. He half closed eyes, speaking, so you say you can solve my daughter Rosalind's problem? Ghislaine smiled full of confidence, boldly replying, yes, I can cure the lady's illness. Hearing this, Brantford sighed lightly, placing hand on the book on the desk and said, never met Rosalind. Then Brantford interlaced hands, very serious face, authoritative questioning voice. You dare claim to cure a disease untreated for years? Ghislaine still calmly kept the friendliest smile on his face. While gathering info in the capital, I heard rumors about it and I have cured this disease before. Seeing his attitude, he could not help praising, your confidence is impressive. Ghislaine lightly bowed replying, you overpraise. But then a sentence from Marquis Brantford surprised him, go back. At this, he recalled his child, slowly speaking directly, you are not the first claiming to cure Rosalind's illness. All failed and paid with their lives for not fulfilling words. Then Brantford lifted Ghislaine's product in hand, observing it and continuing, I do not want to see a young potential wasted life. He upon seeing, inwardly thought, too cold attitude. The Marquis is right. He must have tried every way to cure Rosalind. Not stopping there, Ghislaine still tried another way, do you really not want treatment for your daughter? Even if I fail, it is no big issue. A bit of skin discomfort won't kill her. He slightly frowned, continuing to persuade Marquis Brantford, but the lady won't think so. His face now darkened, I summoned you just to see you with my own eyes. Brantford raised voice asking back, you're that confident? Ghislaine placed hand on chest, expressing utmost sincerity and confidence, I am different from those before. He seeing that determined appearance hesitated. Brantford slowly spoke, if you are truly ready to wager your life. Then he agreed to Ghislaine's request, except giving you a chance. Try it. The Marquis glanced down reminding, don't spare any support for Baron Fenris's treatment. If successful, I will reward generously. The butler beside placed hand on chest replying clearly. At this, Ghislaine suddenly spoke making him immediately pay attention, one reward is not enough. His eyes now full of determination and depth, please grant me what I truly desire. Hearing words from Ghislaine, Brantford's face showed displeasure and gloom. He stared straight at him, pondered a bit then said, say it again. He smiled lightly, hand raised confidently speaking, you're the kingdom's pillar, Marquis. Surely you can fulfill at least a small wish of mine. Hearing this, Brantford's authoritative tense voice rang out, you dare demand a price just for curing my daughter, and Ghislaine replied with decisive confident voice, yes, I believe it is worth it. Then he continued, without any caution, as the kingdom's pillar, strongest noble yet can't protect your family. Ghislaine sat on the chair, facing Marquis Brantford directly questioning him firmly and strongly, then what use is that power? Belinda behind seeing this tense. While Claude trembled, biting nails, repeatedly thinking inwardly, "This madman, how dare he say those words before the Marquis?" He spoke, seeming not angry at all. "The price of demanding from me is not cheap." Branford faced Ghislaine. Behind him many lives, familiar people dragged into this bet. "If you still want it, then wager everything you have." His voice carried unpredictable gloom. "Do you dare?" Ghislaine looked at the hand before him, lips curling into a smile, then firmly grasped that hand as absolute acceptance. Branford's pupils contracted. He could hardly predict the scene before him. Ghislaine boldly faced him, replying, "I dare." Two gazes met, carrying a huge bet placed. Then Marquis Branford turned, ordering attendants decisively, "Inform the treasury to cut all aid to Perdien. Commander seal Baron Fenris's mansion in the capital. From now no one enters or exits." He clasped hands behind back, stepping past him, pressing a huge responsibility on Ghislaine's shoulders. "I give you 1 week. In that time bring Rosalind before me flawless." He replied with a light smile, "I will." Claude, like going mad, head scratching, swearing inwardly, "Damn, thought money worries over, now this trouble." Belinda looked at him, worried and uneasy. If the Marquis family acts, Perdien and Fenris doomed, just a matter of time. What she saw was the back of the young man bearing huge responsibility, lives of many people. Young master. At this, Ghislaine slowly stood from his chair. Marquis Branford never tolerates challengers to his authority. And the center of it all is Lady Rosalind's illness. He stepped forward, immersing in his thoughts. A problem even the kingdom's most powerful helpless against, so he can only resign. "That is why I must succeed at all costs." Marquis Branford did not forget reminding, no turning back now. In the basement deep under the castle, a mysterious figure stood in the middle of that room. Worried, she recalled her past days. Must even helping others risk life? The weak's help is false. To truly help, her father's admonition still engraved in her heart till now. First, gain worthy power. She looked at the sword lying quietly on the table. "I followed father's words. I trained to gain strength." Then she trembled, looking down at her blood-stained hands. "But if this gruesome result is what I get, then—" Ghislaine entered from the door behind her, speaking, "I knew it was you." She turned, glancing back, tears still brimming at eye corners, about to fall. "Lady Rosalind Branford, daughter of Marquis Branford." He placed hand on chest as minimal courtesy greeting. "I am Lord of Fenris region." Then Ghislaine smiled, full of friendliness. Before his sudden appearance, she wondered and asked, "Why are you here?" He approached, speaking, "I have come to cure the lady's illness." Was the cosmetic I gave effective? As soon as his words ended, a stone suddenly flew straight at his face with incredible speed. But with equal reflexes, he tilted his head aside, easily dodging the throw. She now, voice trembling, spoke, "Do you think you are the first to say you will cure me? No matter what medicine or treatment, it is all the same. Just leave me alone now. It is all futile." Her voice was full of despair. At this moment, she slumped to the ground, arms tightly hugging her shaking body. He continued, "I am different from those people, because I have wagered my life on curing you." This was quite familiar to her, making her angrily turn back, shouting, "The words of those who come here to satisfy their greed are always the same. I am different. I will bet my life to cure. Cosmetics or whatever, just because things around are going smoothly. You think you are great, special." Seeing her gradually losing composure, he spoke to calm, "I know you have endured much hardship and injustice over this time. Rosalind Branford, heir to the Marquis family's bloodline. Father is the leader of the royalist faction, mother the daughter of the current prime minister. After her mother's death, she became the new star of the Marquis family. With talents in both arts and martial skills, she knows how to use swordsmanship and mana, while achieving much as the top patron for various industries in Cardinia. But an unexplained skin disease completely upended that star's life. Though the Marquis family mobilized every possible means, Rosalind's condition did not improve. Marquis Branford sought to resolve her issue through a political marriage. Though unable to regain her previous life, the Branford family's reputation would still protect her. The cause of her illness was spontaneous irreversible skin rash, from improper mana circulation training. This is one of the rare rejection reactions, appearing when the balance of yin and yang, one of mana's principles, is disrupted. That is, the key issue lies in her mana flow route. The more she abuses mana, the harder curing becomes. At this, seeing Ghislaine still standing, she angrily gripped her sword tightly, charged, shouting, I want you to disappear from my sight before I kill you." Contrary to her loss of composure, he maintained calm. He slowly spoke, "Pardon, but I must proceed with forced treatment." With that, he gripped his sword hilt tightly, dashed forward before her surprised eyes. The two swords clashed as she swung. With skill, he easily parried her sword aside, then charged, gripping her arm. Then he twisted reverse, using strong force, pinning her to the ground. Then he turned to the door, shouting, "Wendy, Belinda." The two waiting outside rushed in upon hearing, restraining Rosalind. She now bound tightly on a bed, angrily shouting, "What is this? Untie me now." He ignored her words, starting to remove outer coat, speaking, "To do that, please remove your helmet first." This proposal startled her, speaking, "What?" he continued, "Before official treatment, I must check your condition." As he spoke, Belinda approached, removing her mask, but she twisted head, wildly resisting, shouting, "Don't." I said, "No need." As soon as the mask fell to the ground with a clink, her current state made everyone here widen eyes, speechless. Then he took out a small vial, looking at it, speaking, "Anyway, for the next week, please endure. With enough will, you can bear it." She now, teeth clenched, growled, "You are insanely courting death. You really think you can cure me?" He approached, starting treatment, gently speaking, "If I can't cure, I will die anyway. You too will soon perish." These words made Rosalind's face angry to tears, and he, now looking at hands emitting magic before him, thought inwardly, "Don't worry, I will definitely succeed. Because this treatment method was invented by the future Rosalind, yourself." Ending thoughts, he directed hands to her body, starting to channel mana, making surrounding space flash brightly. As soon as mana entered her body, she felt extreme pain throughout. Her whole body like shattering into pieces. Waves of pain tearing her body continuously, making her scream, "It hurts. It hurts. You expect me to endure this monstrous thing for a whole week? Why me? Among so many out there, why only me suffering this pain?" Recalling Ghislaine's words, "If not cured, you will soon perish anyway." These words spurred her desire to live. She clenched teeth, suppressing the pain inside. She coldly spoke, "Fine, if dying anyway, then do it thoroughly. If half-assed, I will surely kill you." Outside now, rain poured heavily, thunder suddenly arriving unusually. His mansion surrounded by kingdom guards, making Alfil angrily shout, "Damn, who are these people besieging our mansion? Came to capital, not even time to eat, place sane yet locked like this. Surely that stupid lord caused trouble again." The fat man beside reminded, "Hey, we can't stay like this forever. Should we find the commander?" Inside, Sao and Gillian descended stairs, speaking, "No need for that." Sao continued, "Drink wine comfortably. Because he never acts without thinking ahead." Scene shift to a week later, the palace illuminated by dazzling sunlight rays, as if something good coming to the owner. Marquis Branford descended to the basement to check his daughter's condition. As soon as he entered, something startled him, eyes slightly narrowing. Inside the room, the scene extremely haunting with blood splatters everywhere, even on Ghislaine. Along with that, Rosalind, his daughter, lying unconscious on the sickbed. Her face covered by a thin white cloth, making viewers fearful. Upon seeing his appearance, Ghislaine turned head looking. Branford wanted to say something, but throat could not open. As if understanding, he approached, pulling the face covering cloth off Rosalind. As soon as pulled, Branford's eyes widened in surprise. At this time, in the kingdom, people buzzing discussions, the Marquis house lady's illness cured. What, wasn't it said incurable? One replied immediately, Marquis hosting banquet, don't say it is. Ghislaine's group advanced to Branford's room. As soon as entering, they saluted. Looking at him, Branford happily spoke, "So it is you, not just empty words." He also happily replied, "Thanks to the Marquis giving me the chance." Then he spoke, "Promise is promise. Now say what you want." As soon as these words uttered, the room's atmosphere became strangely tense. Ghislaine pondered a while, then spoke, "Please become my backer." As soon as said, the whole room shocked. A count behind shouted, What did you just say?" Belinda, before her master's boldness, happily spoke, as expected of the young master. Claude beside, now sweating bullets in fear, thought inwardly, if the Marquis backs, then later, whatever our lord does, the Marquis must share responsibility. To build power in the kingdom, no better way than this. Before this proposal, Branford pondered, then spoke, "And you said that is a small wish. Seems there must be a reason you sought me. But I have eyed someone else in the north." Before he finished, Ghislaine interrupted. You mean Count Bribant? As soon as the name uttered, Brantford startled slightly, then wondered, in the north there are great lords like Rayfold and Desmond too. Why dare affirm it is him? Ghislaine replied, about Desmond, seems neutral, but thus can't know his true intentions. Rayfold in chaos from family internal disputes. Besides them, only greed blinded or incompetent lords. But Count Bribant different. He has close ties to the royalist faction and very wealthy. Even owns part of the Crimson Flame magic forces. In the north, the only thing catching the Marquise's eye probably just his Bribant territory. Before this detailed analysis, Brantford pondered, sighed, spoke, so, you mean as a backer, to me, you are more valuable than Bribant. He looked straight into eyes, spoke, please tell me honestly. You are not satisfied with Count Bribant, right? These words made Brantford ponder. Then he laughed loudly, ha ha ha, as you said. That guy's good, but lazy, indecisive, and easily swayed. He continued, because of that personality, surely he has been influenced a lot by the royalist enemies. Duke Delphine's house. If granting me something, better support me thoroughly, would not that be better? Then he extended hand before chest, decisively spoke, please let me be the noble representing the north. Before this declaration, Brantford pondered slightly, then stood, spoke, so for this purpose you risk challenging me, good. Then he looked at him, spoke, everyone here witnesses. I, Marquis Brantford, as backer of Baron Ghislaine Paris, starting today, I will be his supporting force. Baron enemies are my enemies. Anyone facing him must remember I stand behind. But you must swear whatever you do, consider my honor too. Before this declaration, Ghislaine immediately knelt on one knee to the ground, thrusting sword down strongly, spoke, I swear. After the pact completed, from outside, a person entered, spoke, congratulations, Baron. Before, too flustered so had not greeted properly. Though my father agrees to pay you something, the direct beneficiary is me. I will become your patron, Baron. At a grand ball in the Duke's mansion, the marquises buzzed with discussions. One spoke up, have you heard that rumor? Another replied, I have. They say some upstart noble cured Lady Rosalind's illness with homemade cosmetics. Right, if it is homemade cosmetics, could it be Deneb that Madame Mel promoted before? Another interjected, don't be ridiculous. How could cosmetics cure a disease that even doctors could not handle? Another countered. Then why would Marquis Brantford host this feast for no reason? Rumor has it he has chosen someone to patronize. It must be because of that. Another annoyed, stop gossiping about every silly rumor. I am sick of hearing it. From outside, a plainly dressed person entered, drawing the Marquise's attention. They spoke, hey, look, is that Baron Paris? He, now with Belinda, entered the ball. One hand still in his pants pocket, making Belinda beside remind, young master, take your hand out of the pocket. And please smile, seeing her constant reminders, he turned back, speaking, hey Belinda, do not you think you are overdoing it? Hearing that, she cheerfully replied, how often do we get to come to a place like this? This feast is hosted by the kingdom's real power for the young master. We can't be looked down on, ha. Hearing these words, he snorted coldly, glancing toward the main door, speaking, this feast probably is not hosted for me, but... At this moment, the room door suddenly opened, someone shouted, Marquis Brantford arrives. As soon as the words ended, all eyes in the hall turned there. He stepped out with his daughter, Rosalind. Now, she brimmed with confidence after recovery. She looked at everyone, speaking, long time no see, is everyone well? Looking at her appearance now, the marquises below joyfully shouted, Lady Rosalind's face, unbelievable, she is completely cured, oh my, she is even more beautiful than before. Looking at Rosalind's beautiful face, Belinda exclaimed, quite a difference, huh, is this really the person who was snapping at us not long ago? At this, Rosalind above scanned her eyes around as if searching for something. Soon after, her gaze stopped at Ghislaine's position, making him slightly startled. After everyone settled, Brantford spoke, thank you all for attending. Today's feast celebrates my daughter Rosalind's full recovery, and also to announce I have decided on the person I wish to patronize. This made the marquises below extremely surprised. Speaking, the person he will patronize, so the rumor is true, seeing everyone constantly wondering. He explained, surely some here know and some do not. Thanks to a young man's help, I could cure the disease tormenting Rosalind for years. That is Baron Ghislaine Paris. He continued, the Marquis Brantford family, as patron of Baron Paris, will do our utmost to back him. In the future, when dealing with him, please treat as if dealing with me. After conveying intent, he spoke, now, everyone enjoy the feast. As soon as his words ended, all eyes poured onto Ghislaine, faces looking utterly terrifying. He paid no mind to them, thinking inwardly, Marquis Brantford is very cautious in decisions, but once made, very decisive. Recalling his words, attend the feast. I have become your patron, so you must greet the nobles in our faction. That way they will help you later. Back to present, he scanned eyes around, thinking inwardly, seems most key kingdom nobles attended here. A bit pressured, but securing this valuable position will surely benefit me later. At this, the marquises looked at him, starting discussions, isn't he still too young, lacks class, even if he cured the lady, the marquis patronizing such a common family. Seeing them badmouthing, Belinda angry, they know nothing about the young master yet dare. Rosalind from above stepped down, approaching his position, speaking, excuse me, Baron Paris. She reintroduced, I, Rosalind, formally send thanks to you, Baron. As she spoke, she lowered herself curtsying to him, making everyone in the room stunned. She continued, no need to mind those petty noises. Famous people always surrounded by gossip. He smiled replying, I would rather decline this fame. Their stares hot enough to roast me alive. She approached, smiling, speaking, today is special. Everyone just witnessed my return in an official event, plus father announcing patronage of the Baron, so surely itching all over. Then she extended her small hand, speaking, come, let us greet them together. They are waiting for you. Before her proposal, he froze a few seconds, then directed gaze to Belinda behind. But she now showed cheerful face, agreeing with this decision. Receiving approval, he turned face back, lightly smiling. Then, the two started greeting everyone. Rosalind introduced, the royalist faction can divide into 3 major branches. Leading is Madame Mel, a tycoon holding capitals, culture and high society, from Count Eilsberg's family. Next is the Prime Minister's eldest son, managing laws and administration, Chief Justice, and also related by marriage to our family. Lord Bylower Norton. Then the one responsible for Kingdom's military forces, Kingdom Army Commander-in-Chief, Marquis Macquarie. High nobles with strong power, controlling administration, judiciary, and military of Luthania Kingdom. Depending on which the North's representative Baron greets first, will decide keeping or losing face for those people. At this, his face became tense, recalling Brantford's words, don't forget, the world you are entering will differ greatly from before. Standing before Kingdom's bigwigs, Ghislaine lightly sighed, then scanned eyes at everyone. Then he extended hand before chest, speaking, I am Baron Paris. The first he greeted was Count Eilsberg. He spoke, in the future, please guide me. Seeing him greet Eilsberg first, Macquarie's eyes became extremely angry. Eilsberg approached, placing hand on his shoulder, warmly, ah, right, I am the one needing your guidance. Lately, thanks to you, my wife has been beaming. If need help, come to me anytime. Mel beside continued, my little brother, you are truly righteous. Before these overly friendly words, Ghislaine slightly frowned, reminding, in public like this, Madam should not call me that. She smiled replying, between us, what is wrong? Anyway, thanks for saving face for my family. Seeing them talk a while, Macquarie on this side raised hand, lightly coughing a few times. A blue-robed person behind spoke, if son of Border Count, naturally should greet Marquis Macquarie, Kingdom Army Commander. Right. The one beside continued. Seems Marquis Brantford is old. Even his eye for people worsened. Hearing noise behind, Ghislaine lightly glanced at their group, then approached. Upon arriving before, he passed by the 3 before Macquarie's stunned eyes. He approached greeting Bylower, introducing, I am Baron Paris. Bylower smiled replying, truly thank you for curing Lady Rosalind. Thanks to that, I can breathe easy. I heard from the Marquis, you are planning to rescue dwarf and elf slaves, right? Legal issues on slaves and taxes, leave to me, do not worry too much. Before these words, he bowed curtsying, speaking, thank you. After greeting Bylower, he then approached Macquarie's position. The old man's whole body now trembling in anger. He spoke, don't be arrogant just because Brantford backs you. People like you, I can eliminate anytime. Before this threat, he calmly replied, yes, I still have many shortcomings. In the future, please teach me more. Below, still other marquises disagreeing with Brantford's decision. They discussed, didn't expect him to trust a country bumpkin like this. Don't say it is because of Islesburg relation. And Norton Lord and Marquis Brantford are in-laws too. Before these discussions, Brantford maintained calm attitude. Back to Ghislaine's position, after greetings, he approached Rosalind. Seeing him return, she wondered, was that greeting order intentional? He calmly replied, I just followed my heart's call. As soon as words ended, countless other marquises rushed to him like moths. They spoke, please look this way, please accept this gift. Heard you personally defended the territory in war. Right, please spare time for my family. Looking at the crowd swarming Ghislaine, Islesburg spoke, he has earned Marquis Macquarie's commitment. Mel smiled replying, handling him deftly is simple. Bylower beside continued, though seemingly jealous inside. For Brantford, he can't not acknowledge him. Words just ended, Brantford approached, speaking, that is natural. Because he cured my daughter's disease, one that stumped all kingdom healers. Looking at him, Bylower exclaimed, to discover such a remarkable person to entrust, truly you. He lightly sighed, speaking, I did not do anything special. Him rising from bottom to before me, entirely his own strength. Using force to lead a disadvantaged war to victory. Ability to read surroundings and foresee events. So I thought, if him, trustworthy. But when light shines suddenly bright, I just hope darkness won't cover. At this, outside, a man tapped his cane on the ground once, making Ghislaine slightly startled. From the door, a person entered, drawing everyone's attention. Seeing this person, Ghislaine's eyes widened in shock. This person entered, each cane tap a deep echo in the room. Looking at the man before, Ghislaine thought inwardly, finally you have crawled out, my mortal enemy, my eternal foe, Duke Delphine's family. And you are his close aide, also the Duke House's strategist, Raoul Joseph. Then he directed gaze to the burly figure behind, face now hidden behind a mask, speaking, and that one is. As the two of them walked in, the crowd buzzed with whispers. They are from Duke Delphine's side. There is no gain in getting involved with them. Do not be foolish enough to cross paths. TCH, just when the atmosphere was settling down. Paying no heed to the chatter of the rabble, Joseph approached and spoke up, it has been a while, Marquis Brantford. Seeing them, Brantford replied indifferently, Duke Joseph, I thought you had no interest in places like this. He put on a less than welcoming expression, I am only here to make an appearance once. I heard you have taken in a young lion cub. The person the old man referred to was none other than Ghislaine. At that, Brantford's gaze grew more serious, and he coldly said, even so, that is not something a duke like you needs to concern yourself with. Who is the person behind you? He replied, that is my rearguard knight. It is not something the Marquis needs to worry about. A knight from the rear stepped forward and spoke, even if it is the duke's rearguard knight, you must clearly state your identity. Then he ordered, you, show your face. The bodyguard on the opposite side did not respond. This made the knight on this side extremely angry, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword tightly as he shouted, didn't you hear what I said? Seeing the situation escalating, Brantford raised his hand in reminder, that is enough, Tolio. Keeping his gaze full of killing intent, he looked toward Joseph and warned, you have come a long way. Please conserve your strength well. Don't let the name of Duke Delphine suffer any stain. In response to the challenge, Joseph slightly narrowed his eyes, thank you for your concern. Watching their retreating backs, Brantford pondered inwardly, even though Raoul, a key figure of the Duke, is present in the capital, no reports have reached me at all. Somehow, they have evaded this Brantford's eyes and ears. Has the Duke's hand already extended throughout the capital? At that moment, the two of them approached Ghislaine. He looked at them with cold eyes. Their four eyes met, sparking like fire. Then the man coldly spoke, do you know who I am? Ghislaine's gaze remained serious as he replied indifferently, yes, regarding you. I have heard much news while in the capital. The man continued, I have also heard a lot about you, Baron Ghislaine Fenris. They say you have achieved no small feats in the north. To these words, Ghislaine thought to himself, yes, he knows it all too well. Because all the schemes to overthrow Perdium were your handiwork. He pondered without responding, and the man went on, that is right, Ghislaine. Greetings are enough. How about we change locations to talk, because I have matters to discuss privately with you. Afterward, the two proceeded to a tea table in a quiet spot. The man coldly spoke, I will get straight to the point. We are interested in the cosmetics you have created. I hear a product has appeared that is effective enough to restore vitality to Lady Rosalind's skin. So I have come to the capital in person. In truth, we are also developing a similar product. At this point, Ghislaine was not focused on the man's story at all but kept directing his gaze to observe the bodyguard behind him. Then he spoke, "If you are going to talk about exclusive contracts or sharing technology, allow me to refuse up front." The man interrupted, "No, I have no intention of discussing such boring matters. What I mean is, a talented young man like you wasting away in a remote backwater like the North, yet, thanks to an incident, you suddenly shone, leading troops to victory in war and establishing a firm foothold in the capital. Is that luck or your true ability?" His words carried a threatening implication. Ghislaine showed no fear and replied, "It is just that I have put in some effort to learn." To this sharp response, the man said, "Is that so? Then come to Duke Delphine's side. Talent and ability have a shelf life. If you stay in a harsh place like the North, before you can fully utilize your talents, you will suffer against the barbarians or in wars, and end your life. I have seen outstanding young people like you buried that way more than once or twice." He extended his hand in invitation, "If you rely on the Duke, you won't have to worry about such things, because we hold the power to make it a reality." To these enticing words, Ghislaine bluntly replied, "I have already joined the prince's faction." The man continued persuading, "But saying you have fully committed is a bit forced. You have only dipped your toe in. I can grant the South a worthy territory, of course including your father as well. Even Count Perdium has to struggle to protect the kingdom from the northern barbarians. Right, you can't just keep defending forever. It is time to live more comfortably." These honeyed words were within Ghislaine's expectations. He angrily thought to himself, as expected, he is using that tone again. Even though I have allied with the prince's faction, opposing the duke, he still tries to pull me in. He wants to use sweet words, as if joining the duke will ensure a good outcome, to turn me into one of his people. It is just a scheme to bring this unpredictable variable under their control. Ending his thoughts, he spoke, "The North is far better than what you imagine, Your Grace." The man did not oppose his opinion. "I won't force you to decide right now. I will be staying in the capital for a while, so think it over carefully before deciding." Before he could finish, Ghislaine interrupted, "And I also have a proposal for you, Your Grace. Would House Delphine like to switch to my side?" A simple proposal, but it made Joseph slightly narrow his eyes in interest. After the negotiation ended, the two boarded a carriage and left the Duke's castle. In the carriage, the bodyguard asked, "How do you feel? What was your impression upon meeting that Ghislaine in person?" The man pondered for a moment and replied, "He has a truly strange gaze. It makes me want to gouge it out." The bodyguard said, "That guy intended to kill you. I sensed his killing intent. He kept probing my strength, probably thinking how to get past me and kill you. He and I nearly had an invisible duel, exchanging moves non-stop. One attacking, one defending. Their eyes never left each other for a second." After exchanging moves, Ghislaine spoke, "Your Grace, would you like to switch to my side?" Joseph pondered the unexpected proposal, smiled with hidden meaning, and said, "Call it someone who has gained Marquis Brantford's approval." Then he stood up, turned, and left, saying, "It was a pleasure meeting you. If there is a chance, we will meet again." Ghislaine coldly replied, "Yes, I look forward to meeting you again." At that moment, the bodyguard still had not averted his eyes from Ghislaine. He responded with a cold gaze of his own and spoke, "The kingdom's first swordsman, Cain Balzac." Returning to the present, Cain said, "He already knew about me." Receiving this unexpected answer, Joseph pondered and spoke, "From what you say, it seems the rumors about his exploits are not empty. Anyway, his conquest of the North has only slowed a bit, not vanished into foam. There are still many other ways. I will have to warn Desmond clearly, telling him that when facing Ghislaine, he must plan as if dealing with a territory-level Knight Regiment commander." Cain on the opposite side interrupted, "The North's first swordsman treated as facing the North's first swordsman, not an ordinary Knight Regiment commander." Back at his mansion, inside at this moment, everyone was frantically focused on transporting goods. Sao spoke up in reminder, hey, hurry up and gather all the items. Do not leave a single one out. If you embezzle even a single coin, you will know what is coming. Is all this supplies provided by the Marquis to us? Move all the military provisions over here." Switching scenes to Ghislaine's side, he was currently talking with Rosalind. He spoke, "I am preparing to head back to the north. This left her utterly surprised, and she asked again, "So soon?" He nodded in confirmation, "Yes, because there are still many things to do." Then he glanced at her, hesitating, "So, as I mentioned before, I will entrust you with the distribution and circulation of Deneb, up to the 300,000 gold you promised." He looked at her with eyes full of expectation. She pondered for a moment and then spoke, "Do you have nothing else to say to me besides money matters?" He froze for a few seconds and replied, "Because we are in a relationship between a patron and a protege." She pouted, "You are really heartless." Then she sighed and said, "As your patron, I need to learn more about the Baron. Only through mutual understanding can the bond deepen. For example, what goal are you pursuing that makes you live a life solely devoted to work like this?" He directed his gaze toward her, then looked away, replying, "Nothing special. My goal is simply to have enough to eat and warm clothes to wear." The perfunctory answer displeased Rosalind. She said, "You are really not honest at all. If that were truly your goal, you should have joined Duke Delphine's faction as Viscount Joseph proposed, rather than the prince's faction." To her question, he pondered for a few seconds and replied, "That is because I, as the heir to Perdium and Lord of Fenris, have set a goal. To achieve that, I need your power, but I won't share my burdens to force you to carry them with me." His words left her momentarily stunned, and she asked, "Why not? Burdens should be shared too." Before she could finish, he reached out and grasped her slender arm, causing her to startle and drop her fan. Then he gently bowed his head and kissed her arm, a kiss that left Rosalind's entire body rigid, her face flushed with indescribable embarrassment. He continued, "Because I truly hope you will be happy." Following the blessing, he turned and left, leaving Rosalind standing like a statue, lost in thought over his words. He walked away with a face full of contemplation. The Marquise's banquet ended on a good note. "I just rejected Raoul's proposal while preserving Marquis Branford's face. At the same time, the aid supplies that were meant for the Brabant territory have been redirected to Fenris and Perdium. Not only that, under Branford's name, the subjects of the two territories will enjoy privileges, such as exemptions from certain taxes and special treatment. Thanks to that, I have gathered over 50,000 subjects from royal direct territories to migrate to the domain. The dwarf slaves, a valuable labor source, have also set off for Fenris. With these, no one will dare look down on our territory as a small and impoverished place anymore. However, the fact that those bastards came all the way to the Marquise's place is probably a sign they are hatching another plan to deal with us. If we hesitate, we will be crushed immediately. Duke Delphine, I will definitely kill you and erase every trace you have left in this world." The scene shifts to the Fenris territory. At this moment, a man with both hands and feet shackled was laboriously stepping forward. Behind him were a few others shackled similarly. The one in the back spoke, "Hey, Galveric, looks like the Lord has arrived." Seeing this, Wolf 8 glanced ahead. Inside the castle, the people cheered, "The Lord has returned." Seeing the crowds gathered thickly on both sides of the road, Belinda spoke, "Good heavens. Everyone's come out, with what he has done. A welcome like this is no surprise." Following the people's congratulations was the attention from the prisoners. The prisoners whispered, "Everyone seems so excited. Honestly, I have never seen a territory like this before. They say the Lord here even builds new houses for the subjects. He declared absolutely no one would go hungry. That is why the subjects here adore the Lord so much." Hearing this, Galveric sighed softly and said, "Don't forget, we have been tricked more than once or twice. Nobles are nobles in the end. He is just trash who only knows how to fill his own belly." Sensing the intent in his words, the two behind spoke, "Galveric, saying that means you are planning to go through with the plan." He pondered and replied, "Yes, proceed as planned." Their figures caught Ghislaine's eye, making him ponder briefly for a few seconds. Seeing him like a statue, Belinda nudged him lightly and spoke, "What are you doing, young master? You should wave to the subjects at least once." Following her words, he raised his hand and waved perfunctorily. Amid the warm welcome, Claude showed an amused expression. "Being back home is truly wonderful, nothing compares. Now money's piling up too, so let us take it easy." Before he could finish, Ghislaine reminded, "Claude, tell Lowell to organize the documents I gave and bring them to the office." The cold words startled Claude, who asked back, "What, we have just returned and you are starting work already? Give everyone a bit of rest at least." He replied indifferently, "A slave like you, what rest? Resting in the capital was enough." He ordered, "Convene the meeting immediately." Afterward, he gathered with everyone in the office and began discussions. He turned to the person beside him. Lowell, is everything fine with the home run steward? Lowell nodded. Yes, my lord. He continued, tell him I will visit the territory later. Then he returned to the main topic, report on the situation during this time. Lowell looked at the figures in his hand and said, regarding territory operations, I have followed your instructions before heading to the capital. He asked further, what about constructing the main facilities in the territory? Alfil interjected, just now, on the way here, I glanced over. It seems while Vanessa and I were absent, the road repairs and canal diggings are all complete. Vanessa beside him tapped her staff with a thud, reminding, you must use honorifics, Lowell continued. Additionally, the workshops and grain warehouses are nearly finished. If we put the slaves newly brought from Home Run in the capital to work, the rest will be completed quickly. Especially, the agricultural yield harvested is very large. We probably won't need to buy grains from merchant groups anymore. Belinda wondered, how large exactly? Claude confidently replied, if just looking at harvest yield, we are on par with Brantford. In terms of productivity per unit area, we are top in the kingdom. Wendy in the back frowned slightly, thinking to herself, the other day you said absolutely no farming here. Hearing this, Belinda got excited. At this rate, our young master will soon become a grand lord, and backed by the prince's faction too. Gillian added, just as you said before, the goal of reviving our territory is gradually becoming reality. Amid everyone's enthusiasm, Ghislaine remained lost in thought. Though this place now has the minimum appearance of a territory, this alone is not enough. He spoke, continue purchasing grains until I say stop. Also expand residential areas, so prepare the land in advance. His words startled Claude, who asked, what do you mean by that? He continued, from now on, we will prepare for war. His words shocked the room, everyone shouting in unison, war. Claude yelled, wait, what do you mean? Who would dare attack the territory of a lord who has joined the prince's faction and received Marquis Brantford's protection like you? His voice turned cold. Desmond or Rayfold. Read those documents first. Looking at the stack Lowell handed over, Claude stammered, this. Desmond territory is conscripting troops and training knights on a large scale. They are even recruiting freelance knights. Trade history shows they are buying large quantities of weapons and iron ore. He added, that is investigation documents on Count Desmond's movements before we headed to the capital. The key point is they are purchasing a large amount of high-quality iron ore from Count Cabaldi's territory. Gillian stroked his chin. The most important supplies for war preparation are food, soldiers, and weapons. Iron ore is essential for crafting and repairing weapons. But you mean the purchase volume is far exceeding peacetime levels, right? Cao added, in short, war could really break out, correct? Alfil clutched his head and swore. Damn it all, do we have to fight in that cursed way again? Vanessa pondered, her face worried. After reviewing the documents, Claude spoke, if Desmond monopolizes iron ore like that, confronting them will be tough. To improve the territory's overall level, iron ore is indispensable. But you know, Count Cabaldi would never sell to us, right? He nodded, yes, at this point, consider Count Cabaldi as part of Duke Delphine's faction. But if we go searching for iron ore now, they might have finished preparing for a territory war. He continued, in general, our current situation is a bit tricky. His words left everyone in contemplation. Then he spoke, so now I will tell you the upcoming plan. Everyone's eyes turned to him, full of anticipation. He smiled, we will attack Count Cabaldi's territory first. As soon as the words left his mouth, the room erupted like a shockwave. Everyone's gazes poured onto him. Switching scenes to Count Cabaldi's territory, Cabaldi Castle. At this moment, he popped a grape into his mouth, bit down hard, then spat the seed onto the table below, drawing the attention of the person opposite. No, I said, what did you just say? The North's first sword. Harold maintained a calm demeanor and spoke. There is a report from the Duke's house regarding the investigation of Fenris territory. The Lord of Fenris, Ghislaine Fenris. They say we must face him as if facing the North's first sword. He is an unpredictable figure whose next moves we can't foresee. You should prepare for war in advance. These words made Cabaldi ponder for a few seconds, then he smiled and spoke. Why tell me this? You are the one who has to go out and fight, Harold. He repeated, you are the one who has to go out and fight, Harold. Cabaldi broke into an extremely innocent smile. Ha ha ha, what is wrong? After taking a hard hit, has your sharpness dulled completely? Who would dare attack this place that you are telling me to prepare for war? Not to mention the deep moat surrounding the castle. The 2 layers of walls I have had built are sturdier than ordinary castles, and the defensive weapons I have crafted based on the North's top metallurgy techniques. This is the strongest fortress passed down through my family generations. You have seen it, and you still say I need to strengthen preparations. Sorry, but in my family's history up to now, this castle has never been breached even once. Instead of worrying about me, Desmond, you should worry about yourself. Didn't we just lose a very valuable secret weapon? Switching scenes to Fenris territory, at this moment, Sao and Gillian raised their hands to their chests in salute. Along with that, Belinda also bowed slightly as Ghislaine's figure passed by. He was now clad in pitch black armor, his hands clenched tightly, eyes full of determination, stepping forward. Before him was a mighty army. He looked at them and praised, impressive spirit. I know it is not easy to trust and follow someone without any monetary benefits. Yet you have believed and followed me this far. As I declared before, I will turn all 200 of you into true knights. From today, the Fenris Knight Order is officially established. As soon as his words ended, he thrust the sword in his hand hard into the ground. Following that were the determined cheers from the soldiers below. Inside a nearby tent, Claude exclaimed, "This is insane. No matter how I look at it, I can't predict if this is really feasible." Then he turned and spoke, "What do you think, Wendy?" She pondered at that moment, not responding. Switching scenes to not long before, back in his meeting room. At this moment, he spoke, "We will attack Count Cabaldi's territory first." These words left everyone stunned. Claude angrily shouted, "Why switch to that direction? Count Desmond and Cabaldi pretend to be neutral nobles. But in reality, they have leaned toward the Duke's house. Neutrality is just pawns. Through them, the Duke's house can operate freely in the north. Simply put, Cabaldi is also our enemy. Moreover, if we win this war, their iron ore will become ours. This is a perfect opportunity to slow the enemy's growth and accelerate our faction's development." His words silenced the room once more. After thinking for a while, Number 5 asked, "So how do you plan to attack the opponent?" Gillian added, "The armed forces of Cabaldi territory are known to be at the highest level in the north." Sao nodded in confirmation, "That is right. Moreover, setting aside other things, in terms of quantity or quality, our military strength is not enough for a territory war to begin with." Knowing everyone's concerns, he spoke, "That is why I will turn all 200 mercenaries we have into knights who can use mana. They say a properly trained knight can exert combat power equivalent to 100 ordinary soldiers. If we create a knight order of 200, that means we will have a fighting force equal to 20,000 soldiers." This made number 10 beside him extremely puzzled. But how, for someone to master mana proficiently, does not it take years? He did not answer but turned to Vanessa and spoke, "Can you help me bring that out?" She nodded in agreement. "Yes, my lord." Immediately after, 3 large barrels filled with magic scrolls were displayed before everyone. Looking at them, number 5 spoke, "Could it be you are planning to use mana concentration arrays? Did you use up all our rune stones to create these?" Holding a magic scroll in hand, he nodded in confirmation. "If we use this, the cultivation method is a bit different from the orthodox path, but it can still quickly produce mana. At the latest, I have improved the Perdium family's mana cultivation method to make it easier to practice. So 1 month is enough." Looking at it, Belinda's eyes narrowed slightly, and she spoke, practicing the family's cultivation method that the young master arbitrarily. The Lord said nothing, only replying, "Better to forgive them for learning than to die knowing nothing." This action made Gillian extremely puzzled. However, if we just train soldiers simply, it is hard to take down Cabaldi Castle. Based on my memory from entering Count Cabaldi's castle as a mercenary, there are double-layered sturdy walls built on high ground, a deep moat surrounding it, densely arranged defensive weapons, and so on. In short, with many factors favoring defense, Cabaldi Castle has never been fallen once in the family's history. So if they have decided to defend, it will be hard for us to use our specialty, the mercenary group's tactics. Number 5 added, "Did you hear? We should give up the preemptive attack. Just focus on blocking Desmond. Okay, even if we strain a bit, we should try searching for iron ore elsewhere." Seeing them backing down, he spoke, "Want to bet whether we will win or lose?" Seeing him stir up the gambler in him, Claude angrily shouted, "No way, you're planning to gamble the territory's fate like this from now on." To his worry, Ghislaine confidently spoke, "You do not need to worry too much. Because I have planned everything. Gordon below asked puzzled, but to become a knight, you must know how to use mana. I heard even the fastest takes several years. So how can we use mana? He replied, as you know, learning mana cultivation properly takes at least a few years. But I will help you use mana in just 1 month. This made Gordon extremely puzzled. 1 month, he explained, I will teach you in an extremely easy to understand way. After that, he and the crowd of knights began the cultivation process. At this moment, countless knights lay scattered on the ground, breathless from exhaustion. In the center, Ghislaine was channeling mana into Gordon's body, making him cry out in pain a few times. He shouted, endure it. Compressing years of cultivation into 1 month means the burden will be correspondingly large. Through the concentration array, you will temporarily sense mana. And you must gather the mana particles in the air into your dantian to form a mana core. Imagine its flow like a spool of thread being wound up. Following his words, a small spark of light from gathered mana appeared between Gordon's palms. This made him extremely excited, laughing loudly enough to shake the territory. After finishing, he stepped outside, where Belinda approached to inquire, you have worked hard, young master. He replied, all right, take all our people back to the barracks. We will need to keep an eye on them for a bit. Lowell, from now on, we will craft war armor for the Night Order ourselves. How about those beastman slaves? Lowell replied. Yes, the elf tribe is not yet, but the home run group is already waiting in the territory's barracks. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked back, barracks in the territory. He directed his gaze to the distant sky, pondering briefly in his heart, then muttered, looks like the moon won't rise today. Outside the territory, at this moment in a clearing, the ground shook violently. Then from it, a hand reached up from below the earth. Following that was Galveric along with a few others. He looked down and said to the group, everyone, hurry up. One in the group asked puzzled, Galveric, are you sure? If we just escape this kingdom, we will be free. He replied, I heard in another kingdom there is a secret autonomous zone where beastman slaves gather to live, so we will definitely be free. Hurry, the border is right ahead. Following his words, the group did not move at all but trembled violently, as if seeing something terrifying. Seeing this, he angrily shouted, what are you hesitating for? Hurry, could it be even now you still cling to slave life? If you are scared, just scram. Living like this my whole life as a dog for Noble's amusement is not bad, but he did not know that at this moment, a figure had appeared behind him unbeknownst. One pointed behind. No, that is not it, behind you. Following the pointing arm, Galveric looked back and discovered Ghislaine had been there for who knows how long without him noticing. He indifferently spoke, you know full well that running is useless. The group startled and shouted, our escape plan, could he have known everything? Galveric gritted his teeth in anger. How did you find us so quickly? As if realizing something. He spoke, wait, did you come here alone? He nodded in confirmation, just me. After that, the beastmen turned to each other whispering something excitedly. Then they all directed gazes full of killing intent toward him, threatening, then if you just disappear, we will be free. Sensing their intent, he sighed lightly and replied, let us see. Do whatever you can. After finishing dealing with the beastmen, Galveric's body was now covered in crisscrossing wounds. He struggled to stand up amid labored breaths. He approached and praised, as expected from dwarves, your endurance is truly impressive. If rumors of your escape spread, the beastman slave traders will hunt you down with fiery eyes. Wouldn't it be much better to stay here obediently and work diligently for me? He did not listen to these words at all. Laughing loudly and speaking, haha, you are really funny. We would rather die pursuing freedom than be confined here, slowly crafting boring toys for nobles like you. If you think we will obediently work for you, you would better give up. This resistance was exactly what he wanted, making the corner of his mouth curve into an amused smile, thinking to himself, this stubbornness suits me just fine. Worthy of the one destined to be a legendary blacksmith in the future. He immediately made an offer. 10 years. If you cooperate obediently with me for 10 years, I will create a separate autonomous zone for the dwarf tribe in the territory and free you from slave status. This proposal startled the group behind, who exclaimed, what did he say? Give us freedom, is that for real? Galveric gritted his teeth and spoke, absurd, utterly absurd. This kingdom's laws designate us as slaves. Do you think a lord from a poor backwater like you has the authority to grant freedom to slaves? He replied. Laws are made by people. If needed, they can just be amended. One from behind approached and spoke, Galveric, do not forget, those rules have the prince's faction backing them. Maybe he can actually do it. These words made Galveric ponder for a moment, clenching his fist until it trembled violently. Sensing his intent, he spoke, I am not interested in boring toys, technological items, or luxury goods. What I want you to create is far more interesting than those. Galveric wondered and asked back, interesting. He directed his gaze to the high sky and spoke, I want to soar through the skies. Switching scenes 1 month later, at Cabaldi Castle. He sat in the room, holding the letter Ghislaine had sent. It read, to Count Cabaldi, be informed that you are disrupting the fairness of the entire northern iron ore market by trading iron biasly with one specific family. If you do not open the iron market to Fenris and neighboring territories, you will regret it. Signed, Baron Ghislaine. After reading the letter, he exclaimed, what the hell is this? One explained, it is a letter from Baron Fenris. That insolent, disrespectful brat who does not know his place. Seems his mind is not quite normal either. Cabaldi stared at the letter and spoke, threatening letters like this only work when sent by those with power. What position do the Fenris think they are in to send me such a curt template? The gold-robed one spoke, from what I know, they are still purchasing large amounts of food from other territories. They are even willing to pay higher prices to trade grains with our merchant groups. Another added, it seems they have taken in a large number of migrating subjects sent by the prince's faction, causing a severe grain shortage. The blue-robed one spoke, that is why I can't understand why they are taking actions that harm themselves. Why not hold back a bit? Harvest season is coming, prices will drop soon anyway. The brown-haired one added, why bother trying to understand, that is typical of brats. They just rely on youthful passion and act blindly. Cabaldi held the letter over the candle and burned it, coldly speaking, a new territory struggling to survive suddenly wants to expand its scale. So this happening is inevitable. And it is a pity I can't witness your end with my own eyes, Ghislaine Fenris. Switching scenes to Marquis Branford's family. He entered the office, removed his cloak, then his eyes narrowed as if discovering something. At that moment, a letter appeared on his desk. This made him ponder briefly for a few seconds. He approached, picked up the letter, opened and read it. It was Ghislaine's letter. It stated, Marquis, advise the nobles of the prince's faction to stockpile enough grain for 10 years. Because soon a great famine will arrive that will shake the entire kingdom. These words startled him momentarily, then he pondered looking toward the window. Soon, dawn broke. Rosalind, eyes half closed, entered and spoke, did father call for me? I heard you did not return to your room to rest yesterday. He was still standing with his back turned, looking at the family crest, not responding. Then he turned and spoke, Rosalind, convey my words to the vassals and nobles of the prince's faction. I want to convene an emergency meeting immediately. After I sent that letter to Marquis Branford, surely not long after, an unprecedented great famine would occur across the kingdom. The climate became dry and harsh, rivers ran dry to the bottom, crops withered and died. People starved to death in heaps, and naturally, a great chaos erupted in the scramble for food. It was a great anomalous disaster recorded in history. In the office, he pondered for a moment, then muttered to himself, this is the moment. At Duke Cabaldi's side, he shouted loudly, signs of instability are appearing everywhere. It is definitely a drought. Grain prices are still skyrocketing. How could the climate become so abnormal without any forewarning? Have the prince's faction nobles already stockpiled grain? There is even rumor that crops in Fenris territory are still bountiful despite facing the drought. He slammed the table in anger, damn it, grain is. What the hell is that Desmond still dawdling for? We should have seized Fenris earlier to plunder their grain and land. One replied, about that. Desmond's side says please be patient a bit longer. It seems Desmond is busy dealing with their own issues, so they have missed the attack opportunity. This made Cabaldi furious, gritting his teeth and swearing, that idiot bastard. When exactly will those people send grain to us? The brown-haired one spoke, my lord, there is still a way for us to quickly gather grain. That is to exchange the amount of iron as Baron Fenris wants for their grain. This instantly enraged the barons. The gold-robed one spoke, hey, what did you just say? Fenris is prince's faction. If we give him iron, won't that displease the Duke's family? Another added, moreover, aid is just delayed a bit. The Duke's family and Count Desmond promised aid, so let us wait a little more. To wait, we need to hold out first. But requisitioning grain from subjects has reached its limit. We are using the night order to barely suppress the people's unrest. But he was right, whether it is the Duke's family or whatever, at this rate, who knows if we can hold out until reinforcements arrive. Not to mention, if grain runs out and soldiers start starving, this fortress, which has never been breached once in the Cabaldi family's long history, will perish from an internal uprising. These were also the words Cabaldi wanted to say. He bowed his head and spoke. At this point, you are telling me to bow to that kid? He clenched his teeth slightly, sweat pouring down his face, then spoke, or send someone to Fenris, give them iron and bring grain back. This stunned the counts immensely. The brown-haired one nodded immediately and spoke, yes, my lord. He clenched his fist in anger. Anyway, Baron Fenris's fate is to die at the Duke's hands. Giving him some iron ore now won't change anything. Moreover, whether the Duke's family or Count Desmond, if they dare make an issue of this, tell them to try breaching this place. No one can shake my castle. Then he pointed at the soldiers. What are you standing there for? Hurry and send someone, before we all starve to death. The knight stammered, about that. Perhaps no need to do so. Because Baron Fenris has already led his army to the castle gates. These words made Cabaldi's eyes widen in shock, sweat pouring like rain, stammering, what? Outside the territory, at this moment, Ghislaine's legion had arrived. Gordon complained, this armor is really heavy. It is cumbersome and uncomfortable everywhere. One replied, too noisy. The dwarf tribe had to use double the precious blood python materials just to make armor fitting your massive body. Gordon puffed his chest, patting loudly, and spoke, now I can operate mana. Even without things like armor, my perfect muscles would not get a scratch. The other approached, swinging a fist hard at the armor, but causing no damage. He stepped forward, muttering, tough indeed. As expected from dwarf-made armor. He now led the cavalry vanguard, advancing forward and speaking, all troops, charge. Following him were Sao and Gillian, in a state of combat readiness. He smiled and spoke, Fenris Knight Order, let us march forth. Seeing the army advancing toward his castle, Cabaldi and the other counts above looked down with eyes full of fear. One spoke, the Fenris army has surrounded us. Due to the drought, the water around the castle has dried up completely, and at this exact moment. What the hell is that military force? Is that a scale that a poor baron's territory can mobilize? Could the prince's faction have provided reinforcements? Cabaldi angrily shouted. Stop making a fuss. Facing our sturdy castle, what can they do? If we use our powerful defensive weapons, they won't even reach the shadow of this castle. Below, he looked up and called loudly, Count Cabaldi, you have read the letter I sent. Right, he shouted from above. Ghislaine Fenris, what the hell is this action of yours? How dare you lead an army here without notice? He coldly replied, I have fully conveyed my intentions in the letter. I warned that if you do not expand iron supplies, you will regret it. The brown-haired one gritted his teeth and spoke, you brat, do you think that is a valid reason to do this? The silver-haired one angrily said, you think fabricating some reason gives you the right to march on another noble's territory like this? Cabaldi threatened, if you want a proper territory war, prepare a legitimate reason and formally declare war. I won't engage with anyone who disregards noble etiquette like you. He below muttered, declare war. Then he pointed behind and called, Gillian. He stepped forward and handed him a bow. He drew the bow, preparing to shoot at the walls. Seeing this, Cabaldi immediately called soldiers to stand in front, blocking for him. He shouted, that madman, everyone, raise shields, protect the count. Gillian exclaimed, that wall is very high, sir. He seemed to have his own plan. He gripped the arrow tightly, controlled the horse to lower its center, then released, shooting straight ahead. The arrow flew toward Cabaldi. It pierced through the shields, then through a soldier's head, and then took off one of Cabaldi's ears. This made him freeze entirely, his face pale. He below declared, this is my declaration of war. Switching scenes to the capital Cardinia, at this moment in Brantford's room, an emergency meeting was taking place. One spoke, Baron Fenris has sparked a territory war. The hatted one spoke, thanks to his advice, we could endure this famine with stockpiled grain, yet. The black-robed one replied, why start a war at this timing? Brantford leaned on his hand and asked, what pretext did he use to start the war? Number 2 replied, because Count Cabaldi did not open the iron market to Fenris and neighboring areas. Through this, we have begun discovering that Count Cabaldi has been conducting near monopolistic iron trades with Desmond's territory. The hatted one replied, "TCH, if he wants, he can always fabricate some pretext to declare war." The red-robed one added, "What more to hesitate? Before this escalates further, we must kick him out of the prince's faction." Blue-robed nodded in agreement, "Heard it has to be romantic." Another added, "While we are pouring all efforts into recovering from drought damage, that guy only knows to dive into meaningless wars." The white-haired one sarcastically spoke, "Seems like you have a big prejudice against him." These words made the brown-haired one angrily shout, "What?" Seeing things about to go too far, Rosalind approached and spoke, "Please everyone calm down. What we need now is to find a solution to resolve this tense situation in the north. Anyway, it has already happened. A pointless verbal fight only wastes more time." The brown-haired one snorted coldly, "I am calm beyond words. It is obvious what he is doing is a tasty bait for the Duke's family to nitpick us." A person from outside entered, agreeing, "I agree with that statement, oh dear nobles of the prince's faction." Seeing this person's appearance, the counts startled and shouted, "You're from the Duke's family." Brantford directed a cold gaze at the entrant and spoke, "Count Powood." Powood replied, "As you know, Baron Fenris has attacked Count Cabaldi, a neutral noble. While everyone here suffers from natural disasters, such a thing happens. Can I take this as the entire prince's faction's intent, Marquis Brantford?" These words carried a threatening implication, making Brantford slightly frown and ponder. The white-haired one thought to himself, HMPH, the Duke's side intelligence network is not half bad. The hatted one also thought, coming with such a hard attitude to greet is because they are confident they can grasp our weakness. Rosalind also swallowed hard, contemplating, this incident could turn all neutral nobles into enemies of the prince's faction. It is a golden opportunity for the Duke's side to gain positional advantage. Bluntly, depending on father's statement, the faction's fate will be decided. Conversely, for the prince's faction alone, if Sir Ghislaine fails, we will lose influence in the north. Even if he withdraws from the prince's faction, the outcome would be similar. However, if Fenris wins and seizes the north's largest iron mine owned by Cabaldi, we could gain benefits far exceeding the risk. After pondering, Brantford interlaced his fingers, slammed them on the table, and spoke, "The pretext for Baron Fenris to launch the territory war is entirely legitimate." These words made Powood on the other side slightly frown and ask back, "What do you mean by that?" He replied, "Because I consider this a personal dispute between Baron Fenris and Count Cabaldi. Not the prince's faction's intent, and the Duke's family has no standing to intervene." Powood countered, "But if waging war, one must choose the timing. This, from a prior perspective, is no different from abandoning a prince's faction noble's duty to maintain kingdom order." Hearing this, he sighed lightly and replied, "I also have a question. Why is the Duke's family reacting so sensitively to this, as if Count Cabaldi has officially become a dependent noble of the Duke's family?" Switching scenes to the Count's castle, at this moment a loud cry rang out from the walls, drawing everyone's attention. He evaluated, "Your walls just now are indeed not to be underestimated, Gillian." Sao added, "That fat-bellied noble, looks like he won't be able to wear earrings anymore." A soldier approached and shouted, "My lord, stop the bleeding quickly." He now brought his hand up, clutching his ear tightly, shouting, "All troops, to positions, make those bastards pay. Show them the majesty of Cabaldi Castle, which has never fallen once in history." The soldiers chorused, "Yes." Archers took positions, preparing to fire. As soon as the words ended, the soldiers immediately took positions, preparing to attack. Below, Gillian spoke, "They are preparing to attack, sir." He nodded in confirmation, indeed a place with a tradition of defense like daily meals. Their response is quick. Preparations complete, a soldier shouted, "All crossbows loaded." Cabaldi roared, "Attack." As soon as the words ended, a rain of arrows flew toward him. He and everyone maintained utmost calm. He reached back, gripped his sword tightly, preparing to deflect. The prepared shields fulfilled their role well, blocking many arrows. He swung his sword easily, shattering the incoming arrows. Others also swung swords to block this assault. One wave ended. At this moment, after the dust settled, Ghislaine and his army remained unharmed, without any losses. This made Cabaldi above grit his teeth in anger. He sheathed his sword behind his back and sarcastically spoke, "Is that all?" Then he turned his horse and spoke, "All troops, withdraw to main camp. Prepare for the next engagement." After returning to the camp, Claude contentedly stood behind the chair and exclaimed, Our lord chose a perfect timing to start the war, huh? Right, Wendy, they surely have not stockpiled as much grain as we have. So if we keep waiting like this, it is a battle where victory will definitely tilt toward our side. Alfil slumped his head on the table in frustration and complained, if that is the case, why did he even bring us mages along? Claude continued, what is the big deal, anyway, slaves like us know, anyway, mages have to contribute to building the outpost. You have been working harder lately. Just rest comfortably. It has been a while since we could idle in the rear like this. It is truly enjoyable. Then he looked at Alfil and proposed, if you have got nothing to do, let us play around. Running into a fellow addict, Alfil immediately agreed, so how much do you want to bet? Just as they were about to start the game, Ghislaine entered from outside and spoke, Claude, come out here quickly. Seeing him appear, he jumped up in surprise and asked, you have returned already. He did not answer but turned to Alfil, you gather the mages quickly too. Right in the middle of fun, it got cut off, making Alfil grit his teeth in anger, damn it. Ghislaine continued, from now on, dig a tunnel toward that castle for me. Hearing that, Alfil startled and shouted, what, a tunnel? Claude added, this is a battle we can win just by holding position here. Are you really planning to waste effort on that? He turned and left, replying, I want to end the territory war before the Duke's faction can support Cabaldi. So we are allowed to hold here. He stepped outside, looking toward the castle ahead and spoke, this war will end faster than you imagine. Switching scenes to Cabaldi's castle, at this moment, he angrily shouted, Fenris, that arrogant bastard. He dared to poke a hole in this noble body and then just run away. One spoke, our forces are strong too. They could not do anything. Another added, but clearly, they know we are short on grain, so they switched to a delaying tactic. Cabaldi gritted his teeth in rage and growled, he is planning to stall until we surrender. But behind me, there is still the Duke's family backing us. They can't abandon the largest iron mine in the north that we own. So reinforcements will definitely come. We just need to hold out until then. But then a soldier spotted something and reported, Count, it seems they're digging a tunnel. This news made Cabaldi startled and shout, what? He stood up, took the binoculars to observe, and sarcastically spoke, this is ridiculous. How dare they act so blatantly? The purple-robed one spoke, it seems they are planning to breach the fortress through an underground tunnel since a frontal assault is nearly impossible. The gold-robed one added, considering our castle's foundation, they can only create an exit at the south gate. After thinking for a few seconds, Cabaldi spoke, Jaemon, concentrate forces at the south gate. Jaemon saluted with hand on chest. Yes, understood. They began laying out the plan. The moment the enemy emerges from the ground, attack all at once. Then open the gate for our night order to charge out. Wipe out the chaotic Fenris in one go. One asked, what about the walls? Cabaldi replied, a bunch without even basic siege weapons, what can they do? Most are just infantry or cavalry. So minimal forces on the walls are enough to block them. He smirked inwardly, Baron Fenris. Even though this body of mine fell for your sneaky attack, the one standing last will still be me. Switching scenes to nighttime. At this moment, a group was moving carts loaded with something up a mountain beside the castle of 31. They strained their butts and thighs, pushing hard like oxen. Galveric panted heavily from exhaustion, angrily swearing, that damn lord. Why make us drag something this heavy up such a high place? The one beside added, and he told us not to light torches. How can we see the path ahead? Another turned back and spoke, Galveric, we have made it exactly as the Lord instructed, but can it really be used in actual combat right away? Galveric showed a determined face, always trusting his craftsmanship, and spoke, don't waste words. How could something I make not work? Flashing back a few days earlier, after hearing Ghislaine's intent to fly in the sky made him puzzled. What, could it be you have obtained the blueprint for the legendary airship, a tool lost from the ancient empire? Hearing about ancient airships also intrigued Ghislaine, who asked, what the hell is that? Then he explained, anyway, with your abilities, after seeing this, you will understand what I want to create. He took out a large cloth. Then draped it over a frame above a fire below. Immediately, the heat from the fire made the cloth soar up high. It is like a sky lantern. Looking at it, but Galveric still did not understand. He stood up and approached puzzled, and then, what are we supposed to see? He now patted the cloth and explained, look at this swelling thing. The hot air generated inside from burning fire rises, and in that process, the air inside the cloth. From inside the cloth, a large amount of air blew out, startling Galveric but making him realize something. The bald one beside still did not get it and spoke, "So what, it is no different from wind blowing." But Galveric interrupted, "Number. If it were like wind, it would flutter sideways. Why swell up like that?" Seeing Galveric understood his intent, he smiled slightly and took a stick to draw on the ground, explaining, "If we make an airbag hundreds of times larger than this." Before he could finish, he approached, snatched the stick from his hand, and explained, "Then hang a basket for people under that giant cloth to generate hot air, and it will." "I get it." But he still turned and asked, "But why does this phenomenon happen? Why does heated air rise?" He now did not know how to explain and brushed it off, "I do not know either. I just accidentally discovered it while lighting a fire to dry clothes." This ridiculous reason made Galveric grit his teeth in excitement. "Insane, how did you think of this from something like that?" Then he turned, "Lead the way." He puzzled and asked back, "Where to?" Galveric excitedly spoke, "To your workshop, of course. We must quickly craft this and test it." Back to the present, at this moment Ghislaine stood on the mountain peak looking down as Galveric's group brought the carts. Seeing them, he smiled and spoke, "Arrived just in time." "Huh." Galveric panted and snorted coldly, "With one and the total dwarves. Moving this thing is easy as eating candy." Outwardly saying that, but inwardly cursing, exhausted as hell. Belinda approached and handed him the knight's helmet, speaking, "Young master, the mages and knights are all prepared." He satisfied replied, "Good, Belinda, prepare quickly too." On this side, Alfil angrily shouted, "You bastard. If planning this, why make us dig a tunnel for what the hell?" Gordon immediately approached, pinning him down and threatening, "Mind your words, or I will cut your tongue." Once everything was ready, he confidently stepped forward, passing everyone and looking down at Cabaldi's base, speaking, "From now on, we will raid the enemy's central position. As trained before. After infiltrating the fortress and seizing the inner city, we must quickly open the outer city's main gate for Gillian's night order to enter smoothly. That is the core of this operation. Remember, Cabaldi's army has the top armament quality in the north. Even if you have cultivated mana, you can't easily deal with them. Moreover, the enemies we will face in the future will be stronger to a level Cabaldi can't compare. So if we can't suppress a battle at this level, we have no future." But then he smiled and encouraged, "But do not worry too much. We have crossed a forest teeming with magical beasts that no one could pioneer before. We have led a territory war with less than half a chance of victory to a triumphant end. Now tell me, is our preparation still lacking?" The soldiers chorused loudly, "Not at all." He continued loudly, "Are you afraid?" The soldiers replied, "We are not afraid." After boosting the soldiers' morale, he put on his mask and confirmed, "That is right. You have grown at a speed no one could imagine. Now, let us fly." Vanessa was now in the hot air balloons, using her magic to create fire to fuel them. Inside the castle at this moment, the soldiers maintained utmost calm. One observing with binoculars spoke, "Those idiots were digging like mad during the day. But why are not they doing anything now?" The one beside clucked, "They have to sleep at night too." Then two soldiers from afar approached and spoke, "Time to change shifts." "Nothing unusual." This one replied, "Yeah, wonder what day it is today. Are they really planning to attack?" A soldier finally dozed off a bit after combining cannon suits. "Because of those bastards, we are living like this." But then while yawning and looking up, he spotted countless hot air balloons floating in the sky. This puzzled the soldier immensely. "What are those things?" "There are round objects in the sky approaching us." "Monsters." At this moment, suddenly a figure appeared from somewhere, streaking toward them. As soon as landing, Ghislaine swung his sword, slashing each one, sending one to the other world in an instant. Seeing his comrade chopped in half, the remaining one was terrified. His sword continued streaking, cleaving him into two pieces. After finishing, Belinda's group began descending the walls. "This time I will also take the vanguard position, kill all without mercy." Inside the city, at this moment, on a corridor, three knights were walking in extreme haste. The one in the lead was the captain of the Cabaldi Knight Order, Leslie. He, along with the other two, hurried to the Lord's chamber. As soon as he arrived, a guard greeted the captain. He urgently asked, "Where is the Lord?" The soldier replied, "The Lord is still sleeping, sir." Without hesitation, he kicked the door hard and stepped inside, startling Cabaldi, who bolted upright and looked at him, asking, "Leslie, why are you?" He immediately explained, "This is an emergency, my lord. They have already breached the city." These words struck like thunder, making Cabaldi flinch in shock. Outside, countless hot air balloons were hovering in the sky, advancing toward the castle. The soldiers could only look up helplessly. In another corner, Ghislaine's group was still fiercely battling the castle's soldiers. Cao excitedly shouted, "Come on, everyone, let us go tear off the last remaining ear of that cleft-chinned lord and bring it back to our lord." Inside, Cabaldi cried out in fear, "What? How did those Fenris bastards get past our walls? Did they use tunnels?" Leslie explained, "According to the soldiers' reports, they rode on unidentified spherical objects and flew in from the sky, sir." This left Cabaldi utterly stunned. "Fly in the sky? What the hell are you talking about, Leslie?" he continued. "How they got in is no longer important. The enemy's momentum is overwhelming, and they are capturing the castle at an alarming speed. We must act immediately." He quickly outlined a plan. "I will head straight to the underground tunnel leading out of the city to hold the gate. This way, I can also call in the main forces stationed at the southern gate to encircle them." After considering for a moment, Cabaldi said, "I had targeted their tunnel and even set traps to wait for them to fall in. But it turns out I was deceived by their diversion tactic." He trembled as he exclaimed, "This fortress of mine, which has never fallen once, will the Cabaldi bloodline end in my generation." Seeing the lord gradually losing composure, Leslie stepped forward, placing his hands on the lord's shoulders to encourage him. "Please escape with the vassals through the secret passage first. Then send a letter requesting reinforcements. I will stay here to protect the castle." His voice lowered, "But if the situation still cannot be stabilized, please take that one out." In another part of the castle, the soldiers cried out in alarm, "Enemy attack." But how did they get in? Without giving them a chance to defend, Ghislaine gripped his sword tightly, charged forward like a gust of wind, and unleashed precise, lethal slashes, quickly sending 2 soldiers to their graves. The remaining one tried to seize the initiative and lunged, swinging his sword straight at him. But the skill gap was too vast. He easily parried the attack, then lowered his stance and delivered a horizontal slash to the waist, bisecting the man. 3 more soldiers rushed in from nowhere, shouting, "What are you standing there for? Snap out of it. If you have time to panic, shoot your arrows. There are only a few of them." Then one soldier pointed to the sky and yelled, "Squad leader, up there, up there." At that moment, in the sky, a hot air balloon was wobbling, about to crash. It immediately plummeted hard onto the castle wall. This somewhat accidental collision took out a few soldiers. 2 people emerged from the balloon, none other than Alfal's group. He angrily shouted, "You stupid muscle pig, I told you you were too heavy, do not climb on." Gordon, exhausted, replied, "Please, sir, do not curse at me anymore." While the 2 were talking, from behind, 2 soldiers charged with their weapons. "Kill them." No sooner had they spoken than 2 daggers flew from nowhere, embedding straight into their throats, instantly killing them. It was Ghislaine's group. He approached and asked, "No injuries?" Cao, beside him, added, "Gordon, you were already a knight. But your actions are no different from back then." Hearing the sarcasm, Gordon sheepishly scratched his head and laughed, "Ha ha." Then, from inside the castle, a loud noise erupted, drawing the attention of Ghislaine and the others. The soldiers inside shouted, "Hold the gate, the enemy has breached the interior." The soldiers immediately took their positions, preparing for battle. Observing their hurried demeanor, Cao exclaimed, "What is this? They are already in defensive mode." He continued, "Their response is faster than I thought. Looks like there is still a sharp-minded figure inside this castle." He thought to himself, the enemy's forces, dispersed by my earlier tunnel diversion, should be regrouping soon. I need to hurry. He turned to everyone and said, "Everyone's down, right?" The soldiers replied in unison, "Yes." He began assigning tasks. Cao, block the soldiers on the wall and destroy all the siege weapons. Belinda, go find Count Cabaldi. The 2 nodded in confirmation. As for himself, he looked straight ahead and declared, "I will clear the path to the main gate." "Is everyone ready?" The soldiers simultaneously raised their swords and shouted, "The spirit is ready, sir." He put his mask back on and announced, "Fenris Knight order, commence operation." Afterward, everyone took their pre-assigned positions. At the main gate, seeing Ghislaine's group charging in, a soldier turned and exclaimed, "Captain, they are coming," he remained calm and said. "As expected, they are targeting the main gate." He pointed his sword forward and shouted, "All troops, raise spears, stop them, hold them until the main forces from the southern gate arrive." Following the command, both sides clashed in an extremely fierce battle. But with Ghislaine leading, the power disparity was clear. This left Leslie's eyes wide in shock. The soldiers were clearly outmatched by Ghislaine's group. Any who charged were felled with a single blow. Two soldiers witnessing this had their morale shaken. "How is this possible? We can't stop them at all." The most surprised was Leslie himself. He thought, every weapon is enveloped in mana. Could it be that all the invaders are knights, but even with knights, they should not be able to push back the heavy infantry holding the front line this quickly? He fixed his gaze on Ghislaine, the vanguard. "I must stop that man." The soldiers gradually lost their advantage, retreating and shouting, "Captain Leslie, their momentum is too strong. The outer city forces can't hold anymore. At this rate, before the main forces arrive, the main gate will." Leslie coldly ordered, "Destroy it. Destroy the entire mechanism for opening and closing the gate. I will buy time for you." With those words, Leslie's body began emitting a faint purple mana. Ghislaine's group advanced like a hot knife through butter. He swung his sword decisively, charging straight ahead, his eyes locked on Leslie's position. Without hesitation, he lunged and delivered a direct slash at him. Leslie reacted swiftly, raising his sword to block the attack. Their eyes briefly met, then they continued exchanging blows relentlessly. When he attacked, Leslie defended. When he defended, Leslie attacked. The two fought intensely for a while. Seizing an opening, Leslie thrust his sword forward, but with his rich experience, Ghislaine easily sidestepped, dodging the direct stab. After 7-4-9 exchanges with no clear winner, both returned to a defensive stance, staring at each other. Their eyes met, and Leslie introduced himself. "I am Leslie, captain of the Cabaldi Knight Order." He declared firmly, "You will not advance even one step further." Somewhere else in the castle, Cabaldi approached a large prison cell in a secluded area. Inside, someone was imprisoned, bound by chains cruelly wrapping his entire body. Standing outside, Cabaldi urgently said, "Lucas, you must go out and buy me time." The person inside slowly opened his eyes but did not respond immediately. Then, the corner of his mouth curved into a meaningful smile, and he coldly said, "If you want that, why do not you remove these first?" As he spoke, he grabbed the massive chain hanging around his neck. In another corner of the battlefield, Sao excitedly shouted, "Charge forward, leave neither weapons nor people intact." He charged madly into the fray like a moth to a flame. Belinda on this side was no less impressive. She effortlessly dispatched two soldiers with a single, graceful slash. In stark contrast to the brutality on the other fronts, at Ghislaine's position, both sides once again stood staring at each other. Leslie declared firmly, "I am Leslie, captain of the Cabaldi Knight Order. You cannot pass this point." This opponent was no pushover. His eyes narrowed slightly. His hands gripped the sword tightly as he advanced. In an instant, he kicked off powerfully, closing the distance in a flash before Leslie's astonished eyes. He unleashed a barrage of slashes, and the two exchanged blows once more. This time, Leslie seemed to be on the back foot, only able to defend while Ghislaine pressed the attack relentlessly. Both were fully focused, their eyes filled with killing intent. They traded another 300 exchanges. The moment he spotted an opening, Ghislaine swung his sword horizontally across Leslie's face, slicing his mask clean in two. While Leslie was still processing the situation, Ghislaine charged again, landing several more strikes to his face, though Leslie quickly raised his shield to block. Each of Ghislaine's blows landed like a sledgehammer, forcing Leslie back several steps. Seeing their captain at a disadvantage, the soldiers behind him cried out, "Captain Leslie!" Another soldier, witnessing this, shouted a reminder, "You idiot, if you have the strength to meddle, focus on the enemy in front of you." After the onslaught, Leslie glanced down at his dented shield and thought, terrifying power. At this rate, my arm won't hold out. But it is still not enough to surpass me. He must know it too that the longer this drags on, the sooner our main forces will surround him. He is not blocking head-on but deflecting attacks to maintain optimal distance. He is aiming for the gaps between strikes to seize the advantage. The moment he loses composure and strikes hastily, that is when he dies. As Leslie could only defend, Ghislaine charged in and taunted, "Is this all you have got?" Without giving him a chance to respond, Ghislaine thrust his sword straight at Leslie's face. Leslie tilted his head back to dodge the direct stab. Having grasped Leslie's fighting style, Ghislaine did not hesitate this time. He drove his elbow hard into Leslie's face, eliciting a pained grunt. Refusing to yield, Leslie thrust his sword straight at Ghislaine, but the move was too slow. Ghislaine kicked the ground powerfully, creating an explosive sound, then flipped mid-air to evade. While still airborne, he swung his sword in a clean, lethal arc, severing Leslie's left arm with ruthless precision. He landed lightly and praised, "Not bad." As Leslie stood stunned, Ghislaine charged once more, this time delivering a decisive horizontal slash to the waist, causing Leslie's eyes to go blank. He could not believe what was happening. "That is right," Count Desmond had once said, "just assume you are facing the North's greatest swordsman, Ghislaine Fenris." The moment Leslie's body collapsed to the ground, the knights on both sides halted their fighting. His soldiers stammered, "Captain." On Ghislaine's side, his troops, now fueled with morale, shouted, "We have taken him down." As expected of him, Ghislaine turned to his men and ordered, "All troops, press the advantage, open the main gate." Following the command, the soldiers surged forward with overwhelming momentum, roaring, "Kill." On Leslie's side, he struggled to prop himself up and said with difficulty, "Baron Fenris. As much as I hate to admit it, things won't go as you think." No sooner had he spoken than a soldier turned back to report, "Sir, the gate won't open. The mechanism has been completely destroyed. At this rate, we can't open it." Ghislaine turned and praised, "He has got some brains, I will give him that." Leslie explained, "Look over there, the Cabaldi main forces are arriving. No matter how strong you are, if you are surrounded by overwhelming numbers, you are done. As long as we hold this final gate, victory will be ours." Just as he finished speaking, from outside, Cabaldi's reinforcements arrived in massive numbers. Gordon anxiously asked, "What do we do now?" Another soldier added, "We are knights, let us charge in." Ghislaine paused for a few seconds, then winked at his men, noting their depleted mana and exhaustion. In this state, they could not fight the incoming enemy horde. With that, he walked alone toward the gate, to Gordon's surprise. He placed one hand on the massive gate. His other hand gripped his sword tightly as he thought, "If only for a moment, I might be able to pull it off." "Everyone, stay back." In this era, the title of master was no longer just a realm but almost an honorific. There were no set standards for a master's realm. Sword mana mastery was considered the benchmark for knights. Ghislaine began circulating the mana in his body, focusing the scattered mana into his sword and compressing it to its limit. The moment the mana was compressed, a powerful aura erupted around him, pushing the surrounding soldiers back. Gordon raised a hand to shield his eyes and exclaimed, "It is blinding." Lying on the ground and observing, Leslie thought, the legend of the ancient empire passed down to knights. Even among those who have refined mana to its extreme, the decisive condition to be recognized as a master. The light from Ghislaine's sword grew increasingly intense, his eyes burned with determination. Then, he swung his sword decisively at the gate. A soldier behind shouted, "Surround those Fenris bastards, punish the intruders who entered Cabaldi without permission." Just as they prepared to ambush him, the army led by Gillian breached the gate and charged in to confront them. Leading the charge was a ferocious warhorse that stomped hard into the face of the enemy leader. It then let out a mighty neigh filled with spirit. Ghislaine, breathing heavily, turned to Gillian and said, "Why bring it along?" Gillian smiled and replied, "It followed on its own." On Leslie's side, his soldiers cried out, "The gate's been split in two, what the hell is going on?" One soldier shouted, "Commander Jaemon, retreat! Retreat! Fall back into the city." Ghislaine strode to his warhorse, mounted it, and roared, "All troops, charge, leave no one alive." In another corner, Belinda was now facing a monster. Her breathing grew rapid as she fixed a serious gaze on her opponent. He advanced slowly, step by step, his eyes cold as he spoke, "What is your connection to the Shadow Knight Order?"